No, I make no decisions. I make sure to tell everyone that. I decide nothing. If you want to blame somebody, blame a manager. That's not me. I
Talk too much about work.
no, we're not talking about work. No, then the crazy will show up. No, never do that. I'm with you. We do not do that. We just talk about gaming. Yeah, all that stuff in here. Let me get a beer glass as well. Beer. Look at us.
All right. Oh, it's on. Okay, there.
No, it's
My mic is good, so we're good to go. All right, so we're pre-gaming here a little bit, right? What do we got?
Yes.
I did print these out for you.
Yes, I had on my. Yeah.
Patient.
I did scan through it on my phone.
Oh, good.
So, but yes.
No, like I said, surprisingly, AARs are hard to do.
Yeah.
Without,
Sure.
I mean, sure, it's one thing to be like yapping about it.
Yeah, but try and be coherent.
Something in action.
Let me hit do not disturb.
Trying to honestly tell the story.
No, that is.
So, all right. No, it's always. Does it have dish soap?
I'm good.
Effectively, I think
Mine's good.
Because that always harms.
I brought the Remus and the Old Forester 1910.
All right. Well, I think those are the first two. I think we're going to try the 1910 first because I haven't had 1910 in forever. So 93 proof.
Mm-hmm. I like that.
Bourbon is sweet bourbon, pretty
sweet, but with a fair bit of oak charm.
Yeah.
Just have the littlest bit because we got the ease of it.
Yeah. So what do we got here? So we have a Remus. It's a high rye bourbon. We have Old Forester 1910. I have the remnants of my A. Overholt, my Monongahela whiskey rye here. Knob Creek 7 because yes,
classic.
And then Redemption Rye, which is a sad story because I bought it because I'm like I haven't had it in a while. Gonna get it, and then I was at the bar later that night. And I had Redemption and then Bullet.
Oh, you tried a Bullet
side by side.
Yeah, I was like,
well, the Bullet's way better. The Bullet's way better. I
tried the Bullet. The Bullet's better. I'm like, how do you not have it? Oh, bar. Okay.
So
you're like, duh.
I did. I bought the Redemption because I saw it. I'm like, well, I haven't had it in forever.
Sure.
I haven't had the Bullet Rye in forever either.
I don't remember. I'm sure I have, but I don't remember it either. It's been so long. Yeah.
So yeah. So I was like,
we haven't had this in years.
Yeah, I haven't had 19.
This was early in like at least my bourbon.
Yeah. Yeah, like I probably bought the 1920 between.
Oh, absolutely.
I
think probably a couple times. Yeah, absolutely.
I bought the 1920 a couple times between now and then, but the Redemption. This is my saddest buy right now.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
think it's a little light, and it's cheap, but But yeah, we'll start the 1910.
I like the aroma of it. That's good.
Yeah, I figure since it's not even aged, we'll pregame.
Sure.
Because, this is instead of putting a message up.
It's for the early adopters.
It's drinking. If you decide to show up at 8, but I know it's fine. It'll be quiet. Like Fridays have been quiet. Relatively recently.
Well, you're not doing Starfield rants.
No. My new goal. I looked today at my channel and I was like, well, my new goal ought to be to have more subscribers than videos someday.
Oh.
Which means I have to stop like
Posting videos?
Posting videos for like 4 months.
And then you get no
and then
subscribers.
nothing. And then,
you get no
then it doesn't work.
No, it
It's
doesn't
not
work.
how it
You can't
works.
do that.
It's just not how that works.
I like that. I'm a fan of that.
Yeah. No. I do like it. It's just hot enough, I think, to sort of win.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind if it had, I wish it was 100 proof.
Yeah. Well, it's not hot up front.
No, but
It's
it has.
actually it's hot. It's hot.
Yes,
it's hot here.
It's in the end of the palate, right? The up front is all sweet. Yeah, no, the up front's all sweet, and then you sort of get the
excuse me,
and then you sort of get the oak char and a little bit of heat kicks in toward the end.
There you go. Now I've filled my. Now we're it's like we're Twitch streaming. I'm taking off clothes.
That's right. Do you have a kiddie pool?
I
mean, that's look. I've heard. Not that I would know, but I just said I've heard.
Not that you
kiddie pool, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think anyone.
I'm sure there's baby oil or something.
No one wants to see a kiddie pool with us.
Glass cooktop.
Oh my God.
Cleaner.
Someone's gonna go. Can you put your jacket back on? Can you have Scott put your jacket
back? Why do you have video? Why isn't this audio only?
That's right. You can just,
it's a very good point.
Someone's going to go, this should be a podcast. That's what I want. Please. Somebody put that in the...
Yeah. Holy crap.
Please. This should be a podcast.
Yeah.
Or not streaming.
How can you do
or less?
Can you do less than a podcast?
Can you do less?
Half a podcast.
How about just a... Yeah.
How about a blog? You should go back. You should just blog.
You can just type this. That'd be fine.
Be good.
We don't.
So, yeah. The 1910, no, it's good. It's sweet.
I like
it's like I said, but it's hot. But it's hot in the back of your throat.
Yeah.
It's not hot up front.
No. It's all sweet up front.
Yeah, the tip of the tongue is very sweet.
It's all sweet up front. It's like super sweet. Like too much, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
But then it does a nice transition into sort of oak char, spice, and heat, which I'm like, that works. Because if it was all just the up front, I'd go, that's way too sweet for me. Because I really hardly don't like the really sweet bourbons. That's why I like the Knob Creek.
Which is strange because bourbon is sweet.
I know, but which is weird. That's why most bourbons I don't like. I like Rye's more. I like high rye bourbons more, and I like Knob Creek, which everyone goes, it's so peanutty. Oh, so it suppresses the sweetness a bit? Perfect.
Yeah.
Because I sort of like that. They go, it's like peanut shell. I'm like, oh, so good flavor.
There you go.
I want to find. Apparently, Jim Beam has come out with a black label 7-year.
Okay.
For cheap, for like 20 and change.
Okay.
Which I see.
Okay, maybe. You never know.
I've heard really good reviews for it. They're like, some people like it more than Knob Creek 9-year, some people like it less, but I think it at least, it probably bats up to that level. And Knob Creek's probably, I don't know what the 7-year would be here. That's the problem in Pennsylvania. But it's how about this? It's probably a sub 30 bottle in Pennsylvania, and Knob Creek's 35 to 39, depending on the sale you get. Yeah. So I'm intrigued, but of course, Lord knows if we ever see it. But I think it's fun if distilleries come out with, because they've had Jim Beam has extra age. They used to have an 8-year. Double aged over their 4-year bourbon. They had an 8-year bourbon, double aged, and then they dropped the age statement, went to extra aged, which is somewhere, and then now they've come out with a 7-year, which I'm like, I would try that because I wouldn't mind a less expensive bourbon just to try.
It'd be fun to try whatever.
Yeah. So anyway, never see it, I'm sure, because we live here.
Because we live in.
Why did we decide to do bourbons in this state?
We live in booze. Yeah.
Booze black hole.
Yeah, like it's the booze desert. I mean,
we're doing fine.
Obviously, this is the booze oasis in the booze.
That's right. That's right. Look, it's a little bit of oasis in Western Pennsylvania.
It's not. Yeah,
it's not all the things.
It's easy to find all the stuff.
No, it's not like being anywhere around Kentucky and seeing the world. Is your oyster.
No,
and going everything under the sun is there.
To be fair, you have to live in Kentucky.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so
or at least not a control state. Not a control state. Yeah, Anywho,
You know, for the weather. I'm here for the weather.
I don't want it to be hotter.
It's actually been very pleasant and temperate.
It's been beautiful. Yeah, tonight was good. I was
It's,
thinking it'll be
60s,
a few drizzles, but
60s
a
and
nice day out.
vaguely wet. It could dry out a bit, but you
Sure.
know, but if the temperature stayed around this, I'm
Yeah.
like, all right, let's
They do this all summer.
you're not, I mean, it's May, so yeah, it's not. I mean, you're literally 4 months, and it's good luck. But yeah,
It could just
it
never
could
get,
just
it could
it just
never
be
get
this
hotter.
temperature
I'd be
forever.
fine.
The rest of the country is baked in desert.
I don't care.
You know, just Pennsylvania booze desert.
65 to
But
70,
green
I'd be
and
good.
temperate,
I'd be fine.
I would almost, yeah, that's a trade off.
Yeah.
Okay, there would you make that trade off? Booze
What?
for the weather. you get
Oh, more booze for.
more birds.
So you got. So if you want
more booze.
if you want Kentucky booze, you have to take Kentucky Heat.
Oh no, I would
No,
not trade that.
you know what? I think I'm good.
I wouldn't trade that.
I would just. This is
Good luck.
fine.
Good
This
luck.
is fine.
Good luck. Yeah. No, I'd be like, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I would not make that trade ever.
No, I don't want it to be
I
hot.
don't like the heat. I just don't like it. So yeah, so I think so I wanted to get us together so that we would do the AAR because, frankly, I'm lazy and I'm behind about an episode. So I figured, well,
Is
okay,
it one or two?
I'm really one behind because I'm always one behind anyway.
Yeah, I see.
Right. So what I had talked everyone through. So there's a couple things. Someone did ask for the roll call of characters, which I vaguely did at the beginning,
Sure, I remember that.
and I figured we could probably do a little bit to go over the characters briefly from the player perspective would be sort of interesting.
Should we be respectful? Is what you're saying?
I don't know.
Okay.
It depends.
Here's the thing.
Depends on how
Do you want the Father Grimm perspective or the Scott perspective?
Oh wow!
Because
I don't
they're
know.
not the same.
I mean, we could. It depends. What time of the night is it?
Yeah, well, that's it. Well, we do it now. I'll give you Scott.
How many?
We can do a round. We can do a round two at like 10:30 and give the full Father Grimm.
The full on.
That's right. In character mode.
Oh, there you go. That's rough. That's rough. That's good. Don't threaten me with that. That's
Because Father Grimm, he likes his whiskey. I'm just saying. you get a few whiskeys under the Father Grimm, and he'll tell you how it is.
Yeah.
No, it's a good idea because it's been a while. I think you.
Yeah, we're in a bit,
and we know a little bit, more about the characters. Maybe like we've seen them more. You know what I mean? They're.
Yeah, so I think we start there.
Sure.
Because I mean, I'm just as bad as this is going to be. I'm just going to post it as the AAR.
Oh well, I mean, whatever.
If someone feels they can watch this,
here's the thing. Your other ones will probably made a lot more sense. I watched them all.
We'll see. We'll see if it makes sense. So yeah, so we'll go through the characters, which I didn't write anything down about them. So I mean, I'm just going to mentally start.
Around the table. You're just going to go around the table. Smart. That's smart. I like it.
The first,
and then into the answering room.
Yeah,
the echo room.
The other room. Because we have too many people to actually sit at the damn table. So that should tell you something about the game. So the first one is, I mean, I'll be honest.
Which name?
Or the first one.
I changed it along.
I don't know if I appreciate that or do not appreciate that.
I mean, I kept getting pushback, and I'm like, okay.
The first one is probably we should be ashamed of ourselves because up until now, his name has been totally wrong in the AAR.
It's technically part of his name.
We're calling him Magnus.
I mean, that's part of his name.
We were duly corrected this past week that his name was Laurelius.
Yes.
Something Magnon. I don't know. It's impronounceable.
Right.
There's a lot of apostrophes.
Well, now it's just L apostrophe.
Yeah, it's
because here's the thing, Magnus. Look,
but But I petition. I say that I call him Magnus for the rest of the
Oh, okay.
the AAR.
Oh, sure. Well, I've switched the log.
If
so
John ever watches these, then I'll switch.
So I switched the log to, well, it's L apostrophe because I can't type it.
Yeah,
Look,
it's a long haul.
I keep the log, and I am easily the worst typist of everyone at that table. That's how it is. It is what it is. So I'm not typing.
Definitely an old guy.
Name?
I have the keyboard. Laurelius.
Yeah, no, there's no, because
there's an apostrophe.
Yeah, and I type L apostrophe and we call it a day.
Done.
And every place it used to say Magnus, and now actually does sell Aurelius, but from henceforth it's L apostrophe because.
Well, there you go. You should do that and then you can just do a find replace.
Oh, I did for Magnus.
The whole thing and just
I did for Magnus.
So yes, so yeah. we have the mage.
Yes, he's the wizard.
Aurelius, he's wizard guy.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And so he wanted to be uber wizard. So
he is uber wizard.
Yeah, I mean, yes, sure. So he has hand of lightning.
Yes.
So
and
he can throw lightning bolts.
Yes.
Done. I mean that's it's pretty much
shocking grasp.
Shocking grasp, lightning bolt.
You get no weather.
No weather. That's true. That is true.
Other things.
He has control.
Does he have Does he have the magnetic thing?
I think he has a magnetic power.
I mean, I've seen him use 3 spells. So.
Well, I will say so. And okay, so we're already off on a tangent. I apologize.
That's going to happen a lot.
I will say
right
that being a mage
spells are situational.
Is hard.
Yes, it is.
Being a mage is
especially at low levels.
At low levels, especially.
Yes,
but you don't have a ton of spells.
No.
I mean, mind you, you have more than you would if you were, say, playing a first level D&D with.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But you're still equivalent. You're not really for no one's first level for real.
No, because everyone's still better than that.
Like a third.
You're
third to fifth.
Yeah, I feel it's more like
you're closer to third.
Yeah, probably.
I would argue you start closer.
Third level D&D.
But yeah, so. But it's hard.
Yes,
it's hard because. Now, I will say one thing I've noticed. It is easier because since I only gave everybody first circle spells.
You buffed them a bit.
And I gave them more.
Right.
They only have first circle spells. And the difficulty of the spells based on the circle. First circle difficulty is 10. And everybody typically is going to have, just guessing, about a 12, if not a little more skill, because you get 8, probably plus 2.
Sure.
And probably plus another 2, just offhand for your template and so on. So unlike old style Runebearer, where you might have had first and second circle spells, but you might have had a 13, 14, and so you were very tempted to take that 50-50 shot to get the big spell.
Right.
And I tell you the other thing which I've noticed, which makes magery very much easier than it was in the old Bostonia.
Mm-hmm.
Inspiration.
Oh my god, yeah, because
like
you at least have a reroll.
Yeah, like
Now he also has, I think, magic mastery because he gets one talent.
He had one talent.
So that's a reroll every session, which is really good. So yeah, and he has 2 for the adventure plus magic mastery. So actually, it's way better than. And you did make some of the spells quicker now. Some are words. So it is a lot better than being a old 25 year ago Bostonia mage at Circle 1.
Yeah, but almost no one started at Circle 1.
No, well, everyone was 2 or occasionally 3.
Yeah,
if you could really crank their set. Which that was the goal.
Yeah.
To just crank it all the way to 3, So, yeah.
Which I don't want.
No, because this is the slow roll, long progression.
So I said, let's just do 1.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's let people do the thing.
And it won't take that long to get to 2. Like, it won't be crazy.
And I don't feel that anybody's been useless.
Yeah.
Like, no one's spells have been
no. I mean,
useful.
they're better than they used to be. And frankly, no one's that good. So by comparison, Magic's not that worse.
Yeah.
With the caveat of you do have to cast a spell and hit, typically.
Yes.
So it does make it
keep in mind.
Double, but you got rerolls.
Always. I contend this until I die, or just give up this idea that I've written again. Bostonia mages aren't necessarily supposed to be as powerful as a fighter counterpart until they are. Like
Yeah.
there's a weird. I think
And even when they are, it's often because they have a spell that might sort of arbitrarily shut down a fight in your
Yeah.
favor. It's not because they necessarily do a ton of damage.
Yeah.
Very few of the runes really do that. Hand of Lightning can be one of them.
Yeah. So
But most of the runes, it's not that. It's just they might bring something else, effectively.
You might have a Saber Suck.
Saber Suck and Entangle and Immobilize. Heck, just even a really good pet.
Yeah.
Because that can be a big deal.
Yeah.
Like a third circle summon or a second circle summon.
Like, whoa.
Could be like, that's a whole another mini fighter in the party.
Yeah, like you've added a miniature to the board.
Right. But it's often things like that, or just having the weird spell that suddenly is super useful.
Yeah.
They're more about that than just cranking. It's not Fireball. It's not that.
No one's hitting up Fireball.
Yeah, no one has even the big blasty ones, that's still not their forte.
Yeah.
They might have a big single target attack.
Yes.
But
we don't have a lot of strong AoE. Like I'll probably give them chain.
Sure.
Probably give them like, just like
Chain Lightning
in
sure.
superhero game.
At like third circle that'll be
chain.
But like fighters, still fighters, archers, etc. still pretty much do the damage.
Dominate the battle.
The one big advantage they have is for all the targets that are special, magic typically unresisted.
Yes.
Like it punches through resistances in a way that a lot of mundane attacks, unless you happen to have, the cool magic weapon or whatever, which is rare.
Yeah.
Magic still does do true damage.
Yes.
And a lot of physical attacks on some of the more specialized enemies don't. You might do half damage.
Yeah, and you're like,
and then that's a big deal.
It's a slog all of a sudden.
Right. If someone can pump out a 2d10 bolt, which is the target taking full damage, your fighter is not so impressive at that point.
Yeah, they're doing nothing.
But for the vast majority of fights,
fighters are meant to
deal damage.
Be dangerous. Dominate the battlefield. If you said give me a high level archer versus a high statted archer versus a high statted mage, say second circle, I'd take the archer.
Sure.
Third circle, it's situational.
Right.
Third circle, it's like, what are we fighting?
Right.
Do they have a mage? Oh, in that case, I want the mage. Because the mage can probably shut them, or whatever.
Right.
So, but anyway, Lorelius has Hand of Lightning. So, primarily Lightning Bolt.
Yeah.
And he does have a shocking grass.
Yeah.
And which again has specials or whatever, right? He does have like a lightning trap. I don't know if he has it this circle, but this level.
There's a magnetize. There's a
no weather. Right? He has some of those spells. He also has portal.
Yes.
So the portal is sort of a weird. I don't even know what the theme is. Doors, if that makes any bloody sense. But that's the theme.
Yeah.
To be honest, don't even know how you get that rune. Like I don't think I have that written.
No.
I just make a bunch of spells. Ooh, I can make a bunch of spells based on doors.
Right.
Oh,
yeah.
How do you get that? I don't know. You touch a door? I don't freaking know. Like, don't ask me.
We never
gotten there.
No one's ever
thought about that.
Yeah, whatever.
So,
and we don't have to until he gets a third level.
So we got third circle.
We got a lot of time.
I don't know, John. What is this? Well, it seems like you made a pact with Satan. I don't know why you did that. We'll see. Hey, what's up, TV? Did they have a hybrid tank, though? Do we have a hybrid tank? I mean, Scott is a hybrid tank. Let's understand something. No. He'll be asleep in a minute. Leave me alone.
I only pre-gamed a little bit. I'm good for one.
Yeah, Scott's pre-game. How are you, TV? Good to see you, by the way. That's funny. Do we have a hybrid tank? No. Does the team have a tank? No. Not.
I mean, Grimm's the closest. Patrick.
The NPC, unfortunately.
Yeah, Patrick and Grimm, because shields.
Yeah.
Shields are tanks.
Shields are tanks.
That's an extra block. It's a big number, big-ish number.
Yeah.
And we both have armor.
Yeah.
And hit points.
So it's not hybrid tank.
I mean, also almost died in the alchemy fight. So
look, the answer is if you're a tank.
There's no tanks.
If you're a tank, I'm going to hit you.
Yeah. Don't volunteer for that role. It's not going to go well.
Or you do, and that's great, or it's great.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. Right. That's what I'm going to say. It's great.
But yeah, we don't
really have
the tanks are the fighters, effectively, really. And the priest, who's really just a fighter, because let's face it. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, Lance is tanky.
Lance is tanky, yeah.
Because he's medium armor and at least beefy.
Yeah, he's all right. So, I mean, you do have, I mean, there's 8 people in the goddamn party. You have a front line if you want one. It could be you and Patrick and Lance in the second rank just stabbing over you, and that would be actually a great little, great way to plug a hallway out.
Yeah. Oh, that is probably the front. If it's 2x2, that's the front line.
Yeah, right.
But yeah.
So we got so that's the mage, and so the door powers are things like, let's see, what can he do today? He can summon like portals to defend him, in that they float around him and deflect attacks. I know his big utility spell. I should have just put them up somewhere, which I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't. His big utility, in my opinion, is the ability to look through a door.
Yes.
He can see through a door. If he casts a spell, he gets the keyhole, he can see through the door.
He does automatically lose a level, though, right?
But he does fatigue a level, 100%. So
he has a random sort of summon power that gives him a power.
He does,
until he re-rolls it.
He does have a random, weird... The portals do something.
Yeah, it's like a lottery. You roll a D8 or D10 or D12, whatever it is, and you get a power.
I'm okay with that.
He has a
summon.
He has a porter.
Yeah, it's a utility summon. It's like an invisible servant, but visible. It's visible.
It's a demonic imp.
It's a demonic imp.
It's a demonic imp. We're gonna have.
It's a heretical.
Davies. Davy
calls him Davy.
Davy, yeah, the demon.
Davy the demon.
Yep.
Yes.
Not everyone's super cool with that.
I mean,
but he seems relatively innocuous, so we haven't smited him.
He probably makes a mean cup of tea, is my guess.
Haven't smited him yet.
No smiting. But yeah, so and it carries, actually, strangely enough, amazingly useful, because he carries way too much stuff.
Well, he carries all of.
I'm just saying
Lorelli's stuff.
He minorly breaks encumbrance.
For one character.
For one guy.
Okay.
Just saying.
Good point. That's
just
fair.
Saying. I mean, and it's great. Like, it's actually a thing. Like, that's strangely enough, that's a great spell. I should make that fatigue. Strangely, I think I should. Like just a burden John. Typically, though, there's again, we'll never get through this. Typically, though,
AAR. We just talked about the characters. Time to go.
Typically, though, I will say, I'm going to do the Remus second.
Okay.
Because I like the Remus a lot. I think the Remus is a winner. 6-year-old bourbon. It's a high rye, 39% rye, 51% corn, 10% love. No, it's 10% malted rye. Okay, wait. And this literally toes the line between bourbon and rye. By 2%, I think. Although ryes are typically very high rye, right?
We're gonna. Which do you think is your least rye? The least spicy rye. The Redemption. So we should try that next, right after this, just to. I mean, it doesn't have a strong rye note. Anyways.
Yeah, let me open this while you're.
Sure.
So okay, so
one.
What?
Oh, and then he has also the magical skills.
Yeah.
Like ancient knowledge, rune knowledge. Right. So he
has all.
Because nobody else has any of that.
He's the lore guy.
Yeah, nobody else in the party has any of those.
No.
So that is important.
That's good. That's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
That's good for him, right?
Yeah, that's an important.
So we got the mage.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's acquitted himself well. Like I said,
sure, he's done. Oh, he's dropped some dudes with that blast.
Yeah, in combat. Again, I think mages are at a disadvantage because they're drum rolling. So typically, their first round is wasted.
But it's a big party, so he almost always has a screen.
Yeah.
So he's not getting
like in
pressured.
A 4-person party.
Oh, 4-person party, it's way harder.
That's rough.
Right.
That's a hard.
But he's always has a wall of people in front of him. Typically. So. Yeah.
So he's done okay, I think. Second character is Jeffrey Vincent.
Yes.
Played by Jeff, so
works out.
It works
easy.
He is the Lord, the younger Lord Vincent of the Vincent Barony. He was sent here by his siblings who want to get him out of the way. So he's sent to the frontier by his siblings who want to get him out of the way for when their father kicks it soon. So he's out of the way, and they can easily transition themselves into power without any succession problems, effectively. I mean, everybody sort of knows that that's the story. The official story is, of course, they're sending their younger brother out here to succeed out on the frontier.
Make money.
Start a mining empire, whatever. Or die, win-win. Whatever. Or die on the frontier. It's all good. And he has, I mean, so Jeffrey has, administrate.
Mm-hmm.
He's got, he fights with a sword, very noble, fights with a sword kind of thing. He has, he's a machinist.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is a mechanical, like the Vincents are known for their engineering, mechanical, and mining sort of talent.
Because they're from the hills.
Yes,
they're barren.
And Jeffrey is certainly no slouch or any of that. Up to and including being able to, make gadgets effectively. So we're giving him that ability to sort of make gadgets. His main power is the same as Batman. He's rich.
Yeah.
He's got all the cash. Now mind you, it's not that much cash comparatively, considering he burned 500 this month just for existing.
And he's got to maintain a household.
He's got 20 soldiers. Yeah. He's got a couple servants. He's got a house. He's got he's building a machine shop effectively to do. He hired 2 prospectors to go and start prospecting the nearby mountains and hills. So all that adds up super quick.
He's going to need some income.
So at some point we've got to. So that's sort of his mini quest, is to get into the black.
Right.
Effectively. To find whatever it is
that
he's going to get income source.
Right.
But he has all the diplomacy, all the noble crap.
And a little subterfuge, because the Vincents are a little subterfuge.
Little forgery, I think he has. I think he actually has forgery.
Yeah, pickpocket, forgery.
Yeah, he has like a little bit of that kind of going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. The Vincents are known for their stabby, behind the back dealings. Whether that's a reputation which is fair, it depends on who you talk to. I think.
Sure.
But yeah.
I mean, they're playing politics, sometimes differently.
Yeah, sure. And there's not a ton of room for politics here. So I am hoping to get sort of there's a tiny vibe there, right? There's 4 families.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple other factions, I think, that will play up. And there is a management game.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And we got the mood for voting.
There's a vote, right? There's a council that votes on things as far as how to expend money in the town and so on. And they did actually thwart sort of a little bit of a play.
Power play by the Lascos.
The Lascos wanted to corral a bunch of farmers and sort of make their own manor controlled by them. It would have whatever. Actually, at that point, it would have quite a few, like 18 farming families effectively. Right. So a good 20% of the farming sort of prowess for them, and they would be taking that money effectively, as opposed to, So I think it's something like, I think the town pays something like 3 bits, which is like 3/10 of a penny, 3/10 of a buck, right? 3/10 of a penny. If the food's produced in-house, and 75/10 of a penny, or 7 3/4, if it comes out across the mountain,
right?
So
getting a domestic
the
monopoly
would make that make up that difference. They go, well, we'll charge you 5,
right?
Done, right?
Yeah, and Vincent sort of thwarted that.
Yeah, they thwarted that. So there's a little bit of play going on there. Strangely enough, it looks like it's the Vincents and Fallerons against the other 2 families,
which is funny, because they're sort of
a little bit at each other. Yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I hate to say I don't know what else to say about Jeff's character. What else about Jeff's character? Like, I like the character from a character perspective, but mechanically, I don't know what is interesting?
You know, I mean, he's he's a sort of medium light fighter, right? Rapier, offhand, I think.
Yeah, he does have a pairing
Either
dagger
medium
offhand.
or light armor, I forget which. I mean, he ends up being in the front line because he ends
It's
up being
just
in the
it
front line,
happens.
and
Yeah.
then sort of gets whacked a bit for it.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, he has no. He's really.
because he's not quite beefy enough. Although someone's got to be in the front line.
Which barony has the market cornered on oil paint? I don't know. Who?
Art?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds southern.
Oil paint? I'd have to think about that. Who would do oil paint? No, I don't
Or
know.
maybe it's mineral. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's northern. Like
That
oil.
could be, yeah. I'll have to make one up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I and don't get me wrong. So the campaign again, and I said this, before we even started. I said there's a fundamental conceit of the campaign is the same fundamental conceit as in Star Trek.
Right.
The bridge crew goes on the adventures, even though that's stupid.
Right. I mean,
like the captain has no right being on any you
Sure.
would sit on the bridge
and you wouldn't expect typically the Lord.
Yeah, the
To
Lord
be adventuring, but he is going to.
The Lord sends 5 guys,
right? Because that's not the game. That's not that game.
Yeah.
It's the Lord knows. Right.
Having said that, people have made second characters to accommodate that if we needed to.
Sure.
If someone needed to go on a hiatus, or if there's a reason why Jeffrey's like, well, I'm not doing this.
Right.
I'm going to stay in town and do this other thing.
Right.
I'll email you.
Right.
I'll send my other guy.
Right.
So we do have a couple characters. So we have multiple characters to sort of work that
if we need to.
If we need to.
And then he's got
lady painting greater than all. Sure.
Then we have the son. His son
Alphonse, who's played by his son. So it works out.
Perfect.
Really, it's perfect. It works out. And he's a ranger, effectively.
Yes, he is.
So he's very much
straight
a
ranger. He's outdoorsy.
Ranger template. He took all the outdoor skills.
He is really the only person that does that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have a few skills.
I mean, Patrick has navigation. Grim has survival.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's Alphonse does all the outdoor stuff.
So, since the campaign has a heavy
hex crawl
through hex crawl contingent,
it's a big deal.
It is important. So there is there is an honest to goodness mechanical sort of how to get from one hex to another is sort of important. And one of the things is you need a navigator. Right. So you need someone to make a navigate check to, get you to there. Right. To find out how do I get from here to there. You need a pathfinder, which is I'm getting from here to there. How do I avoid things like rock falls and
wild
jumping and animals and whatever, right? You're sort of avoiding badness. Mm-hmm. And then you have scouts. So you can assign up to 3 scouts. The more scouts typically the better because each scout effectively, covers an arc, I suppose, of the party. And when an encounter does happen, I'm going to roll randomly to find out where you were, where the attack or wherever the thing came from. Which and if you don't have a scout, you get nothing. You get no chance to avoid it. Right. But the scouts then give you a chance to avoid. So Alphonse hits on a lot of those. He also has track. So again, tracking sort of
beast mastery,
useful skills. He has animal lore, beast lore, whatever hell we call it this time. Animal handler. I don't know. Name your skill. Beast.
I think it's beast lore.
Beast lore.
Sure. Animal handling is different.
No, well, there is no animal handling.
Oh, there you go. Just beast lore?
Yeah, just beast lore. This isn't GURPS.
Oh, riding's different.
This isn't
riding.
GURPS would have all those skills. Beast lore, animal handling, riding, grooming. Yeah. Like GURPS has like 900 skills. Yeah, animal husbandry, because that's different. Strange. It is. But we don't. Except beast lore, fuck it. We're just doing one thing. There's probably, I don't know if there's too few skills or too many skills.
I think it's perfect.
The problem is there's too many characters.
Nope.
And so, no, I'm just saying.
You know, a lot of overlap.
I'm just saying that, strangely enough, the number of skills you have in the game needs to somehow fit the number of average characters you're going to have in a party. Sure. If you want to minimize overlap. If you don't care about overlap.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, I'm not unhappy with where we're at. But yeah, Alphonse is a ranger, young, right? He's not really a political guy per se. I think he took the ranger template and added the noble stuff instead of the other way around.
Yes, I think
because
so.
I think the noble template has a lot of like administrates
and he doesn't.
and diplomacy.
Dad does all that. Dad does all that.
Dad does all that. He
adventures.
He's a lackey for Dad, which is good. That's fine. Every father needs a lackey. I don't know where I'm wrong. So mow my damn grass, kids. That's all I have to say. Just mow my damn grass.
Do rangery stuff around the house.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So moving to one more to the right, I'm mentally picturing is Percy. Percival. Crow mage thief. Assassin.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he has all of the, legerdemain, which I stick with, but is an unfortunate choice
I love
of skill names.
I mean, he's officially the only real thief in the party.
Yeah, he has all the thief stuff, right? So he has legerdemain, so he has pickpocket, sleight of hand, right? He's got traps, which is important because no one has traps. I think he has lockpick, which no one has lockpick, I don't think, other than him.
Sneaking, stealthing. You conceal, all the things.
Yeah. So he has all the different things. He does. I think he took the assassin template, so he does have the backstabby kind of. If he gets the drop on someone, he does a bunch of damage.
Right. And just the extra damage if he's behind you.
Yeah. So he has all of that, and he also has the foul bellows, which is bird themed.
Yep.
Mischief.
Yes, bird mischief.
Bird mischief.
That sums it up. It's bird powers and mischief powers.
He's an expert in bird law. Much, right? It's, so like his low level, his perch, which allows him to perch, strangely enough. So it allows him to balance and sit or stand on anything, even if it wouldn't normally hold him.
Yep.
So I don't know how useful that is, but but sure.
It's great.
He has a cloak. The cloak's a big deal. Like it's a darkness, right? He can make his cloak surround him, and he gets conceal, and he gets +2 defense.
Other things that are bird mischief?
Birdie things?
We should have looked at these lists. He has
bird
spells.
No.
I mean, eventually he can.
Well, he has talk to. It's not wise bird.
Oh, he can send the bird out as a message.
Messenger, right? He can send the bird out.
Did that? He's done that. That's been actually quite useful.
Yeah. He has I forget what it's called because it's speak to, but it's not wise bird. Wise bird is second circle. He has
dumb bird.
No, it's a were bird. Yeah. Yeah. Dumbass bird. Bird literally just sits there. Like you cast the spell and there's a bird and he's
just squawk. No. Better than that.
No, it gives him +2 to searches.
Oh, okay. It's like an extra pair of
search, yeah, right? He points things out.
Good point.
So he
Great
can,
stuff.
he can eat carrion.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, I don't know how super useful that is.
Can't wait.
Someday.
I can't
Someday
wait.
when everybody else is starved.
I can't wait. Father Jones be like, that's not okay.
Percy's the only one that lives because he's eating like a corpse. Corpse.
I guess we got dead goblins. Dig in. I'll be like, oh, that is not okay.
Or is it okay?
Is it? Oh.
Yeah. Mutual of Omaha Wild Kingdom goes.
No, all I have to do is go, all right, I have a solution for me. I need to break somebody's leg because if I can carry you, if you can't walk, I don't have to eat for 3 days.
That's sort of funny.
Don't think I won't.
Sort of funny.
Don't think I won't. I could not have to eat for 3 days.
Never thought about how.
If one of you can't walk.
Never thought about
who volunteers.
I guess. But yeah, I mean, I like that rune.
Oh, it's a great rune because it's so offbeat.
Yes.
And you would never look at that and go, "That's amazing." You would go, "That's interesting. Yeah. That's cool. Like that's neat. That's not overpowered."
No.
No. Although eventually you can peck you in the head.
Yeah,
Like it, but it's not better than a lightning bolt.
It's not a great attack.
No, it's not better than a lightning bolt.
You wouldn't necessarily
right?
do that. Like you would do that against
a guard when you're
before you go in.
You're shackled,
yeah,
right? And they're dragging you off, and you're
Sure.
like, you don't have an option, and you just go bam, or
well,
whatever.
he has the peck, but he also can toss the bird at somebody, which then, and if it hits him in the head, it blinds them,
right? And terrifies Karen.
And terrifies Karen because she's birds.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah,
and strength headshots are 1 and 2. It's double.
Head points are
game. So headshots are actually fairly common.
Headshots are a little terrifying. Yeah.
So I said I like that's probably the character I would play where I play.
Oh sure, because it's interesting.
Because that's the fun.
It's just wacky.
It's not great, but it's
mechanically it's not as tuned, but it's interesting. Yeah. You can have a lot of fun with it. Yeah, it's got a lot of style points. You know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I agree.
I would play that guy.
Yes, I agree.
So then we move to the next spot on the table.
Father Grimm.
And it's Scott and his father Grimm.
Sunbringer.
Of
the Church of Stratus.
And the Sunbringers watch over places where undead show up.
Yep. And we beat them back to death.
They go... Yes, they
guard over. We live in swamps and other terrible places, and just keep killing the undead as many times as it takes.
Yes, it's a never-ending fight.
Well, when we're young,
yeah,
and then at some point we get older, and maybe sort of get posted to like a nice posting in Boston, and then we lose our edge a little bit. We get a little soft, a little fat. Maybe there's a little whiskey. But we can't help it. We piss off an archbishop, and then we get posted to the middle of nowhere.
And that's pretty much
here
the story.
Are.
That's the story.
That's the story of Father Grimm. He is probably the other beefy fighter. Other than Patrick.
Yeah,
he's a beefy fighter with a warhammer.
Spiky mace.
Warhammer.
Yeah.
Medium armor, has a big shield. Fair bit of hit points, tough guy, not agile. He's not action guy. No. He's and then he has all the
chunk on up.
Yeah, and then he has all of the all the church bits, right? He's a priest.
So couple things I was thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
First off, sword and board is the way to go if you want to tank.
Yeah, but I gotta smash undead. I don't.
Not sword, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, one-handed shield.
X.
One-handed shield. Yeah, I smash things.
Yeah, that's tanky.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because you're
like two-handed is not better. That's for damage.
Yeah, two-handed damage, 100%. If you want to stand up to 3 or 4 guys at once, you're going with a shield.
Right. Or spear and shield, but same thing.
Anything in shield.
One-handed shield.
Because at some point,
you need the
extra defense.
Yes, big deal.
And the plus,
right,
that you're going to get on the defense.
Yeah,
the shield gives you a plus to defense.
Yes, shield's the way to go.
And otherwise, your defense degrades. So if you're wading in there with a two-handed sword, you might have one good parry. Mind you, it's probably a minus, too, as well.
Oh, because their weapons are all penalized.
Yeah.
I mean, my mace or a hammer is penalized, but the shield's not.
It's not. So that's like, great.
Yeah, I don't even.
Scott Smash.
A little bit. That's what I do.
That's sort of what he does.
Yep. I literally have knocked it. Yes, we'll get to at some point.
Yes, we will get there.
I knocked the head right off a thing in one shot.
We're in chapter 0. We have
chapter 0.
This is session 0. We haven't even gotten to the actual the game. But yeah, so primarily a fighter.
Mm-hmm.
But you are a priest.
Yep.
So he does have the priest prayers.
Yep.
Which are super minor.
Yes.
Like very minor. They're prayers. He petitions the saints.
But they're interesting. They have a lot of color. There's a lot of ambiance to them. I mean, the big one is I can call Stratus to smite the undead.
Yeah,
that's the big one.
He nukes the undead.
That's again, it's a roll. Who knows? But hey, it's a shot to go. That guy, the hand of Stratus comes down and just smites them, and they're dead.
Yeah.
So it's not,
100%.
So it is sort of like,
Although I will say, the one that I thought you used, which I thought was great, was, and I forget what it's
called. The soldiers.
No, 2 of them. So he's used 3 of them to good effect.
I've used light. Light's good.
There's light.
Which is solid.
You've got a ton of use of those. Light, the dry boots, so he has the soldier's prayer, which keeps his boots dry no matter what.
Even walking through the poison water.
Yeah, he's walking through poison water.
All those losers with their wet poison boots. Not me.
TV's like, you had me at Smite.
Yeah, but
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what.
He had me at dry boots.
Dry boots. Let me tell you, Smite's nice. You know what's better? A whole day of walking in dry boots in the poison water. Yeah. The rest of the losers penalized.
Everybody else is miserable.
Not me.
Miserable. Because their feet are wet.
What was the other? What else did I do? I have a lot of great.
You carried Alice.
Oh well, yeah. Because I took that because I'm like, because it's a little hard to cast for me.
Yeah.
But I'm like, but that's the one that like saves somebody.
Yeah.
Like that's the one where it's the.
So he has a prayer.
Yeah.
That if someone cannot walk,
right?
If one of his allies cannot walk, he can carry them for 3 days with no sleep,
no sleep, no
food,
right?
No water. Like he can carry them for 3 days.
Right.
Crocs, no Crocs. Crocs have holes in them. For Christ's sake.
No, and because I was like, because she passed out from the blood loss from the purifying the river, and I'm like. She can't walk.
No, she's
because I only had like 7 hit points at the time.
You were,
but I'm like, but here's the thing. I don't care for 3 days.
Doesn't matter. So I do like.
I got really good use out of the petitions.
I do like that. As a rule, I think that's a good one, right? And again, very situational. Very.
Oh sure. I mean, they're all pretty situational.
Yes.
They're not. Other than light, which frankly you could do a lantern.
Yeah.
I mean, the only advantage of the light is I can still wield the hammer, and I can still have the shield and have a light source.
You're not carrying a lantern.
Right, exactly. But otherwise, most of them are pretty situational, but they're pretty cool when it happens. So, they're like minor spells.
Yes. It's that, and that's what priests. That's all priests are going to get. There's no divine
no. There's no
until you get to Karen.
Different
beast. Different beast entirely.
Speaking of which,
I think
I'm good.
So sitting next to Scott will be his wife Karen, who plays Sister Fiona, who is the eager, well-meaning, not super bright,
naive. Let's just say naive,
very faithful,
right?
Priestess of Estra. So these are the holy rollers on my right of the table.
Yes.
And she is an Altharza, which is
Divine Whisperer.
Which is Divine Whisperer, which are archer priestesses. So they are charged with protecting the temple from any depredations.
They're sort of the murder hobos of the priestess.
The priestesses are all about mercy and healing.
Yes.
But don't piss them off.
Oh no,
they have these ladies.
Yeah, she's.
Then there's 100 archers on.
She's terrifying. Like she's.
She's
a really good archer.
And they have mastered like special bows.
Right.
They have 2-stringed compound bows.
Yes. Nobody else has. Until Jeff figures out to finally invent the crossbow.
Like, hold on.
Which he'll get to. I mean,
Yes, he is
working on it.
He's figuring it out. But yes, they have
the best bow in the world.
They have the best bows.
Right.
They are, very, whatever, right? They're penultimate archers. They're okay fighters when it comes down to
it. They're action priestesses.
That's not their gig.
Yeah, they're the action priestess, right?
They're like short swords and bows.
Yep.
And she has lightish armor, medium. I don't know. I forget if she gets.
She can technically wear medium, but she wears all light because she doesn't want to take all the maneuver penalties.
Right.
Because she has all the action skills. She can sneak. She can climb. She's an athlete. She don't want to take a -2 to everything like I do because I don't have to do any of that.
Right.
So she went with the AV2 light armor as opposed to AV3 because it's really one AV.
Yeah, it's
loss
and armor. Right.
Yeah, rather have the mobility, right? So she's action, but she does have theology and all the sort of the routine stuff that a priestess would have. She just loses out on sort of the oratory, administrate, the more
scholarly.
Yeah, she's action priestess, but she has the rune, the Sacred Falls.
Yeah, she's Sacred Falls. So Sacred Falls is healing primarily, but it's been because I would argue that that's the most played rune ever. In the game,
a fair bit by Karen.
Yeah,
but in general, it's probably the single most played rune.
Yeah,
it's a great rune.
It's just has had a lot of working and iteration over time, so it has a lot extra spells.
Sure,
and some right because just because
sure.
So She has Estra's Aegis, which is a 1 armor and 1 defense shield that she can cast as a word.
Right, with some extra hit points, temporary hit points.
Temporary hit points, right?
Right. She has a combat heal. She has a eventually out of combat heals or bigger but slower heals.
Yeah.
She
Ease pain,
which is
okay.
removes a wound penalty.
Yeah.
She eventually gets a free action, gets you out of entanglements.
Yeah, water walk. She'll get
water walk,
and then water breathing ultimately.
Right. You know, it's a bunch of buffs and help and water stuff and a lot of healing.
Yeah.
And she can make holy water because no one else can make holy water.
She can make holy water. She can burn the undead down. Yeah, she
Right.
can make holy water.
It's probably gonna be real.
Burn the undead, and a lot of her spells required. Like I sort of leaned into that.
You did tap on sort of the use of holy water as a resource.
I leaned into that because I thought it was a nice. I mean, it's not a great mechanic for Karen.
That's like a penalty. Yeah.
But it's a
Makes sense.
It's a neat mechanic in
It
the
makes
sense
sense.
that it gives a mechanic. Like she has a mechanic now.
Sure.
And that mechanic is she has to have this holy water.
Right.
It goes bad unless she keeps it in a special vial.
Right.
Or she or 3 days away from.
Right.
Although I don't know what she took for her.
She hasn't yet because she didn't have enough free checks.
So
she missed a few sessions. So
She
after this adventure, she'll pick one of the three, and we don't. We haven't.
So she had a talent which upped one of her spells by a minor bump. One of those bumps was that her holy water lasted 5 days instead of 3 days away from a source.
Right.
But she also has the ability that
+1
once
heal.
Waterbelt Bear Alice consecrated the river, the entire river
is a holy source.
Is a holy source.
Right.
So she literally has 3 days away from a long river now, as opposed to
which helps a lot.
Yeah. So
and 5 days would be even better.
And 5 days you can go a lot of places.
Yeah.
It's not that big a map. So,
that's might be the best one.
Yeah, I'm always thinking
because +1 to the heal is nice, but it's just a hit point.
It's good.
You get more bang for that buck more often.
Yeah.
But the extra couple days on the holy water might be more important.
Good question.
But the other one is, I think you make twice as much holy water when you do the blood to water.
Yeah.
Also great, because if you're not near the river at all, that's the only thing you have.
She can turn her blood into holy water.
Right. So that's another really good one, because it's you don't have any holy water. Well, you're effed.
Yeah.
And so getting twice as many vials is a big deal.
For the hit point or whatever.
Right, yeah.
The 1 to 3, actually.
Yeah. What do we got here?
He says, we can turn you on and we can turn you on. I actually have no idea what he means.
No,
by the
it's
TV.
fine.
Are you also drinking?
I mean, I hope so.
That's good.
I have a grist house. If you're ever in Pittsburgh, highly recommend the brewery in Millville. Fine IPA.
There you go.
To go with my.
And I'm already through 3.
I'm
going to slow it down. I'm going to slow down.
No, okay.
I don't want.
I'm drinking.
I'm going to be racing.
No, we're not. It's not a race.
I'm not racing you.
It's not a race. But if we did, you
drank a lot this week. I drank a lot Wednesday. I drank. Like I was not drinking the past couple weeks.
That was the Remus.
I drank the Remus and the Old Forester and the Redemption.
All right, I'll try the Redemption. I do like both of these a lot.
I think the Redemption is lighter.
Sure, they're just so different.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they're both really good.
I don't dislike the Old Redemption. I like Bullet more because Bullet is punchier.
Sure, and I think you want that. You want that from a rye.
It's just Bullet is punchier. Redemption is lighter, and it has a little bit of a.
Do you know what the rye mash bill in this is?
I do not know what the mash bill is.
Interesting.
It is a almost not. I'm going to say piney minty vibe.
I mean, a lot of ryes are minty.
It has a little bit of a minty vibe to it.
Yeah.
And it's subtle, but it is in there.
I'll have to.
And you're like, what is that? Oh, it's mint. Like actually, the aftertaste is.
I mean, a lot of the ryes we like don't.
Yeah.
But a lot of ryes do have.
A lot of ryes have a minty thing going on. And this one does at the very end. You can.
I think I get it in the nose.
The aftertaste is 100% mint. Like right now, I'm tasting. I'm like, you know what? That's pretty good. I don't mind mint. It's a sweet mint thing going down.
I do like that. It's wholly different than the Knob Creek.
Yeah, 100%.
Like it's
way up here. It's very much a high note.
Yeah.
It's not a high shrill note. Like I find weeded bourbons and stuff very shrill.
It's not
If that makes any sense.
This is spicier.
Oh, 100% yes.
Even as a bourbon, this is a spicier than that rye.
Yes. I don't know how, but yes. I agree.
Interesting. I don't mind it at all. That's not bad. It's just very different.
But it is a different beast. It has a whole different note.
All right.
So at that point, we moved out of the room. So now I've filled my whole table because I sit at one edge.
That's right.
The whole table's filled.
The youngsters shunted to the kids table. Kids table.
Avery, who is a monk, effectively.
Yes, very much so.
The rune, the 7 virtues of the body.
Yes.
So he is effectively a light fighter with buffing spells.
Yes.
Pretty much, right? He has herbalism.
Yes, he has herbalism, which is used very effectively.
I mean,
and he can fight with a weapon.
He's actually had a terrible time, believe it or not. Like his
he's just roll bad.
His herbalism is terrible. He hasn't succeeded.
He can also fight with, I think, a staff.
He can fight with a staff.
But he can fight with his bare hands because he can basically enchant them.
Yeah, and turn them into blades.
Yeah.
Which doesn't do... I mean, it does... I think it does maybe more damage than the staff. I'm not sure. It's not...
I mean, the staff is low.
It's not any better defensively than the staff because the staff has a plus to block. But he does get the benefit that if he is hit in the hands,
right, it's
0 damage.
I mean, it's not better than the staff, arguably.
Yeah.
But you gotta cast a spell sometime.
Well,
so,
yeah, I mean,
there's a bit of that.
Spells,
100%. It is really good if you don't have a weapon.
It's good if you don't have a weapon. He actually did he used the improvise plus 3 DL and made them climbing,
which
climbable.
Is right.
So that was a use.
Yeah.
Again, I mean, that's not a bad use for
sure.
That.
It's like a free bonus.
Yeah, right. And so he did that. But yeah, otherwise, I don't have a lot. Like I said, there's besides.
He's action-y.
He's action guy, climby,
athlete. I think he's sneak.
Yes, he is those things, and then the spells.
Right.
That's sort of his.
Which are all physical buffs.
Yeah, which are physical buffs. So there's a point at which, like I said, as he goes up with his spells or whatever, it's probably will get sillier. Like he'll be
like
very
because I played I think a Baraki with that ring, which was ludicrous because at some point you hit like 3rd circle, you get crazy buff. I mean, at some point you
silly buffs.
Well, and you can cast all the easier buffs more easily.
Right.
The downside is they just all take time.
Yeah, so if you're in a battle that's going to take 4 rounds and you're spending 3 rounds casting, you just wasted most of the battle anyway.
If you know a fight's going to start in 1 minute, it's amazing. Because I remember one fight, I think forever ago that we did, we're going to ambush these people. And I'm like, in how many rounds? And then you just start casting all your buffs.
Yes.
So when the fight starts, you're running like 4 or 5 buffs, and then you're a terror.
Yeah.
Because you have all this, you have your blade hands, you've got your strong body, you've got your armor buff, you've got all these things going all at once, and it's really, but you need time.
Yeah.
For a lot of fights, they're over too quick. Maybe you get one spell off before the fight really engages.
Right.
And then you've got to go fight, because every round you're not fighting.
Yeah, you're not doing the thing.
Right.
Yeah, you
I mean, casting a buff is great, but that's a round you could have been doing damage to something.
Right.
Yeah,
it's hard to... That's a rough balance to strike. There usually is a round where there's some maneuver before anything happens.
Sure.
Right?
You should
and
definitely...
again, some of those fights are long because there's some fights that are like big boss battles.
Sure.
Big set pieces or whatever, right?
But a lot of fights are... the fight starts, and in 4 rounds, it's probably over.
Yeah. Or the winner's been determined.
Yeah, it's over enough.
And then you go, and then I'm going to go, next round, we're just going to call it.
You can't cast
it's
3 spells off because we needed you sooner. Yeah. But he's an action guy. He's got the body magic, and I know he is on a quest to find, because there are 2 other runes.
It's the mind and spirit.
Which, to make the full circle.
And he's not as smart, and he's not as spiritual.
Yeah. But
so good luck with that.
Yeah, you get there. Look, it's...
Neither am I.
Yeah.
But yeah. I'm not body either.
But those are goals to attain someday.
Right, absolutely. So
do all the monk stuff.
So then there's lands, Panok. Panoks are a poor, impoverished noble family They have the tiniest bit of land, somewhere in the Northwest, but they do have
A ranch.
a ranch with like the only actual like sort of living breed of horses. Most of the horses were actually wiped out by whatever it was that killed most of humanity with it. So there's not many horses left. The Panox have a knack somehow with equine, the equine, the equine persuasion.
They are the horse whisperers.
Horse whisperers and furries, but or bronies. But yes, horse whisperers for sure.
Sure.
And and so Lance has ride. He has a horse. That's his superpower, effectively, is a horse and a lance. Strangely enough,
done.
And I mean, again, so the horse is a little bit dicey because you do have to pay attention to where it is and what are you going to do with the horse. You can't go, you're taking the horse in the mountains? No, we're not taking the horse in the mountains, right? There's a little bit of that. But yeah, Lance's horse so he has Cavalier as a perk. His horse is sort of vaguely special, right? It has a little bit of that paladin sort of warhorse thing where he can just let it go and smack it on the ass and it will run away and then come back when he needs it, like that kind of thing, right? So he's never really in jeopardy of losing the thing, unless he would lose. Literally, like a griffin comes out and eats him.
There's the terrible thing that happens, but yes, in general.
But yeah, so he's pretty much a fighter with a lance or a long spear on a horse.
Yep.
That's mostly what he does. I mean, I have to say it's not.
Yeah, medium armor, beefy.
And he's out looking for spirit iron. He wants to get a weapon. He wants to craft or get a weapon crafted to bring this legend back to his family because he wants his family to return to greatness.
Sure.
Right?
Sounds good.
That's great. And spirit iron
this
theoretically is falling over here.
This is the place to do it.
That's it. And then we have Patrick, NPC.
Oh.
I mean, might as well at least give
him,
right?
I mean, he's gone every adventure.
Patrick Fowler, yes, because
he's a hero.
Patrick Falloran is the young,
and we like him.
Naive Falloran,
and we're definitely
youngest son.
No one's going to murder him.
No one's murdering him. He is big and beefy.
Yep.
Highly skilled.
Yep. Better than us.
He's better than the party by a little bit.
Yep.
He has a little bit of that vibe, and that's sort of deliberate.
Sure.
Like normally, I would never bring an NPC that's
but you want to go. You want to feel a little. He's jealous a little bit.
He's the foil to Vincent.
Yes, he's Vincent's foil.
He's Vincent's foil.
But he's a nice guy.
He is heroic.
Yep.
He is a nice guy.
Devout.
He is devout.
I like that.
He is weirdly all the things that the Vincents aren't.
Sure. Allegedly.
I mean,
Jeff seems okay.
Jeff seems fine.
Until he's not.
Until he isn't. But yeah.
Or his son. Or his hirelings.
His hired assassin bird pro guy.
I mean, that's right.
But yeah, so Patrick has gone on most of their adventures with them.
Yeah. And acquitted himself very well.
He's been okay. He is
big fan.
Big beefy guy, tanky shield, sword and board.
Team Patrick.
Yeah. The Holy Rollers both love Patrick.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, one of us more than the other. My wife. And he's like, "Why are you so dreamy?"
Yeah.
You're Chase.
You're Chase.
Yeah, but he's dreamy. I mean, objectively dreamy.
Objectively dreamy. He's a handsome boy. He's a handsome man.
And devout. Did I mention that?
And devout.
And that's important.
Very deferential to the sister and the father.
Yeah.
100%.
We like devout people. And this party, a little bit light on the devout.
A lot of heresy in it.
Just no.
Not outright heresy.
No, we've not.
Light treason.
We've not uncovered any heresy. We're keeping an eye on them. Okay, Davey.
I mean, there's a demon. Hangs out.
There's a demon. So far,
might have brought you tea once. Who the hell knows? You don't know.
We've given him whiskey if he would.
He probably brought you whiskey
if he would pick it up, and okay. Give him a pass so far.
So pass so far. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that all goes. But yeah, that's the group.
So what do we do?
I mean, what do you do?
No. What did we do?
Oh,
There's an AAR here.
there is. It's all I typed you notes. Keep that in mind.
I read it on my phone. Do you just want to put those up on the screen?
No. We're gonna talk about
Yes, we're doing it.
That's the whole thing,
Nope, we
right?
did. That's the party.
So that's the group. There you go. That was for East.
And at some
East
point,
Paladin
Alice the Water Bear is going to come with us.
and Alice the Water Bear. Yeah. So she is 13 years old.
That's going to be ugly.
She is a priestess, a special right. She is
going to get
probably very magically skilled,
Sure.
but she is 13 and knows nothing about anything.
She's gonna get
she
so-
spent her entire life in school
He's going to get so killed.
and in a cloister. Oh God, I would never take her anywhere. I actually did that, and
I know.
we'll see what happens. We'll see how that goes.
I'm continually going to try and talk
Different
Fiona
beast.
down
Yeah,
from
different.
that,
beast.
because that's
So-
going to go terrible.
So there you go. That's the list of characters for I think East Paladin asked for that because he's like, could you put it? I'm like, sure. There you go. We did that. Now he'll never watch us because
That's fine.
because it's going to be
It's-
stuck behind our boozy anyway.
Look, we got through that in the sober part of the night.
And it was only an hour.
Yeah,
It
we
was
did
actually
that.
good,
No,
and that was
fine.
a good rundown.
Rundown.
Let's not sell
No.
ourselves short. We're not
Professional?
awful. That too. We're not awful at this. We're,
Right, that's
we're
what I
only
meant.
bad.
Let's-
We're only bad.
Okay.
We're only below average.
Sure, that's fair.
Where's the kiddie pool? Get the kiddie pool. Do I have to take my shirt off too? Like, is
Please
that-
don't.
All right, so be it. So yeah, so as far as AAR goes,
Yes.
right? So where I left
Hmm.
the AAR
Yes.
was before you headed down to the caravan of death or whatever you want to
Okay.
call it, right? So you were in town,
Right.
The whole thing. I did all of that.
Mm-hmm.
I literally left it off with, and then they were heading to the zombie parade, effectively, right? So
Yep.
they had heard from old Mike,
Yes, old Mike. Young old Mike.
young old Mike. Yeah, old Mike is a young guy.
Mm-hmm.
So far, so good. Thank you, TV. I appreciate your encouragement. I appreciate
Like the optimism.
I appreciate that.
Unfounded.
Mr. Pessimist over here needs to just go.
You invited me.
I did it.
This is your fault.
I invited you. Invited
You could have just done this.
As I said, I was feeling lazy about it.
Yeah.
It's like, God, I have to do 2 episodes? What the fuck? I
We're
need some
gonna-
drinking.
We're
for
going to
this.
jam
Yeah.
this together with Scott. I'm going to make him do it.
Done.
Well, and you're like, I'll have booze. I'm like, all right.
How many bourbons can I, or ryes can I have? Doing
Perfect.
this AAR. And that's good. There's a lot of pages here, by the way. Anyway,
Buckle up, Buttercups.
Yeah.
We're doing
no,
this.
it's not that long. It's not that
No,
long.
it's not that long.
Honest.
We're
It's
gonna
not that long.
blitz right through.
We're blitzing. It's a ballroom blitz. So the party was, so they had ended in town,
Sure.
and they were going to head. So old Mike, who was a trapper, who's
Yes.
a young guy, but but all the other trappers sort of make fun of him.
Because he tells
Because
stories.
he keeps telling stories.
Sure.
He's a little bit of a pathological liar.
But not wrong.
But not in this case.
No.
In this case, he was telling the truth.
And apparently a very proficient trapper.
And he's good at what he does.
Right.
But he's always, right?
Telling tall
talking
tales.
shit. He's
Yeah.
talking shit. And he's always talking-
Zombies and coffee.
Always talking about how, 30 years ago when that kind of thing. And so they call him Old Mike.
Sure.
So Old Mike came back with a story
Mm-hmm.
that, a couple days southwest
Out of town.
out of
Yeah.
town,
It's close.
he came upon
Right.
this region.
Because that's what? Technically 12 miles.
No. It's not 12 miles because you travel 3 hectares.
Oh, no,
it's
2
30.
days.
It's 36 miles.
36
It's 2 days. So
36. That's right.
it's
Right.
It's currently about 36 miles, but
Right.
it's not necessarily. I'd have to look at the map, right? Because you did you did a little bit of this
Yes.
to avoid the woods.
Yes. That's true. It's further than that.
so.
But not incredibly
No,
far.
it's 2 days, so those 36 miles is a good estimate no matter what.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
We use 6-mile hexes in the game, and 3 hexes a day is sort of a rough estimate of how far you can go. Is sort of how it's done. force march, good terrain, you can go 4 maybe.
Sure.
Bad terrain 2,
Mm.
something like the mountains 1, like that kind of thing, right?
Yep.
So 6 miles is a good middle ground
Yep.
for how we go. And it's very standard, right? If you look at any of these OSR guys or these hex crawl guys, they're using 6-mile hexes.
Okay.
Or they do like a mega hex, which is 6-mile hexes,
Oh, okay.
24
I
miles
gotcha.
or whatever. But I'm not that clever. I'm just doing 6-mile hexes on which, by the way, I like the hex map.
Yeah, it's great.
Like I like that is
That works out well.
yeah, like so. It's very stylized.
Yeah, and cutting it down to 6, I think, makes more mathematical sense.
Yeah. So, well,
From 8.
strangely enough, 12 is a magical number.
Yeah.
Right? Because you can just cut it up so well.
Right.
So 6 sort of fits in there good. So
Yeah.
so anyway, so 2 days. He comes back and says that there were what did he say? He said there were coffins, glass
coffins with zombies moving in them.
Yeah, glass coffins.
Well, that's no good.
Yeah.
We got to do something about that.
So obviously, you talk to this guy.
He's like,
whose literally his job is zombie. He's like the zombie response force, the ZRF. So as soon as you mention zombies to the Sunbringer here, he's going to gather a posse to go take care of the zombies.
I mean,
done.
He sort of would rather not, but because he's old.
Well,
but he's like, all right, we got.
Anyone else can do the zombies?
We guess we're not doing this.
The answer's no.
So we gathered our posse to go check out the zombies.
And it was literally the usual suspect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was the table.
Yeah.
Which again is it's gonna be. I mean,
it's
the
away team.
Yeah, it's the away team. So the away team is all the bridge officers and Patrick in this case.
Yeah, of course.
Because you're gonna bring Patrick because
zombies. Yeah. He's a hero.
He's a hero, and he's like, yes, that's why he's here.
Right.
Like, whereas the other noble families are here to make money,
right,
and make an empire.
He's here to be hero.
Patrick is here to explore the frontier and be heroic.
Right.
Which I don't love the fact that this thing
can never make
dying, it. This thing's dying to turn off.
Yes.
My laptop is dying to turn
There's no way to make that. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So anyway. So I just haven't paid attention to it. So the party goes 2 days. It's an easy trip.
Easy.
Actually, easy hike. They come upon a ring of rocky hills, right? These looks like the rocks have been pushed up around this thing, right? It's natural in the sense that it's not built.
Right. So
but it does. It is. What do I want to say? But it is
unusual.
Yeah, it's unusual, right? It's like the ground has just been scratched up in a ring. The ring is about 120, 160 meters across around, right? There are trees that are sort of overgrown to the southwest because to the southwest of this spot there actually is like the heavy forest is sort of coming up over. And then to the northeast, there's the opening where the road goes in. You didn't find that right away.
No. But we did a circumference.
But you did a circle, and you found that the northeast has a thing. Southwest trees. Northeast was where the
crushed gravel road.
The gravel road. And so they send Avery and Alphonse
to
scout. And we'll do the overhaul. So I'm going to do the best for last. The Knob Creek is last. How much do I have this left? I don't have a ton left of this. So this is the A overhold is the Monongahela, Pennsylvania rye. It's okay. This is one I wouldn't buy again. Like if you gave me one of this list, the least I'd buy again, it would be this one probably, and maybe this one. But yeah, I don't hate it, but I don't know that I'd buy it again. It's not bad. So Avery and Alphonse scout. They climb up the hills, primarily because they're the ones with climb.
Right.
Not that you need climb, but it makes it easier in this case. And they come upon a bent metal structure. So again, I don't love to do this playing Bostonia since it is a post-apocalyptic world. So I hate to use real world analogies because it immediately gets everybody thinking the wrong way.
Yeah.
But think like bleachers, wrecked bleachers, right? A stadium kind of right? And on these bleachers are unmoving, humanoid, gray stone statues. These statues are like sort of a matte gray, worn down features, like they've been here for a very long time,
Mhm.
look old, and they're all in different poses. They're reaching, or they're pointing, or they're covering their face, right? They're all in various poses about this place in a large hilled arena,
Mhm.
about 120, 160 meters across, which we said. There's a jagged rock spire in the middle, gigantic jagged rock spire in the middle.
Like 5 stories tall or 4.
Yeah, like stories tall, right? And then 5 smaller spires around them, sort of arranged pentagonally around. There are 9 of these wagons, I called them, right? Because they're not coffins. They're too big.
They're big. They have wheels.
They're closer to parade floats.
Yeah.
Than coffins. They have wheels.
But they are glassed in wagons.
And they're glassed in. You cannot see, and they're opaque.
Mm.
Metal and opaque glass. And there's 9 of them. And one of them, the last one over to the whatever, the 2 o'clock on the clock face, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is spiked and is hanging on this spike. Whereas the other 8 are scattered about
on the ground.
In approximately a line on the ground. There you go. So, the party goes to the spiked wagon first, pretty much. They just go, right? It's fairly arbitrary.
Something happened there.
Let's go. Yeah, so they go to the spiky one. So they go to the one that's spiked.
And there are people spiked.
So the spiked one is sort of weird because, so picture that you have, again, a parade floaty wagon.
Mm-hmm.
It is spiked, right? So it's spiked is impaled up into this thing. And then it looks like there's a half a dozen or so spikes sort of just randomly spiking out of it, like dandelion style.
Mm-hmm.
And at the end of these, there are these statues which are impaled and spiked on these 6 spikes. So 6 statues. Gruesome on the edge of the spiky dandelion, spiky thing, which is spiked through this, the wagon. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
If it doesn't make sense, tell me. But that's what I'm going with.
Yeah.
So the wagon's impaled on a stone spike. Other spikes jut out of the wagon and are like impaled statues at the end. They're like on the bleachers, but they're stuck on the end of these spikes that come out of this wagon. There is a pipe or a cable which dangles down from this thing and is dripping a rusty, thick, gooey liquid, which I think they toy with for a little bit. Vincent sticks his dagger and it comes out super clean and shiny.
And smells sweet.
And sweet smelling. I don't think anybody does anything more with that, but I think they collect it. You collected it. You got someone collected it. Yeah.
That's gone forever.
But Lord Vincent dipped his dagger in and it came out super clean. Like it was
right.
It was like one of those commercials, right? Oh, look at the, right? It's a whatever, Billy, whatever his name was. That's ShamWow guy.
You dip the teaspoon.
Right. Yes.
Tarnex.
Yes, it was perfect, right?
Right.
So Avery casts blade hands, but he improvises, adds 3 to the difficulty, and he casts claw hands to climb up. So he climbs up to the top, into this thing, well, not into it, but on top of it, finds out that it's all shattery, and then he can bust his way in. There's a portal, so there is a door, but the glass is cracked, and so he can pound it and bust his way in. And he did that for some reason, but sure, so he busted his way.
Sure.
And goes in there, the spike just through the bottom, it explodes into, like I said, a dandelion-like, right, flower of spiky doom, right?
Sure.
There's not much in there.
No, not much.
But he hears scratching in the shadow.
Not nothing.
He's scratching in the shadows. And he sees a pale, elongated, right, 2 long limbs. I don't mean 2 like as in he had 2. I mean they're unfortunately long limbs.
Yes.
And he is wending his way through the spikes so as not to touch them. Scott's fading already.
No, I'm good.
You totally pregame too. Do I need to get you coffee?
Maybe later.
Okay.
Not yet.
All right. I mean, it's 9:17.
Look, I got up at 6:30. I can do this.
Sorry, that's still... I'm sorry.
Nope.
There's no excuses here. There's no crying in baseball.
I just need more beer.
Yes, you do. So yeah, so this pale, elongated dude, right,
Mhm.
crawling through the spikes, not touching them.
Not.
It elongates its neck to try to lunge at Avery and
Right.
bite him. He misses. Avery flees.
Mm-hmm.
Done. And you, I think, check to see if you've seen this undead. You've never seen it.
No.
But again, undead, like
Could be anything.
Undead are very there are very general types of undead, like the drowned men, the burning men. Like there are types of unsoul, like there
Right.
are undead that you like zombies.
Mhm.
Done.
Skeletons.
There's
the
also-
normal ones.
There are also undead that are very specific to a time and a place,
and weird.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and might be that
Yes. I mean, he's definitely undead because
everything
It's
here is
not-
dead.
it's not-
Or he's not undead, but he,
it doesn't. It does tick the weird undead box probably more than something else.
yeah, it's not a. It doesn't feel like a natural creature.
I mean, it's a humanoid,
Yeah, it's a humanoid.
right?
He just elongated his neck in some weird way to try to bite Avery. Yeah, 100%. You're like, yeah, it's probably undead.
Good luck up there.
Well, he's coming down because I scared him off. Right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. So at that point, Lord Vincent is chipping away at the stone at the bottom.
Yes, he was trying to. I think he just wanted to see what the spire was made of and weird stone chips, and then he had the idea. I think of like, well, if the stone chips impale the creatures, why don't we tie a few of these stone chips to make improvised stone-tipped arrows and see what happens?
Right. So he makes 5 or 6 stone-tipped arrows. So he takes the stuff from this spire, which spiked all these dudes, and he makes arrowheads out of it.
For Alphonse.
Gives them to Alphonse. And Alphonse is going to try to shoot the undead. Now, the undead did not follow. Now, we're going to assume it's undead. And it is. It's fine. I mean, you guys are in on the secret. It's fine. It obviously was, right?
Sure.
But it couldn't come in the light.
Right.
I think it didn't chase Avery because it was like, light, right? It backed away. So Alphonse was standing down there. But Avery, and don't get me wrong, these are my kids, so it's my fault. They do have a little bit of a habit of just deciding to do things.
Press your luck.
Like, how about this? They're not the greatest patient team players, if that makes sense.
Yeah. They want to do stuff.
They want to do stuff.
Yeah, I get that.
And
I don't want to raid around with the old fogies talk about what to do.
Right, yeah,
I get that.
Right, there's a little bit of that.
Yeah, it's they're young. They're young. They're teens, right?
And
in real life,
they didn't grow up with the same. I don't know what you want to say, gaming etiquette. Like, and you didn't either. But I mean, not that you're, but I mean,
no, under the bus, please. Come on.
Whatever. Anyway,
where's my puzzle?
Like, you didn't have the beginning
sort
of D&D experience where literally
I did.
There was a caller.
Yeah, I
did. A person who was designated to tell the DM.
I did not play old D&D. I did not learn RPGs through old D&D.
So like,
or my wife.
Right. Yeah, you played Hero.
Right.
With me originally, and a
different game,
smaller groups,
different game, smaller group, different game. Yeah.
No, so I don't begrudge them this.
Sure.
But I do occasionally go, you should just wait for the whole party to figure this out.
They don't jump in by themselves. Like, they don't mind that. Like,
yeah, like they'll be like, oh, I'm going to do a thing. I'm like, yeah, you could. Okay, well,
good luck.
So Avery climbs back up.
Right. Good luck.
While this is happening.
Right.
And Alphonse is like, well, I'm going to get a shot. And
maybe.
So instead of him getting a shot, so Alphonse is waiting for a shot. Avery climbs up with his climbing claws.
Sure.
And he goes up to the top.
Right.
And then I'm just like, I roll some dice. And then arms so a pair of arms slap out of the darkness to get Avery and drag him into the darkness.
Oh, I did get a shot off, did you?
He just, I was like, roll a dodge.
Right.
Rolled and
failed.
And he's like, whoop, whoop. And so that party sees Avery climb up. Alphonse is there waiting to get his shot. And then all of a sudden, Avery disappears into the darkness of this cabin. So Alphonse has to scramble up.
Scratch one mage.
Yeah. Oh, well. Looks like we lost one heretic.
Don't ever worry if he becomes a heretic or not.
Yeah. Done. So Alphonse climbs up there.
Climbs up to save him.
There's a short battle. It's a short battle, right? The thing, and Avery dodges, blah, 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 and he tries to stab the guy. Avery does get bitten.
Yeah.
Like a little bit, but it's minor. It didn't do a ton of damage.
I didn't remember that when I read your log. I'm like, oh, he got bitten.
Yeah, he did get bitten. He got hit by the elongated man.
Is he okay?
I mean, he's taller. I don't know. But yeah. So Alphonse does shoot him with the stone arrow.
Yes.
When he hits him with the stone arrow, the central spike reacts and throws this long spike out, which goes through the elongated man, and he disappears in a puff of dust immediately.
Yes.
And goes through Avery, who does not disappear in a puff of dust immediately.
Part of his shoulder does.
Yeah, well, it does go through his shoulder. It just literally goes right through, out of the car.
Yeah.
And at the end of the spike, out of the car, is then the statue of this elongated man.
Right.
And Avery's stuck on this stone spike.
Oops.
So they break it off to get it out of him, and then they medical him and so on. But he is injured, impaired. He's still impaired.
Yeah, hurt pretty good. Yeah. Pretty good by that.
So that was a bad gig, right? So, but yes, so as soon as the spike hit the elongated man, he puffed into dust, and then the spike went out of the car, and he was hung off of the end of the spike as a statue.
Yeah, interesting.
So I think, so Vincent made a stone spear. So Lord Vincent makes a stone spear, giving it to Lance, just in case, right? And the party starts to investigate the rest of
the wagons.
Yeah. Right. So, tangent. I actually read this in the notes that I was going to take a tangent.
Oh,
so keep that in mind. So this isn't a tangent as much as it is a... So, the group is mixed on dungeons.
Yes.
Right? The group is mixed on dungeons.
Sure.
I'm going to go with that.
I like dungeons.
I love dungeons.
Sure.
I grew up with dungeons.
You did.
Dungeons is dungeons, like, right?
It's in the name. It's in the name.
Right? I mean, it's not
in this name technically, but it's in a name.
I don't know. What do you want to say? It's not Meadows and Dragons.
No. No one wrote that game.
It's there's bunnies and burrows.
That's different.
Burrows in the name.
That's different.
But dungeons is in the name.
Yes. Sure.
So I love a good dungeon.
Yes.
And I sort of so with Runebear, the Bostonian, I sort of take a certain, what do I want to say? I think there is a level, a degree of sense that something has to make in Bostonia or not.
Okay.
Like there's a dial that I have.
Okay.
There are certain places which are going to make sense.
Sure.
I think the Goblin Village in the mountains.
Oh yeah. Very traditional.
Though it appeared
traditional,
you know, probably how the hell they built all that shit in whatever it was. Who knows, right?
They were dustless.
But right, they built, and it's just a thing, and it exists, and every area of that is going to serve a purpose.
Sure.
But I think there is a certain, in my mind, there's a certain joy to the Gygaxian dungeon.
I mean, dungeons can be weird.
Gygaxian
dungeons can be weird.
In my mind, means it doesn't necessarily have to make sense.
Right.
Things can be there just to be there.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be some logical ecology.
Right. I mean, some of it can be.
Sure.
But then, like I said, even in the first module I've ever seen in D&D, there's a room of 100 pools, and some of those pools heal you, and some of them kill you instantly.
Sure.
And some of them have treasure or illusions of the bright, and like they're that kind of thing. Right. And the whole point there is simply to, make it interesting and mystical and not exactly make sense.
Right.
And so I sort of take that in Bostonia, there's a certain level of this place makes sense. This place doesn't make sense. Right? There's a little knock.
Right.
And I go, no, I don't have this.
This one doesn't have to.
No.
Or at least these rooms don't.
They don't have to. Right? Like this doesn't have to make sense.
Well, it's more fun if it sometimes it's just more fun that way.
Well, and I'll tell you the other thing with
I have a hard time doing that when I GM stuff because I just look at it as like, what is this place for? As opposed to I'm curating an interesting adventure. Like I have a harder time.
Well, there's a couple things. So a couple things to keep in mind. I think in my head with this, there's two reasons. For one, with Bostonia especially, is that very quickly early on in Bostonia. And this is not the game necessarily, but the world, I learned that if everything makes too much sense, players will instantly try to second guess you at all times as to what something is for real.
Right, because it has to be a modern analogy.
Right, if someone goes to me, oh, that's a stapler, I'm like, fuck you.
You've sort of ruined it because now...
I hate you.
Because
it's a copy machine.
I remember Rick did that.
Yeah.
I remember stapler because Rick did that, and you were like... All right, Stabler. That's all it does now. Like you sort of ruin the mystical of it if you boil it down to just.
I call it the Gamma World problem.
Yeah, right.
So it's the Gamma World problem.
Some things they just
have had a lot of that, right? Where,
sometimes it just has to be weird and sort of unknowable. And yes, this is a weird version of Aftermath in the sense that it's
it's Gamma World,
right?
But fantasy Gamma World. It's Gamma World with but if you seg fantasy and not technology. Gamma World segs to technology as magic.
Right.
And this segs toward magic as magic. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one reason. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, here's how we're going to combat that. I'm going to go stapler, but I'm just going to go, and it doesn't make sense anymore. Like,
weird stuff is weird
shit.
Yeah, weird stuff is weird stuff.
Yeah, like it becomes weird. Right?
Yeah.
And gives me a little bit of leeway. The second is simply, I think, from just a 1970s Gygaxian, OSR, whatever perspective, the fact is that I think the intent was the underground hates you. The dungeon hates you.
Sure.
Like, the dungeon rejects you.
Right.
And all this weird stuff, this anomalous behavior, it's essentially Event Horizon, but not quite as right. It's a little bit of that, right? That didn't make sense either.
You're not supposed to figure it out.
You're not supposed to be here,
right? Or be here.
Yeah, this is alien.
Get out.
Yeah, right. And so places like this, I feel the ability, like the goblins. No, that's not a thing.
No,
like, that's not. But this, I can go click.
Sure.
This place hates you.
Right, and it's definitely a press your luck.
And
it's sort of in the, you can stay here and try and deal with it, but it's not going to make sense. It doesn't have to make sense. Good luck with that.
And I'm okay with it having an internal consistent logic. Like if something happens, it happens.
Right.
And if something happens, right, if you figure something out, it will happen consistently.
Right.
But it doesn't have to make a universal sense where you go...
But yeah, and it doesn't have to make sense as in there doesn't have to be a 2024 version of this that is the parallel, right?
Absolutely. So it is a little bit of this place hates you.
Right. Yeah.
And it is rejecting you. You are the enemy, right?
So I hate it too.
Yeah, there you go. It worked out. So okay, so that was a little segue, just to just a little interim, just to understand, right? Because by the way, Jeff looked at me during the game last week, and he said, "This doesn't make sense." He mouthed to me, "This doesn't make sense," and I was like,
it's not supposed
"Okay,
it's not supposed
that's cool.
Yeah,
good. Are you uncomfortable?
Yeah, you should feel uncomfortable here.
Good. This is a bad place. This is
a bad place.
It's not a good place." So we got 8 other wagons. They're all metal. They're all frosted glass.
Right.
Now, I had little cards, but you guys circumvented the cards. Like, I had cards, 8 cards, right?
Oh.
You could draw them.
Oh, see whatever
was in there, right? But you checked all the wagons first. Like, no one was opening any of these. Like, no one was going to open this.
That's stupid.
No. Okay. I overestimated. You're anxious.
I mean, your sons have to get on board then.
No, it's good. It's all good. I'm in.
Look, Father Grimm's like, let's see what we have before we start messing with it. He's a cautious middle-aged man now.
That is the best.
That's the best.
Knob Creek's still the best. Like, I'm just like, yep, okay, and bam, just buy the Knob Creek. What the frick are you doing? Like, what am I? What are we doing? What am I doing? I spent.
No, the bourbons are so great because they're different.
I do love the bourbons.
But if you're going to buy a rye,
nope,
just buy this one.
Creek. Or I should have bought anyway. My sadness.
Oh, so good.
So
it's okay. It does all the things you want a rye to do.
It's hot.
It's hot.
It's spicy.
Spicy.
It's sort of under, like there's not this over note which is too sweet.
No, it's
but
rich.
It is sweet, but it
is sweet but rich. Yeah.
No, it's a good bourbon, a good rye. Good rye. So 8 other wagons,
right?
And we're not going to go over each one because you didn't open any of them.
I do.
But some have sort of frosted, like they're gray.
Mm-hmm.
Some are white. Some are black, like they're burnt frosted, right?
Laurelius peeked in too.
Well, we did do. I did do that one.
Yeah.
So one of them seemingly ran over some folks who are now statues.
Right.
Others are partially buried into the earth.
Yeah.
And then one of them was overturned.
Oh, right. At the statue.
Busted open.
Right.
And it was a statue.
Came out.
In pieces.
Yes.
So there was a snake statue
to the cult
wrapped around a staff, and that is the eternal symbol of the
cult of immortality.
The cult of immortality.
Which is the frankly big bad thing.
Right. Now, they're not the big bad thing in that they're all over them. It's not like
No.
It's not like they're the big bad like the Borg where they show up.
No, but
they're the ancient bad.
Right. They're the ancient bad, which is, the ancient Bostonians got lured by the deceiver to join the cult of immortality, to turn away from the true faith of the father and mother. And when the father and mother saw this happen, they're like, yeah, we have to make it all go away. We have to Noah Ark this, but with fire.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And so the mother took the true believers into her bosom in the water and drowned them in safety. And then the father burned the planet.
Yes.
And we rebooted.
Yeah, we rebooted. So,
and that's like, 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, that's a long...
However long years ago, right?
Right. So, you have a Church of Immortality.
Right.
You have a snake crawling up a staff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like half a caduceus,
right?
Effectively, is sort of my take on it.
Yep.
This one has green gemmy eyes.
Look valuable.
Look valuable. So, of course, Alphonse is on those. He's like...
He got those.
He pries those damn things off. 100%.
Mm-hmm.
But you recognize this. Of course, the priestess recognizes this.
This is an evil.
Yeah, this is what this is. So you go, oh, okay. So this is now okay. All bad,
right?
All bad. The wagons also, I did note that they're all connected by this cable pipey thing that you saw dangling off the one. Presumably, that rusty stuff is in
the pipe.
All that pipe. You don't know because none of them were broken. Like
right.
But each of the cars is
we didn't play with that. Really.
Didn't play with that at all.
Yep.
So instead, and I sort of rearranged the log a little bit because because I switched off.
We went back and forth.
Yeah, we went back and forth. But I was like, let's not go back and forth in this. So Magnus, Laurelius.
Whatever.
I put Magnus, actually Laurelius is what I put here.
Perfect.
But I might call him Magnus as my own running gag. Not that it's funny, but it's funny to me.
Sure.
That we've been using the wrong name of the guy for months.
I was lied to. I'd say I was lied to.
So he used his portal room
to
look through the doors of the cars. But again, since it cost him each time, he only did a couple.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's draining.
Yeah. So in one,
I might need some lightning bolts.
So
Grimm's not dumb. He's like, he might be a heretic, but he's a lightning heretic, and I might need that.
But he casts lightning bolts.
That's right.
So the one of the dark covered ones, he saw 9 burning men writhing around in the darkness, crawling over each other. Right.
So that's no good.
So presumably you open that and you're dealing with 9 zombies.
Yeah, it's not good.
Who throw fire.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, not great. And the other one, probably even more disturbing, was an opaque gray fog.
Yeah, that
couldn't
can't
see
be.
anything.
Nothing good comes out of that.
Gray fog.
Nothing good comes out of that.
Who knows what happens when
that's a Stephen King novel right there.
I know what happens when you open it.
Sure. That's a Stephen King novel. And I'm like, no.
Please open that.
No.
Please reopen that. And the answer is no.
And that's when Grimm made the executive decision.
Yeah. We're getting out of
We should go back to this.
So
I have to consult.
So give me a second. So this is a good. So we'll get to the main spire, but then
Yeah.
remind me.
Oh, that's true.
Remind me.
We didn't
to
try
jump
to
out.
decide that yet. I
Remind-
was already thinking
Yeah.
about that.
Remind me to jump out, and it's a good aside.
We did check out the main spire.
Yeah,
That's
so
a
the
good
main
point.
spire.
Yeah.
Some people are looking at the main.
That really sealed it.
So some dudes are at the main spire.
Right.
So main spire, big canonical stalagmite.
Yes. From the
You're
ground.
welcome.
From the ground.
Stalagmite from the ground. It's like stories tall, like 5 or 6 stories tall.
Mm-hmm.
Gigantic cracks are all through it.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking through the cracks. They can actually see through some of the cracks.
Mm-hmm. Peek inside.
Like they peek inside. They actually widen one of the cracks by
with
picking at
pickaxe.
it, right?
Yeah.
And they make a little bit of a hole.
Little view hole.
They look inside with a lantern,
Mm-hmm.
and they see a huge fountains inside there. The whole thing covers this gigantic fountain.
Mm-hmm.
It has, again, in the middle, the snake, serpenty, caduceus, Church of Immortality.
But
snake.
Yeah. But in time.
And there's 2 or 3 basins, right?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like marble, maybe some coins in the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhere over there, steps going down into the abyss, the dungeon.
depth.
The dungeon.
The depths.
Right? Yeah,
the dungeon. The bad place.
And it would probably take, I said, a day to axe through enough
To pick through.
to get through, to crawl, to
yeah.
get through this thing, right?
Mm.
But by then, they had spent, because they didn't get there in the morning. They spent enough
Right.
time. It took enough time.
Probably
Evening was going to come.
Probably mid-afternoon.
backed off.
Yeah. Had a chat.
They backed off to a camp
Mm-hmm.
about a half mile away from the
Yeah.
hills,
Mm-hmm.
and the arena glowed that night.
Mm-hmm.
So everything was glowing.
Unnatural green glow.
What's up, Lewis? How are you, Unicycle?
Hey, Lewis.
How's it going? So yeah, so you had a glow. The whole thing was glowing. The
Evil
whole
glow.
valley,
Evil
hills,
glow. Evil glow.
evil glow.
Green
It was
evil glow.
It was greenish because green is evil. Let's face it.
Green is evil.
If Mr. Yuck has taught me anything,
Green is evil.
green is bad.
That's
100%. Green, not a good color.
not a good color. That's
Favorite color, green. You're bad.
Mhm.
That's sort of how that goes, right? So
Mhm.
yeah. So the arena glows.
right.
The snake eyes were glowing, but I don't know that anyone noticed that.
Alphonse noticed.
Alphonse noticed.
He didn't tell anyone.
Anytime because
I mean,
they're 2 dying gems.
heresy.
They're like fists on his gems. Yeah. What's up, man? How are you? It's good to see you, Liz. That's why or talk to you. I can't see you, but you know.
Because the heresy.
Because heresy and riches. It's
Yeah.
just weigh it. I'll take the riches, thank you.
You also get the heresy.
And you get the heresy too.
It's a free bonus to your rich.
I get heresy and yeah.
I have a because no one will watch this. I have a speech planned
Oh, perfect.
to the party.
Oh my god.
Once
that's
we're
great.
done and succeed, I'm being optimistic about what you bring out of here.
Perfect.
I know.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for the speech.
I'm excited.
I mean, you have to succeed now.
Oh, I mean,
If you all die, there's no speech.
or if Grim dies,
If
no
you're
speech.
I got
I'll whisper my speech to
Fiona.
Fiona.
Yeah.
She can give the speech. And it only can come from a religious character. So,
Are we discussing our honeymoon? My honeymoon was fine.
it was great. I highly recommend Belgium. As an American,
He did-
you will have a great time in Belgium.
I did West Virginia.
It was a long time ago. I assume it's still good.
I did West Virginia.
I-
And it was-
I do recommend.
And it was pleasant enough.
Food, chocolate, and beer, done. That's anywho.
Moonshine, West Virginians. No, I don't know. I don't know what to say. But it was
God.
it was fine. It was a little resort. So it was,
Sure, I'm sure it's great. Who doesn't love a
it was a gift. We had no money.
No.
We weren't going. I mean, we weren't.
we just decided we were gonna dead
Yeah,
it.
you did it, and I was like, no. Like I will say, a tangent. By the way,
Honeymoon,
our
honeymoon
our
talk.
wedding was super cheap.
Yeah.
Like all our stuff
Yeah.
super cheap. Like
Well, I mean,
$5,000.
Yeah,
done.
ours was because my wife's parents paid for it,
Yeah,
so also
different
cheap.
different cheap. Yeah.
different cheap for us.
We paid for ours,
Yeah.
but my parents paid for the booze.
Mm.
There you go. So yes,
I was gonna. I
there you go. There's our honeymoons.
That's-
Yeah, like Lewis.
I paid for the Sierra Nevada Pale Ale because we had a bar, but it was only whatever their bar wine, their bar beer, and I'm like, yeah, I need a craft. I reached a point where I need a craft beer.
You're like, I can't do it.
I need a case,
Even then,
one case
even
of
then, even
98. Yeah, I hit
Even
it.
then.
98 craft
even
beer.
then.
Yeah.
Like I enjoyed your wedding. I enjoyed your reception. It was fun. I don't remember the beer or whatever. I don't remember anything.
Sure. It's
I
fine.
don't remember a lot of things.
Yes.
I don't remember. I mean, it was a long time ago too, right? But
We've been at this a long
it
time.
was a while.
It's
ago.
been a hot minute. Where are we at?
Anyway,
Right.
glowing.
Yes,
My
evil.
wife was glowing.
Oh,
No,
right. Yeah.
no. So yes,
Evil green glow.
not
Not your wife.
not my wife.
No.
That was not.
No, that was the cult of immortality.
I made a reference to the stalactites and the green eyes in a tower, but Belgium is good too. But yeah, so we had evil glow.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the scout. So what? So Lance, right? They ride back. Do they ride back?
Lance and Avery? Maybe?
Yeah, Avery climbed on the back of the horse. They went back, right?
Because your kids have to do stuff by themselves.
They just have to go off
by themselves. And I'm like, well,
it's a bad habit. It's a bad habit.
Good luck with that. Let's see how many times this works out for you.
So they went back.
Yes, they did.
To check out what was going on.
They did.
And what they saw is they saw the green. So all the wagons now are glowing.
Yes.
So the wagons are glowing.
Mm-hmm.
The green eerie glow coming from the statue.
Of course.
Partly from the gem eyes because they were green.
Mm-hmm. The evil.
Evil.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, green is evil. Those are synonymous at this point.
That's just fair.
And then all the ashen statues
Right.
are now not where they were. They're not spiked in the things. They're not sitting in the bleachers.
They move.
They're not anything. They're all 100-ish plus of them are now prostrate in front of the green glowing spire.
Yeah.
Right? Worshipping the green glowing spire.
Yo. That's not good.
And at that point, the scouts return.
Right.
And they're like, oh, we're good. That was good. Yep, information obtained. We're back. Right?
Yes.
And then the group decides that we're
That's
out.
when Father Grimm makes the executive decision.
We're going back.
We should go back to town and
regroup. Regrouping.
But
but Percy stays behind because I don't know what the hell that was about. Like, I don't know why. Who made that choice? I'm not even sure.
we didn't even ask you to.
I'm not sure who made that choice. I'm not sure why that choice.
I think Percy just doesn't like life.
I'm not sure why who made that choice. But nonetheless,
Yes.
you headed back.
Yes.
So here's my tangent.
Mm-hmm.
So
Went fine.
here's my tangent. My thoughts on that were you have to be careful as a GM.
Yeah.
Because there is a point to which, and this is always different, but there's a point to which the party goes, well, that's weird, but I'm going to engage with it.
Right.
And a point to which the party goes, well, that's weird, and I'm never engaging with that. Goodbye.
It was never.
I'm just saying that it's an interesting.
We just took a break.
It's an interesting.
We took a little.
That it's an interesting, it's just an interesting character study, as it were, right?
Sure.
Where you go, oh, hold on.
That's right. Too much.
No one felt comfortable enough to engage with anything in this valley.
Right.
They had to leave for some reason. I don't know what the goal was to leave, like what you were going to magically do leaving.
Live a few more days.
I'm just saying, we're going to leave and do a thing and then likely come back and do a thing.
Yep.
But it was obvious to me at that point in time that it's well, I presumably made this unapproachable. It had dungeon resting bitch face. Somehow.
Did you not enjoy Percy staying behind?
I enjoyed the whole thing. I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it. I'm just saying, and it's fine. Whatever. You do what you do. That's part of the game. Is going, well, what do you want to do? And you go, well, I'm going to run back to town to do something.
Yeah.
To maybe get a drink, maybe hit the restroom. I don't know.
Yes.
Whatever you're going to do. But it did strike me as I sat there. I'm sitting there going, well, obviously I made that wacky wacky enough where everybody said, well, I don't know, what are we doing? I don't know what to do. I need a week to figure it out or whatever.
Do you want another reason? Karen wasn't there. I wasn't going to do it without Karen. That was literally it.
You're like,
I mean, look, I role played that Grimm's like, oh, that's a lot.
you're like, we're not doing the thing.
I mean,
about
I
it.
need a hot minute. I got to go talk to the other priest. And
just like I can't do this without my honey. That is,
pretty much that was
there you
it.
go.
That was just that.
Makes me feel better.
It was just like I'm not doing the cool adventure part.
Like,
look, all the exploring the
Sure.
wagons. She don't care. Is there shit to kill? You know what I mean? Like she's gonna want to be here for that, and I don't want to. Like I don't remember how late in the evening it was.
It was late enough.
It was late enough. We probably could have. But I'm like, we can just head back and restart it next week. Yeah, that's right. That's totally right. That was
perfect.
It was very selfish of me. But I'm like, I'm glad it's not going to be here in 5 days.
Sure.
When we walk back,
right.
Spend a day in town and walk because that was it. It was literally 5 days later we were back.
Sure.
So.
Sure.
Well, and I'm like, you know what I feel better with? Not only my wife, the killer archer priestess, but all her holy water. But all her holy water. So that's why. That's the backstory of that.
We once had a D&D campaign, 2nd edition, I think is what he said, where all the characters were A, siblings, and B, allies. I'd be surprised how much you can level up trying to run away from everything that the GM throws at you.
That's hilarious. Oh my god.
That's beautiful.
That sounds like a really hilarious campaign.
We had a campaign where we're a sibling, except for the grumpy priest. It was the bird campaign.
Oh yeah, well.
But the different.
Why do I keep playing priest? Grumpy priest.
You like grumpy
I like grumpy priest. Look, I didn't make that character. You made the grumpy priest.
That's true. You came in
because I was living in Southeast PA. Oh
yeah,
yeah. Like that was an NPC.
Yeah,
and then Chris, you're like, hey, I got this grumpy priest who can't fight at all. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
By the way, the most badass, the only character that's ever turned into a saint. I'm just saying.
True. He is a saint now. He's a saint. He wrestled a demon on a bridge.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've had some amazing.
I've
had some really good iconic moments as characters.
That was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good grumpy.
I've won all. Of
That's good. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, no, it was just because I wanted Karen to be there. That was it. It had nothing.
You know what? I feel better.
It seemed scary. I'm not saying it
better.
But it was just that I don't want Karen to miss this.
That's good.
That was it.
I feel way better. Like
that was it.
I was like,
it wasn't like it's
miserable.
No. Don't. It was, and Grim isn't full of vim and vigor as he was probably 20 years ago. That's not Grim anymore.
I'm not asking anyone.
How about this? Grim is a cautious sunbringer.
I'm not asking anyone to play differently.
Yeah.
It
wasn't you.
I do have to think about these things all the time.
It wasn't your presentation of the issue. It was me going, I think my wife would like to be here for this. I don't want her to miss it. That's all. That was it.
Perfect.
And I can rationalize it in many ways given Grim's character, but that was it.
Okay.
Also, holy water, thumbs up.
I do. Well, yeah. I mean, she does bring healing.
I mean, I understand. We would get however far we got, and then she'd show up next week with her holy water. It's not like, I get that, but I'm like, let's start with it.
Yeah.
Let's start with it.
That's good.
So, yeah. It's not you, it's me.
All right. Well, and then I
there you go.
Strange enough, I was going to say I've heard that before, but I've never heard that before. I haven't dated that. Enough, unfortunately.
Well, we're not now.
I need to be more in the dating scene. Yeah.
Nope.
So next morning the statues are back.
Right.
To where they were.
That was actually more unnerving than anything else to me. That was more unnerving than anything else.
Some of them are back on the spike.
Yeah, the statues.
But there's a bunch of them that are not on the bleachers that they were. They're instead at the northeast entrance.
Where we enter.
Looking toward the road in anticipation of the party to enter.
Right. Which is no bueno.
No bueno.
No one likes that.
I felt that. Yeah. So the group decides
it was a little scary.
The group decides to return to town. Look, every campaign's a horror campaign. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
And then, look, if you're going to play a horror campaign, play the priest.
I always tell my kids, look, I've had bad dreams in the past.
If you're going to play in a horror campaign, play the priest.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm a fan. I mean,
horror's fun.
Yeah. No, it's all a little bit. Yeah. Okay. The group said return to town.
Yes.
Except for Percy for whatever reason. It's like, no, I'll stay.
I mean...
Staying for to watch what? What are you watching?
And here's the funny thing is, he just stayed in the... It's not like he really explored. He just stayed in the tree.
Well, he stayed at the camp.
Right.
Like, I don't... I get
No, it's great.
It's just one of those where I go...
I love it.
What was the point exactly? I don't know.
The point was... Fun bit, which we'll get to.
Sure.
But I don't know why he thought it was a good idea.
Like, I don't know why... Yeah, I don't know why anybody said, like... I'm staying, and no one said, "What are you staying at the hell spawn for?" Like, what possibly could you?
I mean, I probably should have. That was my bad.
Like, well, I'm gonna see if something happens. Well, if something happens, you're fucking dead. Like, what are you doing?
Grim probably should have tried. I should have probably tried to talk him out of it. No, I feel bad about that.
So okay,
it's a shame I'll have to smite him.
So yeah, well, 100%.
My bad.
I already know what happens when you smite him. By the way, I've already had that.
Great. You mathed it all out. Done. Nice.
Mathed it up.
Let's see.
Smiting time. I picture, by the way, I don't know if any of you've seen. I don't know. That's like it's Lewis and TV, so whatever. I don't know if anybody's
you. Both of you.
All of the one person that's ever watches this.
So good.
I picture the turn undead.
Yeah.
Like Alice in Borderland.
Like which?
You remember Alice?
I do. I never watched season 2.
Just season 1.
Yeah.
Just
what?
They run out of time. A red light comes down and just boom, just bam. That's what I picture turning undead to be.
I think it's cooler than that.
I mean, it's cooler than that. It goes anywhere all the time. But yes,
it's just a beam from sky.
It's just a beam from the sky,
and you're gone. Yeah.
And poof.
That works.
Done.
I mean, canonically. Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
It's a beam from sky and you're done.
And you're dead.
Through anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where you are. Underground, in a house.
Nope.
Don't care.
All the way down, yeah.
Beam from sky gets you anyways.
So
it's the best.
The group goes back to town.
Yes.
And I mean, mostly it's buying potions.
Sure. Bought some alchemical stuff.
You grab another pickaxe or two to dig through this.
Right, because we did you're like, well, it's a day to get through. I'm like, well, we're going to need a couple pickaxes.
Yeah, like get a couple pickaxes.
Sure. We did equip.
Right. There wasn't a ton that went on in town.
No, it was quick.
You guys went to purchase potions, and I think you did purchase a couple. Like you purchased a firebomb and blah blah blah. Right there's
Vincent did. Yeah. Vincent bought some stuff. Actually, some people bought vials. So when Fiona made holy water, everyone could have a little bit of holy water.
Avery talked to the archaeologist, which moved into town, Mern.
Yes.
And Mern was like, "Well, I mean,
told him about the whole place.
I will buy stuff.
Sure.
Like if you have artifacts out of here, I'll buy them." And he did offer to commission a trip once it was safe. He doesn't want to go. Like Mern does not want to go. He's an older guy. Yeah. He doesn't want to go to
Evil Town.
Death Valley. He doesn't want to go to Evil Town.
Sure.
He wants to go to cleared out Ancient Town
for loot,
for stuff. Right? Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So he did commission. He's like, well, if you clear that place, I mean, you want to.
I'll pay you to
take me there.
Yeah, sure.
Young Alice wanted to come.
Yeah, she did.
And Karen was like gonna let her come, and I was actually, the funny part was I was like, that's a terrible. Like I'm sitting there going, oh Jesus,
we got to talk her down.
She's gonna die. Like there's dying. Like there's
I know.
Like there's a lot of you. So there is.
She almost died by the goblins.
No, I get it. But that's what I'm saying. Like it's not. But I'm like, really? You're gonna bring her? Okay. Like there are times when the NPCs want things that are dumb.
Right.
And Alice, being 13,
wants things that are dumb.
Things that are fucking not like that are right. She wants things that are like, hey, I want to go explore the world. It's like these are zombies, honey. They will eat your face.
Let's not start with this.
Yeah.
This is S tier. S-tier challenge.
Maybe the Hellmouth isn't the place.
That's right.
To explore the world.
We talked Fiona down, so she didn't break.
Right. So you talked,
but she had to sort of persuade her not to.
Oh no, I get it. Like there was a whole thing where they were like, oh, we should bring Alice. She's got to learn to die, to get her face eaten by zombies. What exactly?
They just gave her the whole. The Mother Superior is going to be really mad. Look, I rolled my eyes against an archbishop, and I'm stuck here. If you get the water bearer killed, you are in a world shit.
Yeah,
Forever.
the water bearer, like
Yeah.
she needs.
Yeah.
Supposedly, she should be back in whatever.
She shouldn't be here.
Wherever they
Like, she
them.
convinced the Mother Superior to leave her here.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can learn something. Like, well,
It's fine.
You don't need to learn anything. You need to
learn in town.
Hit that staff on the ground and purified water happens. Done. That's what you need to learn. No goblins, no zombies, not whatever the hell this shit is. Like,
right.
And these, anyway.
Hilarious.
You did talk her down.
Yes.
So, Alice.
So she's still alive.
Father Mickelson gives you his St. Christopher medal.
True. Can't be bad.
You safe. Whatever that means.
I mean, don't know, but I'll take it.
Me neither. We'll just made that shit up.
I'm going to write that down.
Christopher, I don't know.
Medallion.
So
safe.
saints, by the way, I just copy Catholic saints.
Sure.
Like and mostly ride with their story. Like I mostly go, oh, what was the saint story? Because the saints,
a good story.
Saints all have freaking weird stories.
Stories.
Like,
yeah, fun story.
Hey, I got my face eaten by cannibals or whatever. Like they all have stories that are great.
Yeah.
It's nutty. I have a book of saints.
Perfect.
And I go to the book of saints and I look through and go, wow, that is freaky. Let me do right. And
add that.
And that's where most of the Bostonian saints are. So anyway.
Head back.
So you head back. It's May 5th. The group returns. The group returns to the campsite. Percy is there. He's okay, but tired after being chased by statues. So what actually happened was... is that... So we ended the last night, the night where you guys left.
Yeah.
Was that there was a glow, right? Percy was up in a tree.
Yeah, perching
into the glow, perching on the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And, he saw the statues, the 100 statues, right? And appear and blah, 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 right? And so, and they, he looked into the valley, and I think they weren't there, right?
Right.
The thing they
vanished.
So when he saw the glow, he looked to see where the statues were, and they weren't there.
Right.
And then looked down at the base of the tree, and they were all there.
Yes.
So that's where he actually ended the night.
Right.
And then waited a week. So what happened to Percy is that the statues did the whole Doctor Who Weeping Angels thing, right? Where, they're never moving, but they're moving.
Right.
Right? And so Percy was running from them using his perch, because perch lets you effectively move on
limb to limb,
right? Yeah. He can actually walk in the tree limbs, as though he weighs nothing,
right? Because he's a little bird.
Yeah, I mean he's gigantic dude. But eventually, as he did it, he turned and ran into one of these things, who then rolled to hit him, and hit him, and hitting him effectively meant they turned to dust. Hey, Dustin, what's up, man? Currently living in a tent. Good to see you and Scott hanging out. Well, I will ask for that story in a moment. But nonetheless, so Percy runs on the branches, but as he turns to see his pursuers, he turns back. One of them's right there, rolls to hit him and hits him. And what happens is the thing turns to dust and Percy inhales him. Accidentally.
As happens.
Sure. And thus Percy is now possessed. So Percy was possessed by a spirit called Avilius, he died outside of this temple when the father nuked the world.
Sure. Like 1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago. But his wife and child had been already inside the temple.
Sure.
Permitted inside before. And Avilius is looking for them.
Yep.
And so he is controlling Percy.
To find his wife and kid.
Yeah, find his wife and kid. He wants to know what happened.
Right.
He wants to join them, free them, whatever he can do.
Sure.
And he has enough of Percy's memories to go, but Avilius is afraid to go in. He's not allowed to go in by himself. He's not allowed to go in. The priests of the Church of Immortality, they have strict punishments for those that go in, so he's not going to go in by himself. He just can't quite manage to do it. But he knows, Percy knows that you guys are coming back, so he will go in with you.
Right.
And hope for the best.
Sure.
Right? And hope as he slides in, right? So now,
Unbeknownst to the party.
So Dustin, you're living in a tent. Where are you at? Living in a tent. I will continue. I'll wait for your answer. So, group comes back, heads of the spire, starts digging, but Avilius knows how to get in.
Right.
There's a phrase, a passphrase. Speak, friend, and enter. Well, in this case, it's speak one true God and enter.
That's not okay.
In the divine tongue.
Not okay.
And that's not okay because in the divine tongue, one true God. So the problem is the one true God was effectively refers indirectly to the deceiver.
Right.
The bad guy.
The bad guy.
The bad guy.
The bad guy.
So it is blasphemous to say. It is even more blasphemous to say that in divine tongue.
Sure.
Which is what the ancient tongue is very close to.
Right.
Right.
Fortunately, the holy rollers can't read it.
Yes, the mage could read it though. The ancient lore guy could read it.
Really, if he blasphemes, it's only his soul.
So I'm currently doing gold prospecting in a remote part of Ontario, Canada, Pickle Lake area. Well, that is fascinating.
Well, best of luck.
I mean,
That sounds like a lot of
if you
work.
strike it rich,
Good.
I'll start a Patreon. Anyway, done.
Hilarious.
So he can and literally and John left
Yeah.
my kid, Percy, Percy's player left me a note saying I will mark that out so that
they can.
that John that the mage sees it.
That's so good.
Right, I'll say it so he'll say it and
Right.
open the thing up because he knew how to get in.
Right. Otherwise, you have to pick at it your way.
For a whole day or maybe more. Right, the whole thing.
What a hassle.
Hey, Raven, what's up? Hey, good to see
Hello,
you.
Raven.
Taking a boat along some lakes and prospecting got Starlink, thankfully. Wow, there you go. You
In it to win it.
and yeah.
Oh my God. The
And-
2024. You can watch
You can-
YouTube.
yes.
You can watch YouTube's while you're prospecting.
Old prospecting.
It's like 1849, but also 2024.
Two idiots in 1849 and 2024.
Perfect.
Done. So yeah, so Percy leaves that message.
Right.
Because again, they're sort of sharing his head now.
Right.
So he leaves that message for Magnus, for Laurelius.
Whatever.
I'm going to say it every time. To find, because
Yeah.
he figures he'll do it, right?
He'll read it, yeah.
He'll say, yeah,
Use ancient
100%.
knowledge, right?
And he does, and he knows what it is.
Right.
And so there's a whole discussion as to whether we, right? And then someone says it.
Yeah. And the crack opens.
And the crack opens, right?
Right.
So one true God. Boom, the crack opens up. It's a little blasphemous because again, it does reference
I'm not saying it.
the deceiver. It references the deceiver. 100%.
Right.
So the crack opens, and now they're in. There's a fountain, snaky fountain,
Right.
and the stepstone.
Ancient coins in a fountain.
Ancient coins in the fountain. The group does decide, what are we drinking tonight? Well, we have Remus, Old Forester, 1910. My old A. Overholt, Knob Creek 7-year rye, and Redemption rye. Those are the drinks we have.
And I have Grist House IPA.
And he has an IPA, whatever, because beer, whatever. I mean, I actually like most of your IPAs.
It's delicious.
But nonetheless. So at this point, we've effectively hit the dungeon.
Yeah. Now we're doing it.
Now here's the funny part.
Uh-huh.
Now this is GM confession.
Ooh.
The dungeon wasn't there originally. Like there was not. The dungeon actually wasn't as
Just a
extensive.
statue?
It wasn't quite there. Once I felt like the party wasn't engaging with the wagons,
you're like, we need more.
I'm like, I need.
Well, if we're not going
I
to do
need
all the wagons,
I need another thing.
Right. Because we weren't opening those
need a
wagons.
thing.
We were not going to open those wagons.
So I was like,
that's amazing.
I was like,
I would have never guessed that.
command decision.
We're doing a whole dungeon.
Dungeon.
And by the way, thanks to me, you had an extra week.
Oh, I had a whole week to do it. Like I have a giant map.
Because I noped this out of there.
Yeah, I have a crazy map and everything. Like I did a whole map.
That's
I
amazing.
did a whole map.
That's
But that was literally
amazing.
I was like, this whole wagon thing isn't working.
They're not doing the wagons.
I'm throwing a
We
dungeon.
could just be the wagons, But you don't want to do just the
I have
wagons.
9 rooms.
Nope,
Right over,
we're not doing the wagons, Chris. We're never going to do the wagons.
I'm
We're
like,
never going to do the
I need
wagons.
something else.
So
I
good.
need something else.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
So I'm like,
I hope nobody watches this. not you. Not everybody watching. Thank you for watching the party. I hope none of the players watches.
I mean,
So good. I love that. That makes it so
it's funny because the game,
You're
game is a weird mix between I'm going to do a sandbox,
right,
and
but I still want a story.
but you need stuff.
Yeah. Stuff has to happen.
You can't.
If all the players say no to everything, that's not a game.
Right. So you need some.
You put steps down. You're like, they'll probably go down the steps, right?
Right.
Like it's like a big sign going, adventure here, because the wagons didn't do that apparently.
Yeah, and no one was touching the damn wagon.
No, I love it. Oh my God.
Fuck their steps, though, guys. Right? I mean, yeah. What about that? Yeah.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, that's the TMI, I'm sure.
No,
A lot of.
I'm not going to tell anybody that.
A lot of info.
I am never going to let it go to my grave.
There's a little bit of.
That's the note.
There's still a little bit of man behind the curtain in all these games, right?
We are playing Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, there's a little bit of.
Right.
Let me.
What
gets them to go to a thing?
Yep.
Dungeon steps. Done. Wagons wasn't it, so I'll throw that one away.
It's so good.
Yeah, so
that makes it so much better.
Absolutely.
It's so much better.
So yeah, I was like, okay, there's steps, guys. Come on, can you do the steps at least? Fuck, can we? What are we gonna do? What are we doing? Yeah, presumably glass coffins didn't do.
Don't
you have steps?
No, don't trip anyone's triggers.
I'm just
They're
saying.
Look, they're in the wagon. That's fine.
You have to do.
Nope.
There's a. I don't know what to say, but there's a.
So good.
There's a little bit of. It's a little improv-y.
I love it.
Some days.
Oh, it makes it so much better.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to say, but anyway. So okay. So the group gets to the spire.
Right.
They know how to open the spire because Avilius, Percy, knows how to open the spire.
Right.
They say the passphrase, which is not speak friend and enter.
Don't.
Speak blasphemy and enter.
I don't
right?
do that. Someone else does.
And someone does it. I think it was because it was by accident a little bit.
I think it was
Coffee Raven. Oh, come on.
No, I think it was the monk.
It was the monk. I think he just ran because I was like listening
because L'Oreal told everyone what the phrase was, how to say it, and I think he did it.
Yeah, and I was sort of listening for
who's going to do it?
Yeah, right. And so he did it.
Because we did it technically twice because it closed. We did it, sat around and watched, and then it closed again. So it only lasted a few minutes.
Right. So they said they spoke the
one true God
phrase.
Don't ever say that.
Opened up, and now they're down the steps. And so they go down the steps, it spirals down a little bit to effectively a circular chamber. There's an articulated metal grate, and then inside this circle chamber is like a mechanism. Yeah. And so Vincent quickly determines this is an elevator, a lift, right? Yep. He's been in enough mines, right? That kind of thing. And this thing, he figures out how to use it, right?
He's mechanical.
Skill rolls, blah, blah, blah. And the thing chunks down on gears.
Cogs, yeah.
All the way down. Quite a bit down, by the way. Into the first room of this dungeon.
Yes.
And the first room of this dungeon is like long tables, benches. It's almost like an inn or a longhouse.
Yeah, like a mess hall or a tavern.
Yeah, right. So, and it's dark. Like right now you're on lantern light, so you can't see jack. So there's chairs on the outside. The whole thing smells very sweet, sour, rotted.
Yeah,
right?
spoiled stuff.
Right. There's tables on the north with casks, and then to the east. There's a door to the west, I think, right? And a door to the east. But the door to the east is behind I call it a bar. Right. It's effectively, because it is. It's a
barrier.
It's a little barrier, right? But someone notices that there are humanoid figures over there.
Never goes well.
Never goes well. That is absolutely true. So the party does head into there, but they go to the east to check out the statue.
I mean,
figures.
the mage goes first.
What did the mage do on that?
I mean, he went up to them.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. He just walked right up. Yes,
Like, that's dumb.
Well, and Lance. So okay, so the figures all had. So the figures had. They were human, oid,
Sure.
with peasant clothes, and some of them had attachments on their hands, either scissory claws or big hammery maces, and they all had blank faceplates on, and they were unmoving. They didn't move the entire time.
Right.
I think Lance triggered them by trying to knock the faceplate off of one of them.
Okay.
He dinked with them with the faceplate. And then one of the clawy ones reached up and grabbed his spear and tried to snip it in two.
Sure.
I think that's what started the fight.
Okay.
Right? So you have this big old room which looks like a common room or a great hall, right? And they go to the east where there's, I'm going to say a bar, but there's not really drinks or anything behind there. There's nothing really back behind there, but it is a waist-high barrier, blah, 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 right to the east. They go up. Lance dinks with them, trying to prod their, the mask off. The thing reaches up and tries to snap his spear in him.
Fight.
And then there's a fight. So these are servitors. There are three types of servitors in this battle. There are the scissor hands. So they have crab claw hands. If they parry you, they get to immediately do damage to your weapon and then try to break the weapon.
Right. But they mostly failed at that.
Well, they only actually parried once, so it sort of sucked. Because I did not do a good... Yeah, I didn't roll great, and it didn't work out great. So, whatever. But they try to break the weapons with their claw hands. The hammers, big maces, they just hit dudes. Right? And then the other ones had no prosthetics. Right? Nothing. But they would grab you or whatever, and then a drill appeared either off the shoulder or off the chest, and then tried to drill into whatever they had grabbed. So they grabbed a person and then tried to drill into them.
Good times.
Right? So the servitors, there's three types. The scissors, the drillers, and the hammers, pretty much. There's only 6 of them.
Yeah.
And there's 98 characters in the group. So
there are 9.
There are 9.
There are 9. There's a 9 of them.
Yeah, so
we outnumber.
Unsweet tea. So Raven has coffee. Lewis, Unicycle has unsweet tea. I have Knob Creek. Scott has an IPA.
And Knob Creek.
Dustin is drinking gold. Presumably gold.
Mountain stream water.
Yeah, gold. He's drinking molten gold.
That too.
And TV, I don't know. Coke and a burger? I don't know. I don't know what TV's
Sounds delicious.
It does sound delicious, by the way. Shouldn't have said that. I don't know what's wrong with me.
Ruined it.
Ruined a lot of things. So yeah, Now again, one of the problems.
Big party.
I'm going to say problems.
It's just a big party.
There are 8+ people. There are 8 people at the table.
Plus the NPC.
Plus NPCs potentially.
Right. And we all fight. And we can all fight.
And
like no one's an alcoholic.
And want NPCs to be around.
Yeah.
Because again,
they're interesting.
Because if they, I don't know. I mean, you can have some NPCs that only show up in the town. I think that's
sure. And a lot of them are. Most of them are.
And most of them are.
Right.
But sometimes you have to have an NPC go along, just to just because then he's part of the gang a little.
Well, I gotta play the lords off each other.
Yeah, there's a whole thing, right? Yes, absolutely.
I mean, you got to keep the lord equilibrium.
And it is in Patrick's nature to do the stuff.
He's a hero.
He wants to do the
He
thing.
wants to be a hero.
He wants to do the thing.
I want him to be here.
He wants to do the thing. And so...
He soak hits.
So, it's not like 6... I didn't want...
But you didn't want a 2-hour fight.
This battle did not want...
Right. You wanted something relatively quick with a little bit of danger.
This was more
Right.
These are some of the things you might face.
Right. You're setting the you're setting the tone.
This is the battle.
Right. You're setting the tone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
So there's totally 6 of them versus 9.
Right.
You were never going to not win.
No, but they might break a weapon. They might hurt somebody.
Right. Yeah.
You know, and you're certainly getting a taste of what you're going to see.
They didn't. I rolled terrible.
No,
the whole time. Like, I rolled like shit the entire time. I rolled terrible.
You did. You
like the night before, I was rolling 12s.
We sort of beat their ass.
You beat their ass.
We beat their ass.
I think they hit someone once or twice.
Yeah, they did not do a ton of damage. The party.
It was not a good fight for the bad guys.
Yeah, you know.
But they did get the idea.
But they're not.
There were at least 3 of these dudes. Right?
They do exist.
You had guys that could break weapons, guys that could hit hard and do like concussion. And
then the grabby drilly guys.
The grabby drilly guys, who if they grab you are going to start to then drill through your armor.
Right. And then it's penetrating damage, etc.
100%. So during the fight, so the fight goes reasonably okay, but during the fight, Percy tries to cast.
Sure.
And blows it hideously.
Right.
Now, Percy is currently Percy and Avilius.
Right.
And so as he fails the cast, the crows, his crows, revolt.
Right.
They start squawking at him. They just, instead of him casting crows to make his giant defense cloak, he casts the spell and the crows sit there and yell at him. Right? Yeah. They harass him. They fly in his face. And the group, now, don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly sure who knows Percy is a mage or not. I think Vincent knows that he's a mage of some sort.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Grimm suspects he's a mage.
And Grimm suspects he's a mage. Everybody, so
I don't know. It's not painfully obvious, but he definitely does stuff.
There's some weird continuum of, hey, do I know if this guy's a mage or not? Because he hasn't done. He's not casting lightning bolts.
No, he's not.
He did the messenger thing, but I don't know how.
Yeah.
And he does always have crows around.
Yeah, but he's creepy.
He's creepy.
I mean,
he's creepy.
Not in a bad way. I'm just saying he's creepy. He's
hanging out.
He's creepy in the way that
the kids in the playground.
He's creepy in the way that wizards are creepy.
Got it.
Right?
Wizard creepy.
He gives a wizard vibe.
Got it.
I mean, yes, he's not super, like, obviously, so, what's the monk's name?
Avery.
Avery has blade hands.
No, he casts.
Obviously.
Yeah, he does, totally does.
You know, Magnus. Magnus has lightning. We're just, no, I give up. I'm going back. The log says what the log says, but you're right. For the purpose of this, he's just Magnus.
Magnus, which is totally not his name.
No, it's his name. They might rechange it in the log.
We're sticking it. We're sticking it.
Magnus has lightning. He's a mage.
Once you get so many apostrophes, you don't get the name yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You've lost
if you have to put apostrophe in your name, I'm like, I don't care.
Like,
you keep the log. Who's the fourth one?
Fourth what?
Mage.
So you have...
Oh, Karen.
Yeah, Karen's a
but
mage,
she's a priestess.
A holy mage.
That's allowed.
Don't get me wrong.
Allowed.
For you.
Not for everybody.
Not every priest goes.
But it's allowed. It's the best kind of magic.
It's the best kind of magic. It's theoretically God magic or
heretical.
But that's
depending on who you talk to.
That's a different different beast. Like that's a So Percy tries to cast.
Right.
It blows up.
Crow's mad.
All the crows go nuts on him.
Crows are mad.
And everybody's like looking, going, what the heck's wrong with Percy? Like everybody all of a sudden. So Percy uses that moment to convince the spirit of Ilias that he uses persuade.
Right.
And goes, hey, if you don't let me take over, they're going to kill you.
Yes.
Or me, or us.
Yes. Or
nuke you with Godfire. Whatever they do. They still might.
Right.
And Percy's like,
I'm better at handling this than you are.
We can't do this.
Right.
You screwed up.
Right.
Let me
do my thing.
And I will still take you to your wife and daughter.
Sure. And then we'll nuke them.
And he succeeded to persuade.
He did.
So he did the thing.
Right. So, yeah.
So he did the thing.
He's sort of back in control.
So he's back in control of the body.
We don't know.
No one knows. Yeah, that's the thing.
Sure.
And so they defeat the Servitors.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, again, it's not that hard.
No, we just beat them.
It's not quite enough to
Right.
make it scary.
Mhm.
But, so you beat the Servitors.
Mhm.
Vincent pries off one of their masks.
Checks it out.
And, well, because when they, and I skipped this part, right? When they came alive,
Mhm.
all their eyes snapped open. Like the mask went, right?
Okay.
Like there was a definite click,
Okay.
where the masks all came open at once.
Oh.
And their eyes were open.
Right.
And then they came at you.
Right.
And then you had the fight. And so he pries off the mask. And again, they're zombies.
Mm-hmm.
The eyes are connected, unfortunately. To the mask. The nose is gone. The mouths are sewn shut.
Right.
They're zombies.
Yep.
Awful zombies.
Slayed them all.
Again, I've watched a lot of shit. And I've had
dreams.
I've had a lot of dreams.
I've had thoughts.
I've had a lot of
thoughts.
Yeah.
Fine. Doing great.
So, group moves on from there. They do not go through that door. They go through the west door.
Yeah.
Not the east door, the
This
west door.
is best.
I don't know why, but the west door.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a prayer room.
Mm-hmm.
And did Magnus Laurelius, whatever the fuck his name was,
Just go with that.
no anointing, or did he just see prayer? Because the rooms are labeled. Did he know one or the other?
Don't remember if we got that name right or not, or if it's just in the log because you said it.
He did prayer.
We knew prayer was south. I don't think we knew anointing was north.
So the part
went south.
The prayer.
Right.
And so it's a small room. The floor is covered in rice and pebbles.
Right.
There's a few small stands of wood
Mm-hmm.
where someone might kneel on, right, or stand on. But otherwise, the floor is covered in pebbles and rice.
Yes.
And there is blood. There's blood on the floor.
Yeah.
Old stains.
Yeah.
And there's blood
On the wall.
old stains on the walls, and the entirety of the walls are carved in prayers.
Yes.
To the deceiver, to the one true God, the deceiver, all blasphemous prayers. This is like literally blasphemy central, right?
360 blasphemy.
And Fiona's like, well, I mean, this is obviously a room of penitence,
Right.
Right? Because you kneel on the right.
She figured it out.
Because she's like, yeah, I've done this before.
Right.
Like
not with the blasphemy, but yeah.
Right.
But
the whole kneeling on rice.
Sure.
Okay, she's like, reminds me of junior high.
Reminds me of the convent.
Yeah, reminds me of the convent. Like she knows all that stuff.
We're like, that's horrible.
And the blood.
Let's move on.
Self-flagellation.
Right. Yeah.
There is an exit out of here with a curtain. Someone looks. It was like boxes and baskets and coins and personal effects. Like presumably people came here and offered stuff.
Right.
Or left all their worldly belongings. Right.
It's a lot of mundane treasure.
A lot of mundane stuff.
Yeah.
You probably could loot the thing for stuff.
We'll get to that.
But they're like, we're out.
Right.
Pretty much.
Yeah, nothing real of interest here. So we went north to the anointing room.
North to the anointing room.
Oh, that was...
The anointing room was effectively, I think, you walked in.
Mm-hmm.
There was a ramp.
Yep.
It split into two.
Mm-hmm.
In the middle was a statue with a snaky thing.
And a fountain.
Right?
Full of liquid.
Same thing. Same as you saw before.
But this time with liquid.
And same outside.
Right.
The big old staff with a snake.
Mm-hmm.
And this one was spewing out olive oil, sort of olive-colored stuff. Right? Smell like lilacs. It smelled beautiful.
Sure.
Wonderful.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. And I think Fiona dumped a thing of holy water in, and it sort of sizzled.
Right, because what Morelius, Magnus, wanted to getting samples of.
He's like,
and both Graham and Fiona are like, that's evil, because it's an evil statue in an evil temple. That's evil. And they're like, I don't know. And so Fiona turns holy water and it bubbles like acid. Bubbles like acid. Holy water makes a bubble like acid. See, it's evil. And then, I forget, maybe it's Avery goes, well, maybe water does that. And she's like, fine. She dumps her water skin in there and it does nothing because it's just, it's like, no, it's not bubbly because it's bubbly. It's bubbly because it's evil.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I think
They're not the brightest
I
crowd.
think someone still took
Oh,
samples,
yeah, Magnus did.
which is fine.
Which is-
It smells good.
Speech is.
It's like evil perfume.
Speech is going to happen.
It's like
Mm-hmm.
Yves Saint Laurent.
Evil Saint Laurent.
Evil Saint Laurent.
Well done, Jones. Well done. Put that in the log.
It's like it smells.
Put that in the log.
Smells wonderful. It smells wonderful.
Nailed it.
Done.
Yeah.
Chanel number 9.
Chanel
666.
number 666. Yeah.
So they
Yeah.
do. They take that.
Right. Somebody, Magnus takes it.
Magnus takes it.
No one else takes the sample because it's evil.
But otherwise in this room, so there's a rumbling to the north while you're doing the room.
And there's windows up top.
And you do see windows up there. Like there's
Right.
up top. Like,
It's
like 2 stories high.
Yeah.
It's almost like observing. Yeah, right? It's like
Avery climbs up.
Avery climbs up. He looks in. He sees those corridors both ways. Like there's a whole upstairs thing
Room up there.
going on up there.
Corridor.
And a big corridor. He can't
Right.
see either. Right? It's dark. He can't see either way. But there is something observing down into this room.
Or could be. Right.
Could be. And big old corridor.
And an exit to the north.
And an exit to the north.
Which we...
And you go under this hallway.
Right. Whatever that is. Yeah.
Into the next room.
Mm.
And this is where we sort of end, I think. Right?
We explore it a bit.
No traps. Open the door. There's a sweet smell here. It's wildflower. So big old room. You can't see any of the walls.
Right.
Right? It's like so big.
And it looks like a field.
What the hell's going on?
Like
It looks like a field.
outside
It's
field.
effectively the stupid Fallout vault
Oh, yeah.
in the show.
The
where
farm
it's
or whatever.
You're like, what the hell is
The
this?
sun and the farm.
Inside
Yeah.
room, right? Now, there's no light here. It's not like
No,
a sun.
there's none of that.
But there's grass, there's bushes, butterflies.
Beautiful.
There's windows up in the south wall.
Sure.
With this giant corridor. I think you guys do sort of...
But we check out some of the flora and fauna.
Yeah, you do, like, the butterflies.
Aren't.
Like, you cut open you dig into the ground.
Yeah.
It's like a black tarry substance. The butterflies sort of dissolve when you crush them into this black tarry substance.
Right.
Like, it's something is up here. It's not a real butterfly from what you can tell.
Right. It's a weird unnatural facsimile of a nature scene.
It's a nature scene.
The grass isn't grass, the ground
you
isn't
can't-
ground, the trees aren't trees, the butterflies aren't butterflies.
And the rumbling, of course, is to
Right.
south now. When you,
And then very cleverly, I suggest, mostly to just go
to dink with the party.
A little bit.
Yeah, that was a bad
a little. Was it?
Oh, that was great. I mean,
We should split up.
yeah.
Into
Search this place.
Search this place quicker because you're like it's a really big room.
It's a
Like
yeah.
it's
rid-
like a big outdoors.
It's ridiculous.
And then we got to see if there's a way out, or we do it.
Yeah,
the
you
way.
do. You've not seen a way out.
Right.
Yeah.
So we split into groups of 2 or 3, and then you
split up.
We
right?
split up
And then I had them all roll random encounters.
to see who gets
I think
it.
it was Avery and Laurelius.
Yeah,
Magnus,
Magnus.
the guy, the mage guy.
Sure.
They got the
They
one.
they won. They won.
So I will start with them.
Right. It'll be great.
But that's it.
Yeah,
that's
that's
where
it.
we're at.
Yeah, because Xander like sort of cops of trees, I think, and see a light or something or something, and then you're like, and then the thing's gonna happen.
Yeah, like and then
whatever thing's gonna happen
and then we
is
stop.
you know.
Right? Yeah. So
That was it. That's it. We crushed that. We knocked that right out. Look at this.
I mean, it's
Crushed.
So yeah. So
AAR, baby.
so that's about where we're at. We're
That's
in
where
the
we-
dungeon.
Exactly where we're
We're in the dungeon,
split up
split up in the giant room.
in a giant dark room,
That is fake wilderness.
fake wilderness, full of death.
Full of death. Full of death. I don't know what that means. Full of death.
I mean, I assume.
I had a whole week to figure it out, but now I have a few hours.
Perfect.
Done. ChatGPT, where are you? By the way, ChatGPT sucks. Like, it's never given me any piece of information.
Write me room full of death.
Nothing good. It's never given me anything which I'm.
Let's get about room full of death right now.
That's what I want. That works. It's all very generic. So that's about where we're.
Yep, that's where we are. It's the mage and the monk about to encounter whatever they're going to encounter.
Whatever it is. Yeah, whatever it is.
And then I'm sure we'll come to the rescue.
Yeah, I'm sure. So
whatever.
That's where we're at. So
I think everyone's in pretty good health shape.
No, I mean no one's super injured.
Yeah,
like everybody's
the Cerner fight I don't think was that bad.
Lance took damage.
Yeah, some people took damage, but I don't think it's like no one's horribly crippled.
Yeah,
I don't think
everybody's still. I mean, mostly I would argue the part is 95%.
Yeah, probably. In aggregate, probably. Yeah.
Right. I think everybody's in good shape.
About to get real.
Well, I mean, and this was definitely it was definitely a exploration-y, right?
Yeah, I mean, we took our time.
There's a little bit of fighting.
We didn't blunder through that fast.
Right.
Like, we tried to,
It was very, because effectively, if you think about it, you left, like we did it all in one AAR.
Mm-hmm.
But that was 2 sessions we talked about, effectively.
Yes.
And
it was actually 2 sessions.
When Percy was treed by the evil statues,
right.
That was the end of a session.
Right.
And then you guys came back, but in reality, you just came back and did effectively 3 rooms of a dungeon almost. Now, don't get me wrong. It's like, oof, okay, I need to speed this shit up a little bit. Or else it's going to take, I don't know how many sessions it's going to take to get through this dungeon.
We'll get through it. But you said 3-year campaign.
No.
I'm in. You in a rush?
No, I don't want to rush anything. I'm good.
I like to relax.
I'm good. I just, it's fine.
I'm in it to win it. Long haul, baby.
Yeah, we're good. Long haul. 100%.
I like, we did 4 sessions in this dungeon. I'm like, it's about right.
Well, how many sessions have we done so far?
The problem is I lost all my page breaks in the log. I don't know.
Is it 6? Is it 7? It's not 8. That's too many. Like that's not.
Let's see. 6 for sure.
It's definitely 6.
It's because there was in basically, then there was trip to town. There was two for sure for goblins and 2 for sure for this. So there's at least 6. There might have been a 7th in there, but it was at least 6. So I think we're 6 or 7.
Yeah, and so I
we did stuff. I don't feel it's going. Again, I don't feel slow. I don't feel
because it's 6. Let's say 6 sessions.
Okay, sure.
And you're like 1.5 adventures in, really.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, and like I don't hate it.
I mean, it's a big party.
I do work.
That does slow it. Yeah, but it does slow it down.
There's 8 people.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of people.
So if you go to town, it's like, well, what do you want to do?
Right,
what do you want to do?
Because
when we
did a whole session where we basically came back from the goblins. It might be 7 then, because that was come back from the goblins, do the whole town bits, do the moot, hear about the zombies. But we didn't do anything. So I think it's 7, because I think there was a whole... Effectively, you get back to town, so we did the travel, but that really was just the travel. We did all the town conversations. Yeah. We did Vincent did a lot of Vincent stuff, right? Yeah. Noble stuff, the votes, the talking, the vote, and then we did all the rumors in the end, but we didn't really... That was a whole session where... Really, we didn't do anything. We just had a lot of interaction with townspeople. So I think it's 7. Yeah. Because I think that's the extra. Yeah. So I think it's 7, but whatever. It's an RPG. It doesn't need to be on a timetable. I'm having a good time. I don't care if we have sessions where not much happens because we're doing stuff that we want to do in town, or Vincent wants to set up his mines, or we're all going to have things. Partly because you have 8 people want to do things. where, the Holy Rollers are going to want to do church stuff at some point.
Sure.
So everyone's going to do stuff that isn't really an adventure, which is going to take a non-insignificant amount of time if you have 8 people doing stuff.
Yeah.
Percy's endlessly trying to figure out how to assassinate people. So,
Good point. Good point. Yeah, no,
that takes time.
It's one of those things where you go,
right?
Yeah, like, how do we move?
We're just not going to pound through.
How do we move this along?
Yeah, I'm good. We're just not. It doesn't feel like it's a campaign that's going to pound through adventures. You're not like it's not like running a module in D&D where you're like, all right, we're doing this and then this and then this and then this level 11. Because that's really what the D&D modules are now, and it's just it's not that game. It's not it's not going to be that. I don't think it's ever going to be that.
Yeah, we have a little bit. Like I said, there is a little bit of that interim where you go, well,
And sure, if it was a 4-person party, it would move more sprightly.
Yeah, it'd be very,
sure, right?
It'd be a little more. But yeah, we're just going.
But it's just not right. So I think you just have to be okay. I'm good. I don't.
Yeah, it is a little bit of all. I will.
And I do like that since you removed. There effectively is no leveling. Skills go up, but there's no leveling. So there's also no push to go. I gotta get checks. I've got to do things because if I don't get checks in my tag skills, I'm falling behind. Like that was very much, I think the campaign with the Blight was like you definitely felt like you were a little bit on a treadmill where you could fall behind. Like if you weren't getting the things to happen for your character, you were not going to keep up.
Yeah, so we played a variant of this
which was a great campaign, but also you had a progression path. But you wanted to get down that progression path.
You tagged what?
You got 8 skills tagged.
You tagged 8 skills.
Right.
And when those skills went up, you gained an experience point.
Right.
And then in 5 experience points, you gained a level.
Right. And you got
a talent
and a hit point.
And yeah.
Right. So there's a real drive to
getting those points.
Right. So having a session where you didn't accomplish much you didn't roll skills or succeed at skills really felt like you were not progressing. Like that had a mechanical disadvantage to the campaign. Like we might have had a fun time. It was great. We sat around and chatted, but I got no checks.
Yeah.
Like now, Father Grimm doesn't get a lot of checks because he's not a very skilly guy. He's just not. He hits things with a hammer. He hits
things and drinks. Is that a skill? Do you have carousing?
No.
Oh, you should get carousing.
I intimidate.
We'll get carousing.
I get angry.
We'll put carousing in.
No. I get
for drinking.
Drunk and hit things and get mad.
Sure.
It's carousing.
It's anti-carousing almost. Actually,
You gonna tell him no?
No. I'm good. You want to check? You want to check?
I'll take my check now.
You want to check?
But yeah, I don't get a lot of. Because I'm not a skilly guy. I don't get a lot. I don't care.
How are Runebear? So Lewis asks, how does Runebear editions working out so far? So
I really like this.
I think
this version is great.
Okay, so
I'm having a good time.
They're the one thing I tell you what, the one thing I worry about. And again, I think Runebear was always futzy, so keep that in mind.
Sure.
From whatever, from 1990 whatever to now, it's been futzy.
Look, we sort of like we.
No,
like
me.
You and I.
Like I like futzy.
We like futzy game.
Look, I'm not writing this game to somehow go out and be this magical success.
It's for us.
It is for me.
Yeah. Well.
And you.
Yeah. And that's it.
You. And that's about it. That's it.
Nobody else cares.
And that's about it. Everybody else could play anything.
Yeah, sure.
We could be playing D&D 5th, and everybody else would not notice, I think. Most of the people at my table would not notice.
Right.
My one thing that I worry about right now, that I have to sort of reconcile, is there's a lot of different categories of ways you can lose hit points.
What do you mean?
There's fatigue.
Yeah.
There's shock.
Sure.
There's damage, which doesn't wound you, and wound damage.
Right.
And I have to make sure I figure out a way that all makes sense.
I think it's
It's okay now, but I need to make sure that it makes sense.
Yeah, it's a little record
In a
keepy,
way
but I don't
that-
hate it.
Yeah, a way that someone can record keep and not get pissed off when they, right? So
I think it's. I don't think it. How about this? I don't think it's too much. I wouldn't add more. I wouldn't add one more. Like, but I think it's
I don't know
fine.
that I can.
No.
I'm sorry.
Well, but
there's a lot of different ways to take damage in the game.
Look, shock's instant.
Yeah,
It's basically just an extra wound, right?
yeah, but I mean, shock goes to technically minor damage once you end the fight. Like it doesn't go to your wound.
No, but that's what I
So
mean.
if I take 6
It's
points
just
of
more
wound-
hit.
yeah,
It's just an
more damage.
instant.
Yeah.
Oh, you roll 2 more dice of hit points.
Yes.
So that's not really an extra thing. There's really just non-wound damage, wound damage, and then there's fatigue, which is temporary. It is a little tricky. There's 2 kinds of fatigue.
Yeah.
Like
There's fatigue that lasts all day and fatigue
Right.
that just goes away. Yes.
Right.
that is-
I don't have a problem with that. I don't know how everyone else is doing.
Yeah.
Not my problem.
My guess is no one's keeping track of it. They're just like,
I have a nice little chart.
Yeah.
Karen and I have this beautiful little section where we have all our encumbrance carefully mapped out, all our fatigue carefully, and whatever else everyone does. Hey,
so
that's you.
I think you're right in the sense that there is
I don't worry about that.
there is
But I will say,
minor damage
I will.
and wound damage.
Well, I guess because he's got. It depends. If Magnus has his porter, yep, he's totally lightly encumbered.
Yes.
If he doesn't, there's impossible that anyone in the party is lightly encumbered. If you are carrying the equipment you reasonably would have from the list
Yes.
to camp outside,
Yes.
you are not lightly encumbered. You are medium encumbered at least.
Yeah, and that's
But whatever, he's got a porter. I don't care.
So I think the short answer is I think it's going okay, Lou.
Yeah.
I think it's going mostly okay.
Mhm.
Because mostly, I'll be honest, it's not even additions, it's mostly streamlined.
Yes.
Like the game's actually less than it was in 2000
Yes.
a little bit.
A little bit.
Um,
I mean, with the addition of fatigue, that's the only thing you've really added. But by the way, I really like the fatigue because it gives you a way to it's a way to penalize overexertion without really having a permanent penalty. It's sort of a temporary penalty.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're pushing yourself too hard. Here's a penalty. But if you backed off a bit, it would go away.
Yeah. So
Which I think is a really good compromise, as opposed to like a permanent penalty.
-2, blah blah blah,
Right.
whatever it is, right? I mean,
Yeah, I like it.
so I think in general it's working okay because it's mostly less.
Yeah.
I think the character creation is easier.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, you've streamlined the skill calculation.
yeah, the skill calculation is trivial.
Right.
Right. All the calculations for
The stats are easier. The stats are easier.
Like all that is easier. You can make a character in 10 minutes.
Sure.
Minus gear. Gear is whatever it is. You just buy gear or not, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you have to, So I do think that's all easier.
Yes, I agree.
I think combat is about the same,
Sure.
right? It's mostly the same. Like,
Yeah.
not the,
I mean, there's a
because
maneuver list.
that's about the system.
Yeah.
The system is about what it was.
Yeah.
I think the main difficulties with the combat system are wounds and what combat maneuvers you want to entertain effectively.
Sure.
Like how much of that do you want to do?
Right.
And I lean toward as the old game a little bit and go, well, it's mostly maneuvers. Because we're not doing a bunch of talents. Talents was the other thing I spent a long
Because you have
time.
to learn them. No.
Well, talents is a thing I spent a long time sort of mulling over.
Right.
I think talents is the one thing. So, again, I think that since the year 2000, since D&D 3 came out,
Mhm.
you effectively, and don't get me wrong, there's other games and so on, but I mean, but the major sort of thought process is your game incremental or is it feat-based?
Sure.
That's sort of a main, or both, but whatever, right?
Right.
And I think the issue that I've found with feat-based games
Mhm.
is that at some point you quickly the feat-based games quickly lend themselves to, I'm going to say, overpoweredness, but they quickly lend themselves to having a hard time challenging, like, keeping everything in that sort of realm.
I mean, you
right?
find the combo that can do the thing.
You find the combo that can do. So, yeah. So when we played Sword Sphere, now Sword Sphere was a thing we did before. We did it 2 campaigns ago,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So it was before the Supers game, blah blah blah. We did the same idea,
Yeah.
but it was class based, level based. You got talents. You leveled up.
Right.
You had a feat build.
Yep.
That feat build. I mean, we were very generous with feats. You got a lot of them.
Sure.
And and at some point around level 9 or 10, you're
Right.
like, well, okay, we're sort of done.
Yeah, we
Like you could keep going,
sure.
but this is about where everybody is. Like you can't go much further than this, and so I don't say the game breaks, but it comes to the point where you're like, I don't know that I want to go any further with this.
Yeah, the characters have optimized the thing they do.
Yeah, fast 6 and blah blah blah, Pierce 8 and whatever it is, like whatever, like they were all, and it was great. Actually, I had a great deal of fun.
Yes, absolutely.
It was fun to see, like a Karen versus John, Little John.
The characters played very differently.
Yeah, like
because they really
the Archer John versus White Mage John versus Karen.
Very different characters.
All different characters.
Right.
Right. Karen's like, oh, I'm a death machine that goes twice around and does a bunch of damage and dies in one hit.
Don't hit me. Yeah.
Yeah, please don't hit me.
And then you had the super buff support wizard.
Yeah, the super buff support wizard who then I made a mini game of dicking with him by making him go and heal people across the board.
Which he could do.
Which I could do. Like, he's like, well, Jesus, like, bam, this
He's playing whack-a-mole healer.
He's literally, it was sort of fun because I'm like, I at some point I'm like, that's the game.
Yeah.
The game is,
I
need to
stress him.
I need to stress him.
Right, because if he's not stressed, it's too easy. It's too easy. Yeah.
Right, and so he's like, I'm going to cast my wings and fly over here and fly and heal him and then heal him and bam, 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 all over the place. And then
Ricky, you just tank everything.
And then Ricky tanked the dwarf.
Just tank everything.
Shit.
Just tank everything. Just be the anvil that you could beat upon. Because you weren't going to kill him.
Yeah.
You just weren't. Yeah,
so that's hyper competence. And it was a fun game.
Oh, I had a great time.
But it did have a limited shelf life.
Well, you can't play that for 3 years.
No, that's the
because at some point you're like, guys, we're done.
Yeah,
like if you want to game more, we can, but there's no more leveling because I got nothing.
Yeah,
like I can't give you more perks, like your talents. Like, what do you want to do? You want fast 11?
Yeah,
I mean, stop. Just stop, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's
so I agree. Unicycle said hyper competence, and that's sort of where they were.
Yeah.
In about 10 levels. Now, again, we could slow that down.
It took a while. It was like a year-long campaign. Yeah.
You could slow that down.
Sure, you could. Sure.
Or you could change the leveling.
Right.
But again, it was a year. And I think actually that mirrors D&D.
Oh, I think it was great. It was great. Because it did feel like we got to the end, quote unquote.
Yeah,
those were fully evolved characters.
Yeah, and 5th edition is about a year,
Sure.
I feel most games of 5th are about a year-ish.
Mm-hmm.
And you go from 1 to X.
Right.
And then you're about done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we sort of ended up.
Yeah.
So this game, specifically, because the funny part is, that's fine for this other game.
Sure.
Because this other game was sort of
meant to
vaguely a one-off.
Yeah, meant to end.
And it was vaguely, the original rule set was basically, it was basically more like, the original rule set was supposed to be an MMO.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, it was very much...
One day we'll do that for the 4th time.
Yeah. Yes. Or we won't. I'm good. I'm done. I've finished. But yeah.
3 times a year.
But the rule set was sort of MMO-ish.
Yeah.
And was designed like that. And I think it worked out in that sense.
Oh, yeah. It was great.
Now, this game, I just, I couldn't do... I really, actually, I was sitting there going, oh, what am I going to do? Because it actually hurt a little bit. It was... because that's not the world. Like, that's not this game.
No, but that's
like
not
this game is not how this goes.
No.
This is supposed to be. This is a slow haul.
Yes,
This is way closer to Rollmaster than 5th edition D&D.
Yeah, or even not Rollmaster.
But you know what I mean?
That's
Like,
still leveling.
well, but whatever. I'm just saying, like the progression change.
Yes, slower.
Is like, I feel, and I'll get to your question in a second, Lewis. I feel that games and worlds have a feel to them.
Sure.
And the rules either go that way or don't. They either go with it or go against it, right? Sure. And I always felt that Bostonia has a certain vibe to it. And that vibe is a little less progression-y.
It's slow.
It's not a...
I mean, it's old Bostonia.
It's not a great progression.
Or even what we're doing now, but it's not the hybrid of talents and perks and leveling and it's not really about getting better. Like, you will get better, but it's not about getting better.
It's not about a build.
Yeah, it's not really about it. It's not about a build.
Love builds. By the way.
Love builds. But it's not about builds.
Builds too.
Bostonia's not about builds.
I love builds too, and I love the builds that show up in the game.
Part of it is, I think it's frankly Bostonia's greatest strength is the templates, especially the ones that are really tied to the world. It's like a class because they give you a restriction in the skills you start with, but they really inform what your character's about. And they don't care at all about how powerful you're going to be. They're about the role you have in society. You know, like, not the generic ones, because they're just generic. But if you're playing a template in Bostonia of a actual in Bostonian group, like a group, some organization, because the best ones are the ones that are an organization. They really inform the type of character that you are, your role in the world, the skills you would have, and it doesn't really have anything to do with like being per se effective. I mean, they are effective, but that was never the point. It's not like in 5e or in something else. You're like, well, I'm going to do this because then I can build this to this to this to this and be awesome. They're not about that. They don't care. They're about, this is your role in society. This is sort of your viewpoint and what you do in the society. And I think that's the strength of Bostonia, because it always feels like every character, every person has a specific spot in the world, and they know it. They know what they're supposed to be doing there. Like, they don't, they're not just like, hey, people aren't really just, I'm an adventurer, because that doesn't really exist. We're adventurers, but we're not really. We have a job. We have some sort of role in society that we're supposed to be doing. And yes, we go on adventures because we're playing an RPG, and that's fun. Yes. Right? But you're supposed to, which, maybe occasionally frustrates me as an old person who has played Bostonia for, my whole life, is not everyone is quite on board with that.
Sure.
Because not everyone has had the 30 years of doing this. Sure. We have. Yes, internalized, I think, what Bostonia feels like to me, and what what all the different roles are in it. And so, when someone goes, hey, I'm going to job bob in and do whatever I want to do, I'm like, no, it doesn't really work that way. That's not...
so, I mean...
That's, that's not... So, you can't arguably believe things that aren't true.
Well,
I think... And it goes against the grain to act in a way that is inappropriate. Because it's a world that's really stuck in a certain style of lore,
Yeah, I think there's a couple gigs, right? I think so. So one thing, and I'll get to your question, Lewis, in a second. To answer you, I think I think the templates are a super strong point because if you're reading the rules,
Right.
the first thing you come upon is the templates.
Right.
And all of a sudden,
That's
theoretically,
that's the
templates
important
have
thing.
a lot of the lore
Yes.
in the game already.
Yeah, you have to read that paragraph.
Oh, you're like that guy.
Don't not read that paragraph.
Wait, I'm this
Right.
guy.
Right.
Right. And
Read
so
the
I totally
paragraph.
get that.
Yeah.
And there's nothing that guarantees the templates have any balance at all. Like there's no
Nope.
actual interest
No, because
in balancing them.
it's not about making a effective character. It's about this is what this type of character does.
Yes.
Now, you always have extra points.
Yeah.
Right? You can always massage it into
And
getting...
most of the weaker templates have more points.
Right.
Because you just don't spend
Sure.
points.
You can always get to where you need to get to.
Yeah.
You're not like, well, I'm hamstrung by this piece of crap. You're like, no. If you need a skill or 3 skills or some number of skills, you can make this work. You can get what you want out of this. But you can't ignore that the template does what the template does. Like, this is what this character's entire background to the world is, and and informs the viewpoint of the character. Like, you can, not saying you can't roleplay your character, but the backstory of your character is true. Like, these organizations exist like they exist, and they do what they do, and you can't just decide they don't.
Yeah, and I think so. I think games like Sword Sphere,
right?
We have classes.
Sure.
There was a little bit of concept of, well, I want all these classes to be approximately the same.
Sure.
In a combat situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
They would all be
I mean,
some way they all had a shtick.
They do different things and get their different ways, but no one should feel wholly outclassed by another one.
But the templates could be Street Urchin or Archer Priestess of Doom.
Right.
And both of those are valid.
Yes.
In some fashion.
In Bostonia they are.
Because there's no pretension.
They just do different things.
Anyone is equal.
No, they do different things.
And you're going to be maybe equal because you're going to have just as many points. So you're going to spend those points and go, okay, once after I became a street urchin, I also learned the sword.
Sure.
And
fucking fight.
Whatever, right?
Right.
So you can at least function.
Absolutely.
But you do have that background, and I do feel the templates always were, weirdly enough, Bostonia's biggest strength.
Yeah, absolutely.
In a weird way.
Yeah. Because they inform they tell you what the world's about.
You're not a fighter.
Right.
You're a Shield Guild guardsman.
Right.
Or a
Templar.
A Scale Guild, whatever, a Templar.
Or Templar, or your Rivers of Blood.
You're a thing. You've done this thing.
Right. You all have, and all of them have combat skills, they all have blah, 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 but they all also have a different outlook on life.
Yeah.
And you can't just...
And that
and it's not in a way that, like, 5th edition backgrounds don't mean anything. They are literally just... Here's
a scholar.
Here's your 2 skills.
Well,
and that's fine.
To 5th's credit,
right?
It's trying to be all worlds.
Oh no,
Bostonia is very.
It's only its own world.
This thing.
It's only its own world. Right.
And I do think that's a bonus because the answer is, the funny part is, that does matter.
Sure.
Like the system can either feel like a thing or not.
Yeah.
The fact that you go, I mean, and I did leave the generic templates in because ultimately it's like, I can't write 600 templates.
And they're still handy.
I just can't write 600 templates.
Sure. Yeah.
Like I can't go, I can't write every fucking, I'm sorry. And God, thank goodness I'm not monetized on this because I've said fuck like 18, I've counted. I've said fuck like a dozen times already. 13 times now.
Just watch last week tonight.
But anyway, but you just can't write everything.
Right.
And so the generic templates do help and go.
Yeah, they're
look, if you want to be a thing, just be a warrior and then add your
That's fine.
on the
That's
end,
fine.
Right? Just do it.
Like I think
Alphonse,
I think
he's like, well, do I want to be a noble but have all this other crap?
Right.
Or do I want to be a ranger with a couple noble skills because that's
sure.
And I'm like, that's perfect, right? That's where they're at. Now, should I write 500 more? Yes, of course. I should write 100 more fucking templates
Yeah,
because that'd be great.
Sure.
Right? Have all the things that you can possibly be.
Right.
Because I do think the strongest in the base rulebook, the best piece of the lore is the template.
Absolutely.
Like you sit and go,
because
wow.
Short of reading the entire rulebook, that's where all the lore is, right? In the templates.
Lewis says, give your boss any info to AI and have AI make 600 rule sets and then toss the ones aside. I have thought of training an AI on only the shit that I've written.
Ooh. I think that ends in disaster, but I'm excited about it.
Me too, by the way, yes, I have thought of that.
Make that happen. Sure.
It's so slow on my machine that it would take way too long.
Sure.
But having said that, no, that's not a bad idea. So, Lewis asks, are there any new elements to RB that are less on the player side directly and more on the side of environment, world, or encounter changes? I think the only thing... So, obviously, all the monsters have to change because there's new stats.
Yeah, true. Right.
So I do have to go rewrite all the monsters, but none of them are going to change significantly, strangely enough, because...
And you do have the...
it's all vaguely close.
And you do have the hex crawl rules, the sort of the...
Yes, that's the only absolutely written rules.
But those are written.
Which are...
This is how you travel, right?
Yeah, like you navigate, you pathfind,
right.
you scout. Like that set of rules is written. I think other than that, I don't know that anything changes.
Yeah.
Like I don't have a bunch. I do. Like I said,
there might be various ancillary documents, like you might have documents for whatever poisons or something, which are just written referencing old stats. But I mean,
I have to rewrite anything which uses old stats. I have to rewrite in new stats because there's 7 versus 10,
right?
Which I think is a good change.
Sure. I do too. I mean, I like the streamlining.
You know, like let's cut down the shit.
But you could probably figure it out. Like,
but no,
you know,
those are simple changes. Oh, Spirit's charisma,
right?
Done.
If you didn't want to sit and rewrite the whole document,
you could find replace if you wanted to,
right?
Which we've done for just
the spells, basically. Because that's the one thing that
to duct tape shit together to get to the new thing. Now I've rewritten the first set of spells,
right?
But for only people that have the only ones that people have,
right. You're not right.
Yeah, like I'm not everything yet.
No, it's all
it's a lot. But I don't. No, there's just not that much.
No, monsters. That's probably the big one. Monsters.
But only in terms of
stats, right?
And mostly their stats were aggregated.
They 3, right? Didn't have
they have
a physical, mental,
right.
So really, they didn't have all the stats.
So I think I just decided, split them out.
Right.
Just give them stats.
Right.
Whatever.
They didn't need 9
They'll
stats.
figure it out.
They'll need 7.
Well, they'll do 7. Done.
Really?
We'll just give them 7. Why not? I mean,
crazy talk.
You know, we give him 7 charisma. I mean, give him 7 stats.
Okay.
But mostly at that point they don't need rewritten.
Mm-hmm.
You know, more than that, just to go. Well, okay, what are their stats?
Right.
The hex crawl rules are mostly written.
Yeah.
I don't know what else needs done at that point.
Done all the comment rules.
I mean, you can sit down. I will say. You could go and take a page from like an OSR and go, well, what does a dungeon crawl look like? What is there's a little more exploration-y, dungeon-y, every 10 minutes you do a blah and do a thing.
I don't think you ever have specifically.
But I did not have any specific rules for that. It's like, torch lasts an hour, you burn it out, done.
Yeah, lantern oil, 3 hours done.
I never had rules for a while. When you roll a check, So I think the main thing would be, but I don't know. So maybe we do need that. Maybe we should do that as opposed to, because the main thing was the navigation rules. I always felt we needed, that was a good addition, right?
Yeah, you're doing a hex crawl.
Hey, we're doing a hex crawl.
Right. You need actual
3 hexes a day.
rules for that, yeah.
Your guy needs to roll a thing. The one change which does sort of permeate, I will say, is so as you are traveling or as you're in a dungeon, as you burn your resources, whatever they are, hit points, mage levels, whatever, the only way to get them back is to make that camping check.
Right, which is survival roll.
Which is a survival check.
No guarantee.
So
yeah.
So that is the one thing I think permeates the entire rules.
Because that wasn't really in the old rules at all.
No, like there was no...
That came from Sorcerer.
Yeah, there was no dungeon-y. I think that carries over. So I think, Lewis, to answer your question, the main check is as you go day to day and burn your resources, the only way to get those resources back is to make that survival check.
Right.
And that survival check is based on where you are, what terrain you're in, or if you're in a dungeon.
Right. How dangerous it is.
And is it dangerous?
Right.
So if you're trying to camp in the goblin whatever keep,
bad.
That's a bad roll.
High difficulty roll.
Like you're gonna be stuck there.
Right.
Like that's not. They're gonna come and get you at the night.
Sure.
If you camp in,
let's make the roll.
Yeah, if you camp outside of town,
right.
Well, it's an easy roll, right? Or in the magical hills of unicorns,
sure,
that's a good roll.
Yeah, and if you're an inn, you don't roll at all. You
if you're rest. You get your stuff.
You just rest. Yeah.
So I think that's the big change, right? So the idea is,
and I like that rule,
that the terrain has a DL,
right?
And that DL is that then determines how easy is it to take a long for 5th edition players.
Yeah, a long rest.
How easy is it to take a long rest? You
don't
get a long rest.
You get spell levels back. You get a hit point back. You can do a camp action. You know, you get a good night's sleep. You feel better. You get your day exhaustion goes away. Like it's a big deal.
Yeah. So
it's not quite like 5e. Everything comes back and you're perfect. It's not that good, but it's still a big deal. Like
So the idea is you have a DL,
right?
And your survival folks have to make that DL to
right, or you camp poorly,
and that's the thing. And then I get to roll shit and do bad things to you. Effectively, I think that's the big that's the big one.
That's the big difference.
The hex crawling rules,
right?
And then that spills over into everything else. That's the big rule.
And I like that. Like I think that's it's a big improvement. It's a good way.
And by the way, I'd carry that over to 5e. If I
played 5e, I'd
be like, that's what I'm doing.
I would do that in a heartbeat. I would say you have to make a survival roll or you can't make a long rest.
Yeah.
Because it's a great roll.
If you're in a dungeon, it's fucking 25.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Or whatever it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what it is. Like you've cleared out this floor of kobolds.
Okay, maybe
it's easier.
Easier, sure.
Right? But you're
in a bad place.
You're in one room and blah blah blah, or whatever.
Yeah, high deal.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's sort of what the
I like that. Yeah, that's what your hit dice are for. Sorry, you're not getting your long rest.
Yeah.
Good luck. Hope you have your arcane recovery.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think that's a good rule.
I think that's
because I like that more than doing the long rests only happen once a week, like the super crazy hard mode 5e where I don't like that because that also doesn't make sense. Well, if I'm in an inn, I should be able to take a long rest.
Well, I mean,
it should be once a week.
Now that we've segged to 5e talk,
well, as we do,
that's
why I like a survival roll because it's either it's a non-roll or it's trivial in certain circumstances, or it's stupidly hard in others.
Yeah, so I mean, effectively, GURPS is a point-based game. On one hand, I want characters to be balanced, but on the other, I want an expensive race to make a character who plays a race have few skills. So brief, non-RB Boston question. In a points-based game like GURPS, you think it's a mistake to make race selection despite different point costs a free, unbalanced choice? Your comments on Bostonian isn't balanced per se. Maybe wonder. Thinking of running a side GURPS game, Tom on races. What are they cost versus player flexibility? So So now we are
GURPS.
General question.
Oh, go ahead.
The general question I think is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is like, can you pick a hero? Picture hero game, right? Oh, I'm an elf.
Okay.
So that elf spends 38 points of my 50
Oh, I see.
already because I
it's-
get powers, right?
Yeah, sure.
So to what degree is it okay to allow this guy to be imbalanced or not, or does everything have to be balanced to the point down to the point phase?
Well, I mean, if
Right.
if the ranks cost points, he's not unbalanced because presumably you charge enough to make
Sure.
up for whatever that bonus is.
I suppose my question then becomes, and this is Lewis, like, tell me if I'm wrong. I think the question is, how much is it okay? So Bostonia. So let's preface with this. Bostonia is balanced in the sense that the template you pick still spends the points it spends,
Right.
and the weaker templates just spend less points.
Yeah.
The big fightery templates spend most of their points. Like I have templates that spend 80% of their points.
Yeah, I mean, mine was 44 out of 50.
Yeah,
42 out of 50.
like you get almost nothing to spend.
Right.
Because you get all the things.
Sure.
So technically you would take the optimal choice is to take the shittiest template possible, minus the fact that you might not get perks.
Well, and you only get +2 on templates.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Actually,
that's a good
that
balance.
actually is a balance point because if you take a template, like actually, that also hurts Sunbringers because they don't have a lot of skills.
No, you get
because
you're like all this shit. You get all this other.
So I don't have a lot of +2s
Yeah.
because I just don't have a lot of skills. Whereas the Ranger template's amazing.
Has a lot of
because
skills.
there are a shit ton of skills and they all get +2 and they still got points to spend over. But they don't have talents. They don't have
there's a weird
special stuff.
So Bostonia is weird, right?
Right.
Technically, the optimal choice would be take something with no skills. Except
You lose all the +2s.
you don't get any +2s, and those +2s
matter.
count.
Right.
Because they don't count against your level.
No, because if the difference is if your total stats for your 2 stats are say +2, we'll just assume you're picking things you're good at. Okay, great. So 8 + 2 is 10. 8 + 2 plus +2 is 12.
Yeah.
And
you still level as though you're an 8.
Right.
Like, you roll that die against
that's a non-trivial benefit, especially early.
Yeah.
Sure, after we play 2 years, that +2, maybe it comes out in a wash a bit, who cares? But now, starting with an 8 or a 10 rather than a 10 or a 12 or better, because you got the +2 and then you optimize it with your stats, is sort of a big deal.
Yeah.
So it does make the templates that don't have a lot of skills a little penalized. Now, again, it's not so bad if they do other things, if you get talents, if you get hit points, if you get armor, things like that. But you could make the case that technically you should never take a talent with armor because you could just buy that. And there's no +2 in armor, so that's a bad buy. So
there's
a forced armor buy is sort of bad for you.
Yeah, because
because
you could buy it otherwise,
right?
And otherwise those points came with the +2 somewhere else.
Exactly.
Yeah,
the things the only templates I would say that are categorically bad are the ones that don't have a combat skill because no +2.
Yeah,
that hurts. Yeah. You can buy a combat skill. That's great. Like you buy any skill with whatever points you have left over, but not having a +2 in your combat skill hurts more than I would say. Oh, I mean, I bought Persuade and Intimidate because I thought it would be appropriate. I don't have a +2 in those. Okay, that's fine.
Northern Lights are visible in PA right now. Are you guys seeing it there?
I mean, I see blinds.
You had a giant solar flare.
Should we go outside and look? It seems like it ruins the stream.
Yeah.
We just
I can't.
You want us to walk away for?
If it was a video,
would you like to walk us away for 10 minutes? You can say to go away.
Dustin's like, go away, guys. Go.
Why don't you go outside and look at the sky for a while?
Go look real quick.
Just keep watching.
Just tell me what's going on. Just go tell me. Go.
Where? What?
Outside? I don't know. Is there lights? Supposedly we had aurora down to the south because of a solar flare.
You said the guy with no vision outside. Okay.
I mean, it's glowy. So I don't know what the answer is. I think Lewis. It's probably cloudy. Dustin, it's probably cloudy. In Pittsburgh, it's probably just clouds. Yeah, like I'd be surprised if we can see anything. I'm going to go out in a second. It's visible in 49 states. Probably not Pittsburgh because it's freaking probably overcast. Just saying. Did you see anything?
A few clouds and like ambient light from the city.
He said it's all. He saw clouds that ambient from the city. I'm gonna go.
We live in the country.
I'm gonna go out in a second. So I think.
Let's say no.
So I think the question.
It's beautiful.
So I do think it's an interesting question, right?
Yeah, it is.
So okay. Ignore Bostonia. Ignore Rimbo.
Okay.
The question then becomes: pick hero system, for instance, or
sure.
GURPS, right?
I mean, we've done here with like templates.
Yeah, right. So how much do you go? Well, this race.
Mm-hmm.
I think it comes down to how specifically effective. So there's two ways to think about it.
Yeah, I wouldn't base a point cross based on rarity because that just seems arbitrarily dumb. I would base it on what are you getting out of this. If you're getting some sort of mathematical advantage, then yes, it could have a cost, a value, and then you could pay that. That's fine.
I mean, I think, but there's another strange aspect, and maybe and I'm okay with this as a GM, but maybe players aren't as okay. There's always this question of, well, do you just let it go and go, well, the elf is better than you?
I mean, that's Rollmaster.
And do you allow that? Do you go, okay, the elf template costs 10 versus 0 or whatever, right?
Humans are 0. Okay.
Now, mind you, the elf's powers in GURPS cost 40 points or 50 points or some goofy amount of points. You know it costs 10. Elves are better than you. They are bigger, stronger, they see in the dark, whatever they do, and that's okay. I'm only going to allow one of them.
Sure.
And you just do that.
Yeah.
And you let that guy do the thing.
But then you could also just make it cost nothing.
But I'm just saying, like, yeah, but you can make cost. But you go, well, you can make cost whatever.
Yeah.
You can go, well, I want it to cost something because they have dark vision or whatever they have, or whatever magic goofy shit they have. I think you can do that. I think you can do either way, right? You can go, it costs exactly what it costs, but then you have this weird vibe where you go, well, the elf character has 3 points left, and no So why pick the elf? Pick this other pick a human, and then you can buy most of the shit the elf has anyway.
I mean, not necessarily the dark vision, but
no, you can't. I understand that, but I'm saying that you could possibly buy whatever, right? Oh, longsword and longbow, right? Typical whatever.
Sure, elven weapons.
Yeah. I think you can either go, yeah, it costs what it costs, but man, this elf has like 6 skills. Good luck. But that doesn't feel fiction-y.
Oh, I see.
Like, that doesn't feel like Tolkien,
well,
for sure.
Old D&D, the non-humans had class limits, level limits.
Well, the but non.
They were objectively bad.
It was a terrible.
I'm not saying that's the way to do it. I'm just saying they were objectively bad.
It was a bad answer.
Yes, I agree.
Always.
I mean, I generally have the feeling, unless you have some real campaign reason to limit it, let people play what they want to play. Because
but I mean, I think what he's asking is, I'm going to let people play what they want to play, but what's the correct? Like, do you charge them for all their abilities? Like, if you played Hero, and you said, I have 100 points, and I'm playing an elf, and they have these powers, and it costs 80 points. Let's say.
Okay.
Let's say the elf is 80 points. Do you go,
for base?
Okay, elf.
You have 20 left.
20 points. Buy your 6 skills or 3 skills. Good luck.
I mean, you could, because that's how Hero works.
And yet, so...
you can't do the math in Hero? Are you bad at Hero? Sucks to be you.
Whatever. I'm just saying. I think you go two ways.
I'm a hero.
I think you either
make better.
I think you either do the thing, Lewis. I think you either do the cause, or you just make the decision to go. I think.
Right. There's just a limit to how
this
many.
This is sort of worth this much.
Oh, I see. You just make an arbitrary.
And it's a package deal.
Sure.
You get a plus because you have to take this shit.
Right. Sure. You go.
Hey, it's 60 points worth of power.
But you can't not take it.
But you cannot take these.
So I'll charge you 25.
And I'm giving you Elf Song or some bullshit.
So I'll charge you 20 or yeah.
Or whatever. And
sure.
You make it cost a discount.
Sure.
And you go, I can have one of you. Like I can make some things like aging that can cost no points. Yeah, like yes, that's a good point. By the way, great point. Stuff like I live longer is worth fucking nothing in most campaigns because the campaign's not gonna last long. This guy's not gonna outlast everybody. Like the player's gonna die with everybody else.
Yes,
like you're not gonna outlast everybody's character.
Oh, you never played Fantasy, the computer game.
I've never played. No,
my character's aged out,
and that's great.
Campaign went too long.
Sure.
Like no,
but yes. There's absolutely like you could pick and choose and go like
the fact that your elf is immortal doesn't cost wisdom worth anything.
That's a good way,
right?
So that's a good, interesting idea, right?
Some things
you literally sit down and go, "What does this really mean in campaign terms?"
Nothing, right?
Not aging means 0,
right?
So I'm not going to
immune to disease. That's worth something.
Immune to disease might be a point though,
right?
Or something small because you go, "How much disease is there?"
Sure. Doesn't come up a lot.
Is it really a thing? Right. How many characters in the past 30 years I played games have I infused a disease into and actually made a thing?
Mine, Blight.
Once. Done. It's worth a point. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Buxter.
Like,
you killed my character.
Like, there is, it's interesting, right? Because some things are worth points because in a game, they're worth points, but in reality, they're worth nothing.
Right.
Because they don't actually...
Yeah, because Hero, you would go, oh, immunity to aging is worth whatever it is, 3 to 5 points in 5th edition. Yeah, but it's not. Because nobody cares.
Because it's not a thing. In a fantasy...
it doesn't mean anything in the campaign you're playing.
It's when the Lich hits them the one time with the thing. Done.
Sure.
And, so I think...
Yeah.
Or literally... I think you could sit down and go, this guy's better than you.
Sure.
He gets +5s to whatever.
Yeah.
Now, GURPS, that'd be ridiculous.
Right.
Because, GURPS is, and he's just better, and I'm going to make that 10 points, but only he can do them.
Yeah.
And the rest of you can't. Sorry.
Yeah.
He's better.
And now, you can't all play one.
That depends on the group.
Yeah, you can't all play one.
Like, the group sort of has to be okay with that.
Yes.
I think a little bit.
Well, I mean, you can certainly make the case that Jeffrey Vincent is the best character in this party.
I gave one guy
because he's rich.
I gave one guy like $10,000.
He's rich, and he's a noble, and you sort of can only fuck with him so much, right? Because he's a noble, right?
Yeah.
And to a lesser extent, although I think nobody in the party gives a shit, is the 2 religious characters you can't fuck with. Not really.
Yeah, there's a goofy...
I mean, they don't care. Nobody cares, as far as I can tell. But within the history, like, look, the sheriff is not going to not back up the priest and the priestess, and frankly, the noble. He's like, because he knows which side his bread is buttered on. Right? If it comes to push or shove, the commoners, he don't give 2 shit about them.
Right. Well, and when the mage comes and goes, well, we should talk to the goblins. He goes, where are the goblins?
Yeah.
Over the hills. I'm good. I
mean, I like that he blew me off, too. So, like, isn't that your job? Like, it's like, yep, guess so.
Yeah, the sheriff. By the way, the sheriff in this campaign wants to do job shit.
I love the sheriff.
He's lazier than...
Oh, my God.
Grim.
Grim's like, you get so jealous. You are killing it, sir. You are. That's what I want to be. I want to be that lazy. Grim wants
Yeah.
to be that lazy.
Y'all tell me
Oh
when
my God, he is so good.
the zombies come to the walls.
He's one of your best NPCs
I'll-
because
I'll-
he is just he don't care. He's
Yeah.
just like look,
He cares.
he cares, but he's not going out of his way.
No, it's 2 days away. Good luck with that.
I am so good. But anyways,
Tell
yeah.
me when they manage to get here.
But no, I think that's fair. Like you can have characters of different, like Avery, effective character, no doubt about it. And as the game goes on, probably potentially becomes combat-wise one of the most effective characters. Has the highest ceiling.
Sure.
Nobody cares. Like he's a commoner. Like
Yeah.
he's never going to have any influence on anything other than what he can punch, and he's going to be great at that. Like, you know what I mean? But within the confine of Bostonia, he will never have any influence.
Yeah.
Because he's just a dude who's a monk.
Yes.
And nobody cares about that, right? But he will punch better than anybody in the campaign in a war. At some point, he will just break things. It'll be amazing.
So in a fantasy ghost hunting campaign where aging effects happen, maybe it's full points. Absolutely. So
Well, that's different.
I
Sure.
think maybe that's a thing, right?
Sure.
You sit down and go, what are all the things I think elves have?
Right.
And what of this do I think matters? And what of it sort of is
And
flavor?
how likely is it?
And how likely does it come
Right.
up?
I mean, because I played Rollmaster and Merc before that a long time ago. And elves are just the best. Why would you, like, if you, mechanically, why would you not play an elf? Because they have bonuses,
Right.
and there's no extra cost. They're just better than you. They are better than you. They're elves. They're better than you. But, okay,
Well, I think, again,
not everyone wants to play an elf.
I think there's a few reasons. You could do a couple things. You
You
could
know.
say one of you can play an elf, and he's
Sure.
better
Sure.
mechanically every way.
Right.
And whatever, fine.
I mean, they don't have better stats. They have all the weird stuff. They have
Sure.
they don't age, they're immune to disease, they're resistant to poison, they live forever. I mean, half of that's like, okay.
well, or you
the
can
fact
say,
that they can see better than anybody else is really the most useful thing.
or you can say,
Right.
you could sit down
Mhm.
with your set and
Mhm.
go, these are the 8 things I'm giving elves.
Right.
What is it really, though? Like, I know what it costs mechanically in the game,
Sure.
but what do I really think's happening?
And yeah, what really matters?
Like aging, 0.
Sure.
Or ghost hunting, full point.
Not 0. Right.
Or elven language, I mean, that's great, but I'm spending 3 points on it.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to come up once,
Yeah.
big point. Like, you could do that,
Yeah.
right? You could lay
Sure.
out the whole allotment of
Sure.
things and go, the stats are better. That's full points.
Right.
These few skills, I'll give them a discount, whatever, right?
Right.
I think you could do that.
Yeah.
Or just go, this guy's better than you.
Yeah.
Done. He gets, not only does he get these bonuses,
Right.
he gets all the points, and he is better.
Yeah.
And you just go,
I mean, there's also ways to deal with that in the sense, like in Rollmaster, you make the case that, weirdly enough, the elves, if you're playing a 4th age or a 3rd age, late 3rd age campaign, the elves aren't important anymore.
Yeah.
Like they're not the heroes of the story. Like, you can play an elf, like, they're mechanically in the game, but they aren't nobody cares. Like, they've mostly left.
yeah.
And the few that are here are reclusive, and nobody gives a shit.
Well, I suppose,
Like,
what does it mean?
humans are
Does it have a thing?
What?
Does that actually have a mechanical effect, though?
No, but it's like it's the same as
Sure.
Bostonia. Who's important? The nobles are important.
Sure.
The church is important, and nobody else is important. Like, in the grand scheme of thing, if you're playing a commoner who could be the best fighter mechanically in the game, if you're just some random commoner, nobody cares about you. Nobody listens to you. You know what I mean? Like, you aren't a hero. You might be mechanically effective. You're a nobody. Like, and as long as you have a world where that matters in some respect, then, you could also assign that to, a
Sure.
game where you go, yeah, elves might be better, but nobody gives a shit. Like, they've largely removed themselves from the world. They're not important anymore.
I do think,
You know.
I will say, and I do think something to be, I mean, I'll get to your, like, because Lewis threw another thing down there, but I do think there's an interesting question to be had that's harder to answer just in the sense that, and we answer it because I just shrug my shoulders and go, yep, that's how it's going to go.
Yeah.
Right? So, so it's interesting to say that. But in a lot of games, the answer would then be pick the mechanically better character because it doesn't matter, but you're mechanically better.
Right.
Like Vincent, in all honesty, theoretically, though mechanically he's exactly the same as all of you.
Yeah.
Is mechanically better because he has $10,000 to his name.
Sure, and he's a noble
or whatever,
and he has
the noble
people listen to him,
and stuff happens.
Yeah.
And the answer is that depends on the game.
Absolutely.
That just depends on the table.
Oh, sure.
And I'm comfortable doing
and the campaign.
And I'm comfortable doing that because I go, yeah, okay, you have to email me in the middle of the week.
Right.
And we have to go over your expenses.
Right. Because at some point
you're going to run,
he's going to hit the bit of a
wall. Whatever it is, right? And that's a different...
He's rich until he's not.
It's a different game.
Right.
So I think you either have to be willing to accept imbalances, and that's based on the table entirely.
Yes.
And some tables totally handle imbalances, and other tables, if it was a bunch of strangers, that's a harder stuff.
Oh yeah.
Right? Everybody's like, why the fuck does he get $10,000? Why don't I get $10,000?
I mean, Bostonia is not a great game for that.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, you make the party how you make the party.
Right.
And you can make that in any game. You could all be 13-year-olds running from your village, blah, blah, blah. You could all be, right, not nobles, blah, 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 whatever, doing the thing.
Right.
And so on. Or you could be, one guy's a noble and the rest of you are schlubs.
Right.
And so on. And you can make any of those games. And it depends on the table. You sit down at the table and go, I'm going to give him a lot of money and a little bit of power.
Sure.
But he also has this goofy responsibility.
He has responsibility.
And you don't have to deal with that, but he has to deal with that.
Right.
And you're sort of his lackeys, but
sure.
Not, you don't have, whatever.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, and that's a thing.
Yeah.
And some people go, that's cool, I'm good.
Right.
And,
some people would
we're
hate
all playing together for a long time.
Sure, some people would hate that. Yeah.
Would I do this game? First off, would I do 8 people in a table of strangers? No, that sounds ridiculous.
At the game store?
Would I do 8 people at the game store and then make one of them or whatever, right?
Right.
No, I don't think that's a good idea.
Sure.
So I do think...
You have to know your audience.
You have to know your audience. And again, I don't think making an elf powerful is necessarily a bad idea.
No, absolutely.
If you go, I'm making that guy powerful.
Sure.
I did it. The superhero game, we made John more powerful than the rest of you. Objectively more powerful. He had an extra power set. He was more powerful than the rest of you because he screwed you in the last game.
Yes.
Because
I'll never forget.
Because I'm an asshole. But I'm okay with it.
Well, man. That's all right.
And I'm like, John, if you want to screw them, I'll give you an extra power.
So good.
Then
I love that he said yes. So good.
But the fact of the matter is, it worked out in a weird way.
It didn't really matter.
Because it doesn't matter.
No, because then you could pile the damage on him.
Because he was a super tank.
Right.
And he was arguably the most powerful character in the
absolutely.
campaign.
But he can't complain about it because he's a super tank.
And then I can just hit him over and over and over.
So good.
And that allows me to do different things in the game.
Right.
And we can account
because that would crush somebody else, but it won't crush him.
Yeah. So it strangely enough
worked out fine.
I think that is very table based.
Yeah.
And you have to
you have to
what you're doing.
Yeah, you have to
I can make the elf a superhero.
Sure.
Versus these guys. But then I have to dick with the elf enough
to
make it work.
To make it seem okay.
Equal, right? The elf has to be able to do things. It's not just Legolas walking on the snow, because I'd fucking track his ass down. Little dick. Get down here. You're not walking on the snow. The dwarf's up to his fucking nose in the snow, and Legolas is like, oh, look, I'm walking on the snow. Get down here, you little friggin' light as a feather bullshit. Right? I would probably... Yeah. I hated that.
Well, in a real campaign?
I would...
In a real party?
I dragged his ass down. Anyway, let me see what else. So, switching back to Rune Bearer a bit, have you ever used the rule set for a setting that is typically associated with a well-known or specific rule set, like Warhammer Fantasy using Rune Bearer?
No,
No.
can't do it.
I tell you what, the only thing we've done, I tell you what I've done. The basic set, Lewis, is the basic rule set I've used 1,000.
Oh, sure. D12, quote unquote.
Like the
Yes.
opposed roll D12 I've
Yes.
used 1,000 times.
Yes.
What I've attached to it on every so essentially, if you say, okay, I'm going to take
They're all different games.
opposed D12s, and that's my roll set.
Right.
Then what you need to figure out is what are the skills?
Yeah.
Done. That's easy, typically, because you just go through this.
Sure.
this
But they change game to game.
They do. They do change game, but you sit down and go, what are the skills of this game?
Right.
And then, but then everything else, unfortunately, becomes a thought process of, well, how does this work?
Right.
So how do talents work?
Are we using talents?
Are we using talents?
Right.
So how does combat work? So, for instance, in Warhammer, you'd have to sit down and go, well, how do guns work? Right? You know what I mean? And we've done that in sci-fi.
Yes.
I've done a sci-fi game with approximately these rules.
Yes.
And
Western. Which had
Western,
guns.
I love the Western,
So good.
by the way. But the Western was freaking deadly. The Western was ugly because every gun had
no armor.
three dice of
And
something, and you know,
no
it was no armor. It was like you dodge that shit and get behind cover.
Or get wrecked.
It was cover. So we made cover important.
Yeah.
And cover was very powerful. You could be behind cover and it'd be a big bonus, and you wouldn't do nothing, right?
It's the die.
But boy, if you're out in the open, you're getting shot at.
Yep.
You're dead. Don't do that.
Bad quick.
That is damage.
Yeah.
It's 3d6 is the lowest you can take.
And 3d8 for the rifles or
It's
whatever.
like, God, what are you doing? Yeah. So.
No, that was.
So I think that's sort of the gig. I've not used Rune Bearer for say Warhammer or anything, but we've
done different genres.
I've done different genres. I've done different bits.
Not really other people's settings, but because they're all homebrew.
Yeah, and we did those supers playtests online. Wasn't that Rune Bearer Fire Super Strength Tank base? Yes, and we've actually that was our campaign before this was a superhero campaign, vaguely based on just vaguely the same idea that
it's still D12 opposed.
It's still the same idea.
Just
it was upgraded a little bit. I think we cut the numbers down. We streamlined it the same way we did this.
Yes.
7 stats, blah blah blah, streamlined a certain way, and I think it worked out really well.
Oh, it's great.
It was the same base rule set. The same opposed D12s.
Yep.
Just with cutting some stats, streamlining some stuff, working the damages / armor / whatevers, right?
Right.
And we did a game for about a year, year plus. Worked out really well, actually. I've been toying with the idea of doing GURPS Greyhawk, because I love Greyhawk setting, but want to keep things more down to earth, which can be done in D&D, but just I think here's the thing. I think GURPS.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the main thing with GURPS Greyhawk would be experience. How do you want the characters to progress or not? I think GURPS Greyhawk is not a terrible concept.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a good concept. I think Greyhawk is a fun sort of world. I think it's very down to earth typically. I think you could do D&D. Of course, it was made for D&D. But I think you do Greyhawk if you understood where you wanted the characters to end up in a year. I think I hate to say it, I think that's strangely enough. The key of the campaign is to go, where do I want the characters to start at?
Okay.
Where do I want the characters to end up in a year?
Yeah.
Where do I want to end up in 2 years or 3? Does this campaign go beyond
What's the length of the campaign?
Yeah, how does this length, and how do I want the characters to be? Right? So if you go, I want to play Greyhawk, and I want the characters to end up at 9th level after 3 years, that's a different game than the 5th edition game.
Yes.
Right? That's a different game. But you could do that in Hero, and you could do that in GURPS. Because, especially in Hero and GURPS, because Hero and GURPS allow you to effectively go, this is what you get.
Yeah.
A little bit, right? You can tweak out, you can just trickle in whatever it is.
Here's a point.
Yeah, like, now, I think the thing you have to maintain and manage is, do your players think that's fun?
Yeah.
Like if we're playing Hero and I give you 1 point every 3 months.
Yeah, that's slow.
Everybody's like, wow, I'm not, like, how much progression do they want? Right? I mean, remember, old Traveler, zero, like old 1970s Traveler,
progression.
there's zero progression.
Right.
You got gear.
You get what you get.
You get what you get. You get gear.
And then hopefully
And then maybe the GM lets you, after 6 months, learn a skill.
Right.
Because you took a class or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Right? So, I think that's something to consider. Like in GURPS, I think GURPS you have a fine tuning over how they progress. It's just, where do you want them to end up in today, in 6 months, in a year, in a year and a half? Like where do you want them to be?
Yeah.
And what's the end game? Do you want them to go, well, I can kill a dragon, or I can kill a lich, or whatever, and go, okay, well, that's where we need to end up.
Sure.
And then how fast? Or, that's why I always love, by the way, the E6 or whatever, right? Sure. The D&D variants, which like, hey, we cap at 6 levels.
Right.
It's like, oh.
And then you get a little
because you know exactly where you end
up. Right. And then you
end up at about 6.
Little perks.
And then you get some perks.
You don't keep escalating. Yeah.
So you can play that for a couple of years. And
I mean, I would
know about where you're at.
I would totally do an E6 like 5e.
Yeah.
That'd be fun, I think.
So you know where you're at. So I think that's what you have to sort of plot out with you and the players is, where do I see the character? Let's say this campaign lasted 3 years. Now, that's goofy, because we're all too fucking old to a campaign to go 3 years. This campaign's going 3 years. 19 years. This campaign, we're going to die. Like, one of us is going to be dead.
I'm not going
the
19
campaign's
years.
ending.
I don't know.
Let's just do this.
Like 3. So, let's just go for 3.
So, that's, I think, what you have to consider is, let's say this campaign goes for X time. Mm-hmm. Where do I want the players to be at X time? And for this game, I want them to be slightly better than they are now.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
But it's not. And so for this game, talents. I don't have any. There's no way to buy a talent necessarily.
Right.
It's all through the GM.
You have to earn it through a GM.
The GM has to go.
Little GM fiat.
So since talents were the issue last game, the Sword Sphere game.
In a good way.
No, and don't get me wrong, I love that game.
Sure.
I did. I love that game. I thought it was a great game.
But it really amped up.
But it did exponentially go.
Sure.
At some point you're like, synergy this.
Right.
Holy fuck, I'm going to we're bam. The white mage was kicking.
Sure.
Karen was kicking.
Sure.
Like everybody had their own little vibe. And everybody was different.
Yes.
And overpowered. In a totally different way.
Yes, it worked out great.
And it was great.
But there's some point. It's you hit the wall.
But at some point, I'm not going any further.
Right.
It's like okay. Do we need to go from fast 8 to fast 11? Do we need to go to Pierce? Whatever. Like, does it matter?
That can't be a 3-year game.
Yeah, like at some point, and it was
nowhere to go.
It was a year plus, a little bit. You're right.
No, that's the perfect 1-year campaign.
So I think given the talents were the issue, I think the idea was scale back the leveling,
right,
and go. You know what? You get talents when I say you do,
and they're weaker,
and they're weak
because it's like I just got +1 to 1 skill. I mean that's great, but I didn't get like bonus damage,
goofy whatever.
Yeah, I didn't get a power. I just one of my skills went up by 1. Okay?
Like
that's great.
In a GURPS game,
right?
You could manage the leveling very specifically by going, this is how I'm going to let the powers scale up.
Right.
And then to some degree, there's the, I get experience and I can spend it as a player. And you go, well, okay. I mean, you could even, if you wanted to, you could even control that.
Sure.
To some degree. And just go, well, you have 5 XP. What pluses do you want? I'll give you these choices. You could actually sort of narrow that and go,
Right. Yeah.
this is where I want you to be. Now, again, it's up to your table as to how cool they are with that shit.
Mm.
They might be like, well, this isn't GURPS. Or I don't know, right? I mean, it depends. If you're playing with friends or you're playing with acquaintances, playing with internet strangers, all of those make a difference.
Sure. Power gamers.
Yeah. So.
No one does that here.
No,
Why do you look at me?
I like power gaming. I think it's a beautiful thing. I'm all in. I make all my games with your power gaming in mind.
Look,
To be
it's
honest.
Look, I'm just
That's
helping
where I'm
you
Yes.
by breaking your game so you know what's broken. You're welcome.
It is what it is. It's not broken. It just is.
Yeah.
It just is.
You're welcome.
But yeah, I think you could totally, in a GURPS game especially, I think the key is to have the vague plan of where you think this campaign ends up in a year.
Sure.
Or two,
right.
whatever.
Whatever you think
And go, okay, this is about where I want to be. How do I make that happen? And then make that happen. And obviously allow the players interesting choices, because otherwise it sort of bloats. If you're literally controlling everything about their progression, then no one's going to no one's fun. But if you...
That's why I like the talents. Because like in this game. Because it's like,
so yeah,
here's a few.
So here's what we did.
You decide who gets what.
So here's what we did.
Yeah.
At the end of the adventure, I made up 7 talents, and I laid them out on the table and said, these are the talents that you have, and they were theoretically having to do with something in the game.
Sure. Tied to the adventure.
They were vaguely tied to the adventure, so they were insights. I called them insights.
Right.
And I said, here you go. You pick who gets what. I don't care who gets what. They don't have to be tied to what you did.
Right.
Some of them were made for specific characters,
Sure.
frankly. The one for Karen was for Karen.
Because nobody else could even use it.
No one else can use it.
Right. But technically, I think all the other ones could have been used by anybody.
Yes, anybody could pick.
They weren't, I mean, there were maybe better choices, but technically, there were a wide variety of options.
So, yeah, it's like, well, stop, drop, and roll.
Right.
-1 to ignite because they got hit by the damn goblin throwing the damn fire potion.
I know.
Right?
Yeah. I want that.
You waded through the poison river.
Right.
So that's +2 to poison saves.
Right.
Because they literally waded a day through the river of poison and all took checks to do things except for the dry boots. Right? Seen the unseen. +1 to search because they found the invisible guy. But I just laid them out of the party and said, here you go.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me who gets what. I don't care. It's like magic items.
Yeah.
And that actually came from, by the way, it was like, what was it? It was Knights of Last Call. So there's a on YouTube, there's a YouTube channel called Knights of Last Call.
Okay.
And the guy was talking about the difference between 5e and, say, old D&D.
Okay.
It was very interesting to me. Not 5e, but post-2000 D&D and pre-2000.
Okay. Older versus...
I thought it was super interesting. By the way, I thought it was a great video because he was like, well, the main thing is every character in old D&D is exactly the same. Every fighter's about the same, minus stats, right?
Sure.
I have an 1869
whatever
strength. Oh, yay.
Right.
But generally, otherwise, every character is the same. You don't do anything different.
Right.
Every fighter is the same, every thief's the same, blah, 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 right? You have the same powers, the same levels. Your differences were magic items.
Yeah, whatever you had found. Sure.
You found boots of stealth. You found a +3 sword. You found a helmet of blah, 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 golem control, or whatever the frick you found, right? Those were your perks.
Yeah.
That was your talents.
Right.
You didn't have talents or feats. You had the magic items you found.
Right.
And they came from, and the reason those were more meaningful than
because you found it.
Post-2000 feats.
You didn't just get
You
them.
didn't get a build. You found the thing. They had a story to finding them.
Sure.
And I thought that was a very powerful thing.
Sure.
Right? I was like, oh. And now I love feats.
Sure.
I love post-2000 D&D.
Sure. Oh, yeah.
I love the concept of... because I'm an MMO
Yeah, I don't
player.
like
right?
old
I'm a
D&D.
gamer.
I have no affinity for old D&D. I don't care.
I'm an online gamer.
Yeah. I want to
But
build.
having said that,
Right. It makes sense.
there is a definite, interesting difference between the two.
Right.
You're level 15 and you bought these 10 feats.
Sure. It's fine.
But you could die and make another level 15 character and have those same 10 feats.
Right.
It's exactly. This is my build.
Yep.
I'm Locutus of Scotus. Like right? I'm just I'm his brother.
Right.
We have this. We trained at the same school.
Absolutely.
And we're
back.
Here's my trip feat or whatever.
Right.
Whatever.
Sure.
And you just same thing. Like there's no difference. You actually that's not a unique character.
No.
That's every character.
Yeah.
Could be that guy. But in old D&D, you might not be that guy.
Right.
Because you don't have those. You don't have the rod of immovable, whatever.
Sure, you don't.
The boots of striding and jumping.
Right.
And the +3 sword. You didn't get those things.
Right.
Your old party sold those shit.
Yeah.
When you died, they're like, well, give it.
Hand it out.
Right.
Sell it.
Done.
Right.
Oh, hey, Locutus of Scotus.
Right.
I see you're the brother of the other Scotus. Well, welcome. Good luck.
Right.
You don't have any of those things.
Right.
And I was like, that's interesting.
Sure.
That's a thing, right? That's the difference between it's almost the entitled to the. Am I entitled to these? Or do I earn these?
Story driven.
Right?
It came from doing a thing.
Do I inherit these, or do I have to get these? Right? And I thought that was a super interesting sort of question.
I mean, I like both, but yes.
Yeah, and I get it, right? I like building a character.
Right.
And I like
but it's also fun to find cool things. Or to experience something that gives you something.
Well, I think it's... There's an inherent... So here's the key.
Mm-hmm.
I love, like I said, post-2000 D&D. 3rd edition, 2000, exception-based D&D is a wonderful game.
Sure.
There's an inherent flaw. And the inherent flaw is feats.
Yeah,
and the beauty is feats.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the It is.
You're going to build a thing.
You're building a thing, and that build has all this baggage, and it's great to do that because you go, what if I like? I mean, 3rd edition was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like 3rd edition with prestige classes was I take this and I take this and then I'm a Shadow Knight and then I blah 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 and you're like, holy frickin' A, what is that?
Right.
I have 3 levels of Shadow Knight, 2 levels of Wilding Barbarian. I don't fucking know. I don't. And I guess how much I played 3rd, by the way, like twice.
Yeah.
And Pathfinder once, and I never ran it again. But yeah, but you had all that.
Sure.
Beautiful is wonderful.
Right. But it's just a build.
But I wonder.
Right.
There's a point at which you go, did that harm us a little also? And
Yeah.
the answer is yes, it did.
Yeah, and I like 5e a lot because, frankly, I like that it's a little more streamlined, and yet it's still buildy somewhat. But it also feels like, but I got to take if I'm multi-classing, I have to take certain classes at the right time.
Yes.
And that's not story-driven.
No.
That's when you take it.
Skill-driven.
That's like, if you're a wizard, would you not give a 1 level of wizard to have plate armor? I probably would.
You probably do.
I probably do.
Because level 20 wizard isn't worth...
Right. If I think the campaign's going to go more than level 5, yes.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be absolutely worth it. And I cannot have fire... I can wait on Fireball for 1 level.
Yes.
For the fact that I can have plate armor. And still cast my spells.
Right.
Because there's no penalty.
Well, that's a different beast, right? That's
different game.
Because in 3rd
edition,
that's
the
arcane,
right? Because that's the game. That's how 5e works.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, and I'm certain I can make a character concept where that makes sense. But of course, then I'm going to do that, right? It's and it won't come through gameplay. It will be, I start as a fighter, and then I decide to find my magical inner self. because I know when I'm level 11, that's way better than being a fighter.
Yeah.
10 levels of wizard and 1 level of fighter is absolutely the way to go.
Lewis said, play dwarf wizard because the dwarf subraces get medium armor.
Sure.
So doesn't one of them get heavy? Or no?
It
Does
might
someone get heavy armor?
might only be medium. I don't know. It might be heavy.
No.
Dwarf wizard, really good way to go.
Which is canonically doesn't make sense.
Actually, I would do 1 level of cleric because you don't lose technically spell progression because it counts as a caster level.
Oh,
you take 1 level of cleric.
Okay, I
get heavy armor.
I agree.
And just how you want to do it.
I hate 5e, and yet I agree that it's one of the best editions of the game.
It's such a good addition.
Yeah,
and yet also you go, I don't know. I love that. I'm with you. I feel both those things. Both those statements are true. It's one of the best additions. I think
one gets medium, the other gets something other than armor. Okay, there you go.
I think it's one of the best additions.
Have you looked at all the books?
What's that?
Have you looked at every supplement? Have you looked at every fucking...
Or you just play straight Tempest Cleric because you're basically a blaster.
Oh, yeah. Well, Tempest Cleric's ridiculous.
I mean, it's good.
It's good.
But, yeah, I think it's one of the best editions of a fantasy game to get new players into because it is much easier to pick up than other more esoteric things. But it does have the like we talked about, how's your table going to react? It works great if ever at the table is sort of on the same page of what are we doing here. But if you have like 1 or 2 people going full on 5e min-max, ridiculous builds, and then other people just going, I played this because it sounded fun, and I
want to be a bard.
Bards are amazing.
Yeah, bards are amazing.
But there's amazing bards, and then there's bards. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I just want to hang on.
First of all,
look,
the correct answer is 1 level Hexblade Warlock and then Bard. Or you're doing it wrong. Look, I know all the right builds. I don't even play 5e, and I know all the right builds.
We played 5e, but I've never run it long term. I just pick up one shot as a GM. 5e,
great for one shot.
I'm good.
Great for one shot.
I'm good with 5e.
I mean, it's great for a one shot, though.
I would play 5e, I would never run it.
Sure.
If you ran it, I'd still play it.
I'm never gonna.
And I would never min-max.
No,
because I don't know any better.
Because who cares? It doesn't matter.
I'd be like,
look.
I'd play a fucking dwarf again and get Karen married again. Done.
Look, you can't. It's hard to make a bad fight.
Fun campaign.
That's
really fun campaign.
I don't really like GMing that much. That is my favorite campaign I've ever GM'd. Like, far and above. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
I enjoyed the shit. And especially because at some point, literally my whole game was, can I get her married?
That was my goal.
Can I hook her up with a dude?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Like, can we do this?
Yes, that's all.
And there's some fighting.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You had the bell.
That was the thing. I had the bell.
You had the bell.
Yeah. But how's this going? They dating yet? Like, what's going on?
Is he taking down on a date?
He's like, are we doing this?
Is this what we need to do?
Doing this?
So,
yeah.
That campaign was fun. It was just funny when we both realized, that's the campaign.
That's the campaign, yeah.
That's the campaign.
It's not what we thought.
Nothing else matters. That is the only thing that matters.
Yeah, other thing. Yeah,
And that is frankly the great thing about role playing is sometimes campaigns turn into other things, and the mechanics. Who cares? Like,
sure,
it does. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't. That's not important anymore. Yes, your Uber build, great. We've moved on. Like, you know what I mean? Like.
I don't know what game you're playing. I'm playing this other game.
All right. You're the trip master. There's a wedding over here.
Can I get her laid? Like, can we?
That's right.
Can we?
So much better.
Honey, get that dress needs to cinch that dress and around that.
Below the knees. Really? Below the knees?
Let's hike that bitch up
I love
and get you some makeup.
you.
Like I'm a dwarf, and I'm like, I'm a dwarf, and I can tell this. What's going on?
So good. That was so fun.
Yeah. No.
Mm.
No. I think Warlock Paladin. Yeah, I like Warlock Paladin, by the way.
Of course.
I'll tell you what I hate about 50 most.
Get it later.
I'll tell you what I hate about 50 most. Int is
Useless.
a dumb stat for everyone.
Useless.
There's one. It's wizard. If you're wizard, int. And then
Dumb.
it's like,
How
how do you make?
How do we make Speak
how did
Smart
you make-
wrong?
How did you make 6,000 charisma-based casters
How
and no int?
did you make Smart the bad choice?
Like, you know what? Int-based casters?
Yeah.
Fuck that. There's one class.
Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
Charisma-based casters? 90 classes.
Yes.
Like, we just...
Yeah.
Like, that... I'm like, guys,
Someone fucked up.
one of you, make an int-based caster. Any of you. Just any of you. Just change any of this shit to an int-based caster. Please.
No, I sort of agree with that. Like,
It's stupid.
yeah.
It's everything's a charisma-based caster. I'm like, okay.
They're the best. They're the
I
best.
get that you wanted to make charisma, not the dumb stat.
Right?
You've gone too far. Stop it.
Because you made into
Stop
the
it. It's the dumb stat.
Yeah. Because the problem is, by and large, the skills don't matter.
No,
They're not useful enough either.
No skill matter. Yeah, agree.
Well, I mean, the int skills really don't matter.
Yeah.
They're the bad skills.
Well, the funny part is with the imp. I mean, and this is always a problem. You have to always consider this: is do you make skills like the imp-based skills, the lore skills?
Mm-hmm.
You're almost daring the GM to fail you
Sure.
in a lot of those.
Right.
Right. A lot of those imp-based skills.
Right.
You're like, okay, I failed. What now? I guess we're just sitting here for 6 weeks.
I mean,
What are you going to
do you want to just fight the thing?
Yeah.
Because I'll fight the thing.
Like-
Do I know about it? No. Can I bash its head in? Probably. Right.
Yeah, you're
Right.
essentially...
Do you either stop the campaign,
Yes.
or the solution to everything is I beat it to
It's
death?
killing it. Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Right.
Like, that's sort of the funny part, right?
Because we mostly rely on players to be clever and not characters to be clever. They either the players figure it out or they don't. We're not going to typically go, oh, your character made the roll. I guess you know exactly what to do here.
Or you don't, and
You know.
that's a rough. I think tabletop RPGs have the weird dichotomy, right?
Mm.
The dichotomy is combat is
Mechanical.
analog,
Right.
mechanical,
Sure.
and skill rolls are binary.
Sure.
Outside of combat, skill rolls are binary.
Right. Succeed or fail.
And so, unless you can manage that
Right.
and sort of go, well, okay, right? Like, unless you have the gamma was you never did this. So I apologize, but he never did this. The gamma world flow chart.
No.
Gamma world, if you picked up an artifact, you picked up this, you'd have a flow chart,
Okay.
and it'd be like, well, roll a thing, and you rolled this way.
Uh-huh.
So, it blows up. But you roll this way. It doesn't, right? And you get to roll
Right.
again. Like
Okay.
there's a whole flow chart of, and then you go, oh, you learned it.
Right. So
Are
failing rolls back.
Yeah, or not. Or it
Oh.
takes you to the next thing,
I see.
right?
It's a mini
Like,
game.
it's a whole mini
It's like a
game.
mini game.
Yes. So, but we don't do that in D&D. It's mostly, did you spot the secret?
You know the
door
thing
not?
or you don't know the thing, right?
Yeah, right.
Did you see the
It's
trap
an
or
in
didn't
check
see the
50,
trap?
15.
Right. I got you. Right.
Whereas combat's a continuum,
Sure.
and other skill rolls aren't a continuum.
Right.
And so, like int, I always feel like, go ahead, fail me.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Sure.
Good luck.
Right.
So we sit here for a day or
Right.
10 days or fuck it. We're just going to leave
right.
because I don't know what to do.
No, I didn't figure out how to get
Yeah.
into your dungeon. Well, I guess we're not doing
I
that
guess we
adventure.
go home.
Right. Right.
Like, and how do you do? So,
Right.
so I think,
Sure.
I think unless your DM is super experienced, like you know what I
Right.
mean? Unless you're really,
Right.
super experienced and have a sort of an idea of like, well, okay,
Mm,
let's fall back
sure.
and let's do another thing, or let's
Right.
now that you failed that, I'm going to get you this.
Or
I'm
there's
going to get you to your door, but it's trapped now.
another
or
clue.
something
Yeah, there's
happens,
something
whatever.
other way to. Yeah.
I think it's a hard deal.
Yeah.
Let's see. Warlock was originally supposed to be Int, and one of the expansions allows that as a variant. Interesting.
Hmm.
But yeah, I hate being a wizard having worse knowledge than cards and rogues, especially for arcane and history.
It's funny.
I love that flowchart. I think you could learn to reload something, but not how to shoot it. Or yeah, like I thought. So I do think, and again, in 4th edition, by the way, for all its flaws, right now it's propping up my monitor. So 4th edition objectively blows because it's sitting under. It's literally
it's making your monitor
it
better.
literally is making my monitor eye level. Had that whole concept of skill tests, right? You rolled from one to the other kind of thing. It had multiple. It had a thing, right? Skill tests. I do think that GMs could use or base. I think a little more idea of a mini game or a flow chart or
I like mini
analog.
I like when we do mini game stuff.
So I'll tell you what. One thing I was super. Is it up here? Yes. So I'll tell you one book. Now I didn't buy this for myself. I bought this for my daughter because she was playing D&D. I bought. Now it's here because she moved and didn't move her stuff.
Sure.
Strixhaven, a curriculum of chaos.
Oh.
It's Harry Potter D&D.
Oh, okay. I've heard.
You go to magic school.
Yeah.
It fucking sucks. I'm sorry. It blows. It is a
it
terrible
just a setting or is it a rule?
It's a whole thing, right?
Okay.
So you go. It's a setting. It's Harry, right? Your magic schools, blah blah blah. There's a whole thing.
Harry Potter without trademark Harry Potter, not trademark Harry Potter though, right?
But here's the thing. So picture our superhero game in your head.
Sure. Okay.
In this game, it's like, oh, you're going to a test. You make an int roll or whatever roll.
Okay. Like a school test?
An arcane roll, arcana roll.
Okay.
Done. Did you pass? Yes. No.
Okay.
Like, that's terrible. That's the worst possible. Like, it's one roll.
Like what kind of test?
It's an arcana check or whatever.
For what?
For whatever, passing your
I got
yeah, right?
Okay.
Your transmutation
school.
test, right?
Right.
So you have different classes, blah blah blah. You
don't you have to
roll.
pass? Are you gonna? Literally, is the game flunk out of Strixhaven?
You're on adventures, but then every so often you have to take a test, right? I mean, it's.
What if you fail every test?
I don't know. It's.
It just sounds bad.
But the fact is, it's just one of those where you go, this is a game that could use a mini game.
Sure. Well, you did that with the tests in our Supers game.
No.
I thought those were good.
I would argue those were too easy.
We had too many chips, probably.
Yeah.
Like the test was fine.
Yeah.
But we probably always had too many resources. Because we
characters helping other characters' roles were too generous,
and we could sort of bludgeon through it.
Yeah,
how about this? It would have worked, and it did a couple times a little bit when you introduced unexpected things. Oh, this is happening right now. Do you want to devote a chip to this thing? Because I remember doing that on a couple, like to say, what's her face? The girl with the bombs. Hellcat.
How can you forget Hellcat's name? I'm sorry. You're dead to me.
Well, because my character's forgotten everything.
What?
And that's your fault. And I'm just role-playing. But I remember a couple were like, oh, I'm going to give a chip to that because I value her as a friend, right? Yeah. And that made it a little dicier. I think you needed more of the... You probably needed
more pressure.
Yeah, you needed a little more... I thought it was a really good system, but they're probably in each... Because we only did it twice, maybe. There wasn't quite enough pressure across all the characters to go, ooh, if I use this chip on this other thing that I value, then I won't have it for my test. Like, we didn't probably have quite enough pressure on our resources, but otherwise, I thought it was great. But yeah, left to no pressure, we could sort of power through, right? But it's still really good. I still felt it wasn't guaranteed.
Yeah, so...
no one got straight A's.
For finals week, I took their grades, because they had grades throughout the game.
Right, we rolled. We rolled.
And they kept rolling, and they got grades.
Yeah.
And there was from 3 to 18.
Right.
And for finals week, I rolled for the teachers to go. They're going to have a hard final. You take a -3.
Right. We had
Or you-
penalties.
Yeah,
basically.
like you take
Right.
a -2. The science teacher a -3.
The A you used to have
Yeah.
is now a B
Yeah,
or whatever.
right.
Right.
If
What are
you
you going to do about
nothing. If you
Right.
do nothing, you're going to get beat.
Right.
And then they had chips which they could spend that week
To do
to
stuff.
study
Right.
or help other people study,
Right. Or do other things.
go patrol
Right.
or whatever.
Right.
And that week was this sort of mini game
Right.
where they had to spend chips to fight the scenario that was coming,
Right.
the villains,
And try to get your grades up.
get your grades up, and so on.
Yeah.
And then in the end, they got, based on the chips they spent, they got to roll and get their grades to back to
Which
an A.
actually were sat buff.
Yes, and the grades mattered, right? Like
Right.
you got the grades. So
Yeah.
so that was a good minigame. I was a little disappointed in Strixhaven. It's like, yeah, did you pass your test? Roll an Arcana check.
Too simple. Yeah.
What the frick is this? Like,
Yeah.
it's a game about school.
Without enough school.
Roll school.
Right. Not
Like,
enough school.
make it happen.
Yeah. But
Like,
make a
make-
real school mini
Make
game.
this happen. Make the whole school thing a minigame. Like track them a little bit.
Right.
A little bit of the
It's
grades.
just roll a check is like, well, I don't need
And
a
I
book.
get it.
I need a book for that.
You're like, oh, okay, this is an adventure, not really school. But
Then why do the setting?
yeah, but
Because if it doesn't mean anything, why are you doing school?
But yeah, is the set like what is important about that setting?
Right.
And
The
the
school.
important thing about the school is the school setting. So
Yes.
so and I do think that a lot of games don't do mini games a lot or very well.
Sure.
I think they, it's like,
For all its flaws, I liked Aces and Eights. For that. Because
Aces and
it
Eights.
had...
Okay, time out. I'm going to look at hold on. I'll get to Aces and Eights in a second. I love the flow chart. I think you can reload it.
Yeah, be right.
Okay, he's going. I know it makes me a simpleton. I prefer binary rules for int stuff, especially social stuff. I'd rather just lose and deal with a hard fail than having partial success and dragging it out. I do like long role-playing in-character conversations, but once it's time to make the roll, I want my binary pass-fail. Failing is fine. So, interesting question. So I do it one of two ways. Either you have the conversation and then roll, or I'll tell you what I do sometimes. I make the roll ahead of time. And I go, okay, you're going to have this social check. Let's roll right now, diplomacy, done. You roll it right now, before I even speak a word, and you roll. And if they roll well, then I know how the character who they're targeting is their disposition. Do you know what I mean? Like, so sometimes the hardest part as a GM is to understand what the disposition of the NPC is. And so when they make that diplomacy roll and make it, I go, oh, that NPC is going to be friendly to them. He's going to greet them, and he's going to, oh yes, well, I've heard about you from such and such, and blah blah, right? And then the talk goes how it goes, and yeah, they could sort of fuck it up if they really, really just insulted that dude. But in general, it's going to go well, and I've already made the roll. And sometimes I do that ahead of time because I like. Now, if they totally fuck it up, that guy's hostile. But they could still succeed if they were willing to really give something up, right? Like, that dude's hostile. He's like, oh, I've heard of you. I've heard of, I heard of the incident on, Gamma 6. I don't want anything to do with you. And then you can go, the player could go, well, things have changed. What if I give you this, right? And you can make that initial disposition instead of having to guess the initial disposition of the NPC. You make the social check the initial disposition, right? And I think that can help sometimes. Now, and again, you might not have this problem, but sometimes I have a problem because they're talking to an NPC. I haven't even made up yet. Like they're talking to an NPC that isn't written up, right? Lewis is talking about, right, making that social check, blah blah blah.
Oh,
And I'm like, sometimes I make it ahead of time.
Sure.
I just go, make the diplomacy check now,
Right.
and we'll talk about how that NPC reacts.
Yeah.
And that helps me get there, right?
I mean,
a good roll, I'm like, oh, he's a friendly. He's
Yeah.
heard of you. A bad roll, he's not heard of you.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do charisma rolls.
Interesting to reverse it, yeah.
Is to have the roll really be what the the expectation of the encounter is in terms of relationship, like they're favorably inclined. It's not whether you convince them, because that's sort of like players having a little bit to have to do that. But it's, are they favorably inclined to you or not favorably?
Well, keep in mind, original old D&D, they just, you roll 2d6.
Mm-hmm.
These monsters are, I rolled a 12. They're friendly.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They're hostile immediately. They immediately attack. 2. I rolled a 2. They immediately attack. Like that was
no modifier, just a random.
It was random. With charisma. Charisma would you?
I see.
You literally have.
So you did have a modifier.
18 was plus 3 or whatever.
Oh, yes. Okay.
You do a thing, and that was the roll. And I do think you could again, instead of, so typically what you do is, well, say your speech. What are you going to do?
Right.
Ugh, that's a bad speech. -1. Roll. Right? Now you make your diplomacy check.
Right.
-1. Or again, can you make it ahead of time and just go, bam. Wow, you're really good. You have a high diplomacy and you rolled well.
Right.
They're favorably inclined.
They right.
They know they're, you know what? They also lost a child back in the old town, the old world, and blah blah blah. Right? Oh well, and they are favorably inclined. Your argument doesn't have to be that great, strangely enough. They are willing to help you.
Yeah.
Whereas if you roll bad, it's like, well, they're hostile.
Sure.
You're going to bribe them, maybe? Maybe that works. I'll give you another roll if you bribe them.
They're not just going to say yes. They're not going to say yes. Yeah.
It's been ages, but I think GURPS have some initial reputation roll you can make for NPCs. Yeah, I don't know. I don't own any GURPS books anymore.
I played GURPS once.
It's a long time ago.
In the 90s.
But yeah, I think so. So again, there's always the dichotomy. Oh, yeah. Look at my shelf. There's always the dichotomy, right? Combat skills are this weird analog continuum. You know what I mean? Like, combat skill, one skill roll is not going to win the combat. You have a lot of stuff. But a social check or a puzzle check or an arcana check, usually we do that binary. Bam, you're done. Yes, you succeeded. No, you didn't. And the answer is, should you do more with some of those? And the answer, I think you should. I think Matt Mercer made the system have success with a caveat. Fail. Sure. And that's a lot of narrative games, Lewis. Like, right? If you do powered, that's very powered by the apocalypse. If you do powered by the apocalypse, it's yes, and no, and, right? There's that whole success with complication, failure with, complication, right? That kind of thing. And that's sort of where everything falls. And I'm okay with that too. Like, I don't mind that. We never codified that, I don't think. Like, we've never, like a success or success with complications, anything like that. Like, we've never quite.
It's not.
Like, that's very analog for us.
Yeah,
like
I don't
hate it.
Love those games in general.
I'll tell you what I don't like. I don't like the continuous pressure on the GM to have to somehow make something interesting.
Yeah.
Especially if yes ands or yes buts happen all the time.
And they do happen all the time.
Right? If that's
the most common role.
If that's the most common role is you succeed, but there's a complication, and the GM has to go, fuck, I have to think of a thing again.
Right. Yeah. That was like
continuously
the Star Wars game that had the weird dice.
Yeah.
That was like that. I'm like,
it's just
because you're always you end up going, I can't think of anything clever. Here's your -1.
Yes.
Like, and I'm like, at that point, then you're just saying everything's a -1.
Yeah,
Like it's not interesting anymore
yes.
because I didn't have a whole laundry list of things thought up ahead of time. Sorry, but I have to come up with something because you didn't quite succeed,
I think that
which I find
I
frustrating.
think those games sound great.
Yeah, they sound.
But in practice,
They don't play as well as they sound. They play.
They put a lot of pressure on the GM
I
to
agree.
magically think of things to happen on a mundane fucking roll.
No, because it's just a roll.
Now, mind you, there's an argument to say if it's a mundane roll,
Don't roll.
what are you doing? Don't roll.
Yeah,
And I get
but they're still contested. A lot of shit's mundane that's still contested.
But
it's not automatic.
Right. You could make the case of well it is not automatic.
Then why roll anything? Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't want to play that game either. I'd rather have a roll be more decisive.
How do you feel about players' plans actually working, and so it's less interesting? What if it's like that?
I like when players' plans work.
I don't know. I think so. I think
it's so rare.
I think. So. Here's the thing. I think that most games that we play, and maybe this isn't correct, but I think you play the same sort of game. Just talking about GURPS. We're talking about GURPS.
Sorry.
I think you play the same games I play.
I get that.
Which are heavy simulationist games, sort of, right? In the sense of, so I think there are games that aggregate the player's plans into some gigantic whole, and then you roll dice and go, hey, it succeeded.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play those games.
No.
I play games where every action is somehow contested.
A sequence.
Right? It's a sequence of actions.
Right.
GURPS is technically a sequence of actions. I think Hero is a sequence of actions. Runebear is a sequence of actions.
Sure.
The skill rolls, I think...
It's not here.
I think
you're trying to achieve an effect. Roll one die and...
Yeah, I think Death by the Apocalypse can be both.
Sure.
And sometimes it is, I did this plan. Here's my giant plan. I'm going to throw grenades into the bunker and then attack the bunker. Roll your bitchiness. Yes, 12. You succeeded. The grenade's done. And you win.
It all goes off like you want.
It's done, right? I don't hate that, but I don't play those games.
Yeah.
I think that in the games that we probably typically play, Lewis, there's enough rolls that it's unlikely that just everything succeeds all the time.
Or fails all the time.
Or fails all the time.
Right.
And so I think that when that happens, you can let it go. And it's okay. Because that's exciting in a way too, right?
Sure.
Did you make the stealth roll?
Mm-hmm.
Did Karen make the theology check to open the thing? Mm-hmm. Did Percy cast the spell correctly?
Right.
Oh, you made us make an encounter roll to see if guards walk down the hall. Did someone
see
that?
Make a search roll?
Yes, they did. Okay, they searched and hid.
Right.
They had to make a stealth check.
Right.
And I think, like that's in the games that I play, right?
And because those are discrete events, you can have that pass-fail, like, mean a thing, and you don't have to make it up because you know what the answer is to that. As opposed to, like, a more general roll, they're like, oh, you succeeded, but not quite. What does that mean? Like,
right.
That's like harder to do on the fly than go, I just want to know, did you see the guards coming or not? Roll a die, I'll tell you that answer.
Yeah, I think
because it's in such a set of rolls, I don't need to resolve the whole action on that roll. I just need to know what happened right here, and I can tell you what happened right here. And then we can go from there, and then there's a chance for you to recover if you make subsequent rolls or fail horribly and get captured, and all of that's fine.
Our GM likes to throw trouble at us when he feels the pressure to make sure we have fun. But I don't mind just chatting with an NPC or a plan working, so I usually just find existing in the world fun, but I leave heavy simulations for sure. Love in-character role-playing, don't like drawn-out roles for social stuff. I largely think, if you get a plan and it takes, say, 8 rolls, the chance of 8 rolls succeeding is not super high.
You're going to fail.
And so I think at that point as a GM you go, what does failure mean?
Right.
Does failure blow the whole thing up?
Right.
Or is it just a chance for a character to have an Indiana Jones moment? Let's go that route, right? Sure. So, you beat the guy up, but the uniform's too small. What do you do now?
Right.
right, or whatever, right? I think you can do that and mostly let the plans succeed, but have a chance for failure.
Right.
And again, because most plans are going to contain multiple checks, the chance of just going, it all worked and you're good is super low, right? But 50% to the fifth power is not fucking a high chance of everything succeeding.
You failed somewhere.
So you almost have to go in your head and go, failure can't mean just failure.
Right, because then nothing ever gets done.
It has to mean
then nothing ever gets done.
Because no plan works then.
Right.
It has to mean this weird, humorous, scary, interesting failure that the players have to react to.
Right. And that's
to bring the ship back on track.
Right.
And then maybe it blows up entirely, or maybe they get it back on track. Like that's sort of how I deal with failure typically in one of these, is I go, look, you failed your stealth check, so that means you made a lot of noise and the spotlight shines down on you.
Right.
Now what?
Right. You know, hide quick.
Oh, I cast invisibility, let's say. I mean, just as a stupid for instance. Okay, well, you burn invisibility.
Great. Use the resource.
Done. We understand now what happened and you're good.
Right.
Okay, good. You're good.
Right.
You're good. That's good. You're invisible.
Right.
The spotlight goes away. Must have been the wind.
Sure.
Right? And then you continue on. You failed a perception check, so you didn't find the secret door, right? Or whatever.
So you have to find a different way in.
So you find a different way in. What is that thing? So yeah, I'm okay with players succeeding and failing. The funny part is, again, if you make 4 checks, the chance of succeeding
on all 4 low
is low.
Yeah.
And so what you're actually trying to do is determine what's the most interesting failure. Every failure can't blow the plan up and make a disaster.
Right.
You have to go, when failure happens, because it's going to, how do I make that fun as opposed to shitty? I think that's sort of where I'm at. Like, I'm never going to go, well, that plan sounds great, just don't do anything. It works. I'm going to go, that sounds like you have to make a stealth check, and she has to make a talking check, and you have to make a perception check. Let's do that. And because, let's face it, the DLs of those are X.
And they all work great.
Your chance of
odds are low.
40% for everything to work.
Right.
What I really have to do is determine what happens for the most of the time where shit fucks up. And so the key actually, and that's, I think, one of the challenges of a simulationist GM is how do you make failure interesting?
Right.
And not just a fail state.
Right, because you don't want to just GM.
Nope, you failed your perception. Time to move on.
Nope,
nothing happened.
No adventure here.
Adventure gone. You're good.
No adventure here.
Yep, good luck.
Yeah.
You can't do the thing. How is failure interesting? Well, strangely enough, you did trigger the secret door accidentally and the trap that goes with it.
Right.
Or whatever.
Sure.
Or you did do a thing, but you knocked over the Chinese urn, it was shattered, and now you hear footsteps or whatever.
Right.
Like, I think that's the funny part is, we've all been playing Powered by the Apocalypse.
Yeah.
But it's just everything is no aim. Right? Or, you know what I mean? Like a lot of the failures are, kind of how do you make failure interesting? Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah. Yeah. So, all good, man. All good. The AAR succeeded. We completed the AAR.
2 hours ago.
We're caught up. We did a good job.
I mean, we're gaming tomorrow.
We are gaming tomorrow. And then we have another thing to do.
Yeah.
More dungeon. I have a giant
Is it a big
diagram. It's way bigger than I expected. Karen would hate it, by the way.
She's gonna hate it.
No, she's not gonna. She's gonna love it. She's gonna love it. Love it. I don't see
we're not close to the end of it. That's what you're saying.
No. You could be. It really sort of depends. Strangely enough, it depends. This definitely is a dungeon with like a lot of ways through it in a weird way.
Okay. Well, we're about
Or
to.
a lot of extra
we're-
shit you could do or not do.
We're gonna do the room of fields in the dark.
Oh yeah, I know what that's. I know. I'm just gonna up to this. Shh. So yeah, good luck.
So Karen thinks it's carnivorous flora,
Yeah.
and I think it's carnivorous fauna, like deer with big, like alien predator like mouth
I
things.
love all of that.
And she's thinking like carnivorous vines.
I love all of
Both. Why not? That was my thing. Why not?
I love all of that. You're in a giant field.
Right.
Everything is artificial.
Right. It's fake.
It's fake.
Right.
It's like, how is it in the dark?
It's
the
in
dark. It's fucking dark.
Mhm.
And everything, and the butterflies are like, doo, 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 right? And you're like, what is going on?
I've got protection. I got protection against those.
You do? Like, what?
I need that.
What is going So, yeah. No, we'll see what happens. So,
Good luck, everybody.
all right. So, Lewis says, yeah, I'm good with that. Thanks for the chat. Good to see you all conversing. Good stuff. So, are we done?
Oh,
I think we're done. Scott's done. Scott has a half a beer. He wants some popcorn, I think, some carbs
I'm fine.
to soak up the misery.
I'm good. It's good.
I'm good. I'm good. I actually didn't drink that much when
No,
it comes right down to it.
I
When it comes right down to it.
have 2 beers and a little bit of the. I didn't drink that.
Everyone.
very
I did
small.
everyone.
I didn't drink
I did everyone.
I didn't drink the over.
I did everyone.
I had very little
Right.
of each one.
So I think we did good. I
Mm.
think we did good. Lewis, thank you, of course.
Thank you,
Always
Lewis.
good to
Thank
talk
you,
to
everybody, for watching
Dustin.
and or just passing out.
I hope you find gold, sir. That's
Yes.
hilarious.
Please pan for gold successfully and
Raven, that coffee, whatever.
I would have. There was a point I would have had coffee, but I just pushed on through.
That's fine. And then TV, no hybrid tank, but
Nope.
we've got
Mm.
we've got a lot of beefy dudes in the
Some
party.
beefy guys
There's
in
8
front.
dudes. There's a front line.
There we get
This
some beef.
is an old school D&D game. There's like
We
a
only
bunch
have
of fighters.
one real wizard.
Yeah, like there's
One real
a
wizard.
whole front line. We're good. So I
Go to
think
2
we're good.
archers, 1 wizard, and a bunch of beef.
Yeah, pretty much. Bunch of
I mean,
beef.
the rogue's not beefy, but or he'll be dead anyways because he's possessed by a spirit. So.
Whatevs, nuking them. So I think we're gonna call it here.
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it. And we will talk not tomorrow because tomorrow we're playing,
Yes.
but probably get Sunday or Monday. I think Scott and I have to figure out what multiplayer game we might
We
participate in.
We've done with Enshrouded.
Yeah, and Shrouded's good. We're done.
I like the game.
Actually, I final worded it. We're good. They update. Maybe we'll get back to it a little
Sure.
bit. Maybe not. But yeah, we need another game, so we'll figure that out. But probably this week, not that week. Is
Yeah.
my guess. And we'll sort of putz with that, and we'll figure out what that is.
Sure.
I'm leaning toward Conan Exiles for both
Oh.
of us again, because both of us, you don't play by yourself.
Right. Would be better.
It'd be better. We could do it together. We could largely rely on online shit
Sure.
and do the thing.
To find out what to do.
And I like Conan Exiles
Okay.
generally. I think it's a decent enough game.
I've never played it.
I think don't you own it? Do you not own it?
I don't think so.
Are you sure? Look in your freaking Steam catalog. I'm 90% positive you own Conan Exiles. Because I think we played it before.
Boy, that was short-lived if we did. Do I have to do that?
Hold on. Let's see if Scott owns Conan. Yes. Like,
Can I find
you have a worse handle on your Steam library than I do.
Where's the library? How do I get to my library in this? Does the app not have the library in it?
Good night, Lewis. Thank you.
Good night,
I
everybody.
appreciate the chatting.
Offers.
You carried the last half of these
Nope,
streams,
there's
so good
nothing.
for you. Thank you.
How can I not go to my library? There's nowhere to go. Menu, wish list.
Oh my God, you're such an old man.
I can buy games. That's all I care about. Fascinating. Yeah, I don't think anyone can know that.
No one can know. All right, good night, guys.
That's hilarious.
I will talk to y'all later. We'll figure out Mondays
I'm intrigued.
sooner or later. I will. We'll get there.